Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. If anything, he would slap this brat to death. I randomly gave my daughter a bloodline evolution pill that I had never heard of, but after some investigation, he was shocked to find that his daughter's bloodline was not as he imagined, but rather very pure. Suddenly he became extremely happy. Don't be nervous, daughter. Being a father will not harm you. I'm just checking your body. ZHU Kun immediately let go of his daughter's hand, just in case the other party resented her again. Boy, you are very good. No matter what, you took care of my daughter for me and gave her this pill. If you are kind to my daughter, you are also kind to me. On behalf of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, I extend my friendship to you. Dragon Emperor Zukan looked at Huang Wei and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Senior." Huang Wei smiled. Huang Wei paused and said, "Senior, according to the information I received, due to your disappeared, there is now civil strife and division within the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan." What? Did you say? What? A bunch of damn beasts. No wonder no one came to find the Emperor's daughter and go back to completely stimulate the bloodline. This is their eldest princess. It turns out there is civil strife. Excellent. Once I leave here, these damn civil rioters will be dead. When Dragon Emperor Zukan heard this, he immediately became angry. Dragon power has no limits. The Dragon King was furious, and his overwhelming murderosaurus swept across the entire Magna world. The lizardmen who were waiting above were frightened by this murderosaur, but they were also extremely excited. In their opinion, some adult must have taken action to kill the two people who went down. Hahaha, humans. Damn humans. If they go to places they shouldn't go, they will only die. The leader of the lizard clan smiled, then waved his hand and said, "We don't need to guard you anymore. Those two thieves, can't he be alive? Go back." After giving the order, no one dared to speak out to object, and they immediately turned around and disbanded. They also left. Boy, how did you know this news, and that the Emperor is here? Could it be that you have already obtained the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade Dragon? Emperor Zukan quickly calmed down and suppressed his anger, not to scare his precious daughter. Of course I have my own channels, and the accuracy of the news about the Dragon Clan's civil strife is as high as 99%. As for the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, the junior has not collected all the pieces. There are 8 pieces in total, and the junior only has 1 piece in his hand. With that said, Huang Wei directly took out the piece of Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade that he got from the Zhao family. Feeling the energy, ZHU Kun nodded. The aura above does belong to that old guy Tuoshigudi. It's just a pity that only one of the 8 pieces can open Tuoshigudi's cave. At this point, he was immediately disappointed. It turns out that today is not the day of liberation, but it is good. At least it is the day for their father and daughter to get together. No matter what, it is a good sign. Logically speaking, if you come down without collecting 8 pieces of Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, I want you to be suppressed and come down to accompany me. But for the sake of my daughter, I won't do that. Dragon Emperor Zukan said, "Senior, can you help Ziyan stimulate her bloodline? Or I can get your token. When my cultivation level improves, I will go to the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan with her to find the one who is sincerely devoted to you." Huang Wei suddenly spoke. Dragon King Zukan nodded. "I can help her activate her bloodline. Originally, she needed to know the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, but now that her bloodline has evolved, she only needs to activate it, and there is no need to awaken it again. As for the tokens, this one is my clan leader's token. You can take it. In return, the above can help you withstand the strongest attack of the 9-star peak fighting saint, and can also give you a counter-attack. At the same time, another force was injected into Ziyan. The same is true for the other party. After finally meeting her, He wanted to give his daughter everything he could. Then, under Huang Wei's persuasion, Ziyan fell in love with Zhu Kun. The more Zhu Kun watched, the more he liked Huang Wei. In the following time, Zhu Kun helped Ziyan inspire her evolved bloodline. Huang Wei came to the cave of Tuosh ancient emperor and tried to use teleportation to enter it. But I'm disappointed that I can't do it. Every time he tried to teleport, there was a super force that stopped him. This power is the power of Dao Emperor and the consciousness left behind by Dao Emperor. Chapter 314. The clan leader wants some compensation. Under the endless lava, there was a terrifying force constantly erupting from Ziyan's body. A dragon power with the Supreme Emperor shocked everything. Ziyan, the inheritor and sole heir of the Dragon King's bloodline, completely activated her bloodline at this moment. Zhu Kun's arms were very big, and he took out the best thing about himself, turned it into pure and incomparable power, and injected it into Ziyan. As the only daughter of his Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun, she is the absolute king of the entire Taixu ancient dragon clan. Naturally, one cannot be weaker than others. That's why he brought out the best. As a 2-star fighting saint, Huang Wei could clearly feel that the opponent's power was rapidly leaping forward, and at the same time, the shackles of cultivation hidden in his body were also released. Ziyan's cultivation level soared all the way from the 1-star Daozang, 1-star peak Daozang, 2-star Daozang, 3-star Daozang, 4-star Daozang, 5-star Daozang, 6-star Daozang, 7-star Daozang, 8-star Daozang, 9-star Daozang, peak Daozang, 1-star Daozang. At this moment, she has reached the level of 1-star Daozang, but it's not over yet. As Zhu Kun continued to extract the power of the good baby and gave it to Ziyan. Her cultivation level is still soaring. It seems that there is no concern at all that the other party's foundation will be damaged as a result. Because Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun also took this into consideration, the treasure also contained the existence that could stabilize the foundation of his own cultivation. If they are used together to complement each other, they will directly reach a very perfect point. The surrounding power continues to gather rapidly towards Ziyan's abdomen, and the speed is getting faster and faster, as if it is gathering money without money. At the same time, the lizard people also discovered this, and the terrifying dragon power just now made them extremely frightened. Now they came to such a place again, and the fighting energy in their clan was quickly extracted and moved towards the lava, rushed down below. The expressions of the 3 members of the clan who were practicing changed. The flame energy has been robbed, and they are all going in one direction. Is something big happening? What happened? The great elder frowned and said, "Would you like to go down and take a look? This familiar dragon power seems to be emanating from that adult." The second elder also spoke. The 2 people's eyes seemed to be looking below the lava, and then they looked at the clan leader. "I want to know what the patriarch means at this time." The clan leader said, "You stay guard in the clan. I will go down and take a look personally. If I don't come back, you must not come down to me and protect our clan." The 2 elders' pupils shrank and said, "Well, the clan leader problem should not be as serious as imagined. We can just take advantage of this energy change. Maybe the adult below will not embarrass you. This ends here." The clan leader waved his hand, interrupted their words, and flew directly downwards. The 2 elders did not follow, but obeyed the clan leader's order, and stayed in the clan to guard it. If something happened to them, it would be a disaster. If the lizardmen were invaded by other enemies just like before, in front of the gate of the ancient Tuosh cave. At this time, Ziyan's aura has reached the level of Daozun. That's when Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun's expression on his still unfinished face stopped injecting. Because the energy of the treasure can only be protected up to this point at present. If she were to advance, it would probably destroy Ziyan's foundation, and it would be bad then. Although, the first turn of Daozun is not enough, it is almost enough. Now that his bloodline has been completely stimulated, his subsequent training will be extremely fast. The only bloodline of my Taixu ancient dragon royal family will be born soon. Little friend Huang, Ziyan is still young. Although she has strength, the outside is dangerous and the water in Zhongzhou is very deep, so you still need to protect her. If you encounter any problems, just come down here and find me. Although I can get out, I can let my power get out. Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun looked at Huang Wei seriously. Huang Wei nodded. Senior Dragon King, don't worry, I will do it. Well, the strongest member of the lizard clan is down. It seems that he was attracted by the scene just now. Dragon Emperor Zukan suddenly sensed something. He looked up and saw a breath coming from that direction, flying down this way quickly. Huang Wei quickly said, I'm dissatisfied with the senior. The junior killed the other party's half-saint and Alzang when he just came down. I have some minor conflicts with the other party. Dragon Emperor Zukan smiled slightly. I can solve small things, Huang Wei said. No, if the opponent is really itchy, I can also play with him. The opponent's cultivation level is not high. He is just a 2-star fighting saint like me. I'm not afraid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch's figure had already arrived. Seeing the enemy in front of him, the clan leader was stunned and shocked. Why didn't you kill these two people? And he was not a fool. He felt a dragon's power from the girl's body that was exactly the same as the aura of the adult in front of him. Is there any great connection between the two? Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. It seems that the situation is not good. Zhu-kun spoke directly, with a cold and indifferent tone. If you don't keep a good watch on me from above, why are you running down here? Gilu, he swallowed, and the clan leader suddenly felt a little scared. He quickly said, Sir, I found that the energy above was pouring down here, so I wanted to come down to see the situation. I didn't know you were here. Zhu-kun said coldly, this emperor did all this. Okay, you can go back. Ah, yes. The clan leader was so angry that he didn't dare to get angry. He was very aggrieved. He thought that the 2-star fighting saint would be so angry. Fortunately, he was not seen by the other juniors in the clan. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing and embarrassing. Wait a minute. There is one more thing. This is my daughter. My biological daughter. This one is under my protection. So do you understand what I mean? The eyes of Dragon Emperor Zukan stared at the clan leader, revealing a terrifying and heart-wrenching pressure. The clan leader instantly felt like he was falling into an endless abyss, facing this huge Staksu ancient dragon. For a moment, his body was trembling and frightened. Even in such a high-temperature lava world, he also shed a rare sweat. Fortunately, because of his own fire, the so-called sweat evaporated directly as soon as it came out. You can just ignore it. The patriarch immediately understood what Zhu-kun wanted to express and nodded quickly. Don't worry, sir, I understand. There were 10,000 grievances in his heart that he couldn't express. His own people were dead, but now he couldn't take revenge. The enemy is right in front of you. But one thing that is very realistic and heartbreaking is that, even if he is beaten, he still can't beat Huang Wei. Because no one at the same level can break through Huang Wei's absolute defense. So this old lizard could only think about how to kill Huang Wei in 100,000 ways. Chapter 277. Even so, as the leader of the clan, and with his many years of protection, he still said, Sir, if nothing else, it is our protection of you, and this time we lost a half-saint and 2 fighters. Zang, it's really a massive hemorrhage. I wonder if I can make some small compensation? After saying this, he regretted it. How could you say this? How can you say this? Isn't this a case of seeking death? What is it? Woolen cloth. Chapter 315. Danta hearing these words, Dragon Emperor Zukan narrowed his eyes, thinking that he heard wrongly. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? After hearing what the other party said, the Lizardman clan leader looked bitter, knowing that there was no room for negotiation of compensation. However, at this moment, Huang Wei said, there was indeed some misunderstanding before. Let's take these 2 9th grade treasure pills as my compensation to you. As soon as he moved his hand, a ray of light seeped out, and 2 9th grade elixirs appeared directly. The moment these 2 pills appeared, the Lizardman clan leader and Zhu-kun were both shocked. It's really a 9th grade treasure pill. And there are still 2 of them. How could you have this? Zhu-kun and the Lizardman clan leader both spoke one after another. I happen to be a 9th grade alchemist. Huang Wei smiled lightly and said nothing. But his words shocked the Lizardman clan leader and Zhu-kun again, especially the former who was hit directly and critically. 9th grade alchemist. The Lizardman clan leader swallowed and then put away the 2 9th grade treasure pills without hesitation. This kind of medicinal power and such luster is indeed a 9th grade treasure pill. In this case, the past will be settled. The Lizardman clan leader finished inspecting the goods and put them into the ring. Possess 2 9th grade elixirs. Even if you can't take it, you can just absorb the medicinal power. This will allow 2 half-saints to appear in the clan again. As for the 3 tribesmen who died before, I can only secretly say I'm sorry. The other party gave too much, and there was a super terrifying power behind him. As for revenge, he might have to wait until later. Why don't you go back quickly? ZHU Kun glared. Yes. The Lizardman clan leader rolled and crawled and left the place quickly. My little friend is really good at taking out to 9th grade elixirs. I admire you. Dragon Emperor Zukan looked at Huang Wei and was also shocked by the other party's generosity. The other party has been suppressed here for too long and does not know the situation outside. If he knew about it, the internal members of the Wooming sect would basically eat the 9th grade elixirs as candy. Now, after analysis by the super laboratory, the refining materials for several 9th grade elixirs have been obtained. Huang Wei only needs to be responsible for refining the elixir once, and then he doesn't need to think about other things. The super laboratory will help him mass produce and wholesale. It has truly brought down the price of 9th grade elixirs. What's past is past. It's fine that I'm refining the 9th grade elixir without you. Huang Wei gave up slightly. Then he looked at Xian, and now the other person's aura had stabilized. Huang Wei planned to make the other party a saint before making any plans. Xian woke up next. She has changed a lot now in terms of figure, height, appearance and strength. Now she is a perfect beauty. Daughter, how are you feeling? ZHU Kun immediately stepped forward to ask. Father, I feel better than ever, Xian said. Hearing this, ZHU Kun nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Afterwards, the two exchanged pleasantries for a few more times. In ZHU Kun's lingering eyes, he left the lava world. At the same time, ZHU Kun also passed on many heavenly skills and fighting skills to Xian, asking the other party to take good care of herself and come to see him often when she has time. Time flew by. A year has passed since the Daoqi continent emerged from the lava time. During this year, Huang Wei practiced crazily and absorbed the pills. The cultivation base is rising rapidly. In 1 year, no one knows how many years have passed in the Jaya Ling space. His cultivation directly broke through to the 5-star fighting saint. At the same time, Xian has also worked very hard this year, absorbed a large number of 9th grade elixirs given by Huang Wei. In addition, the terrifying bloodline power of the Taixu ancient dragon has been increased. Xian's cultivation has directly reached the early stage of semi-saint. Huang Wei also got a drop of the opponent's blood during this time. Taixu ancient dragon's blood is a great treasure. Let the super intelligent brain analyze and copy. Then the genetic reagent was made and injected into Gangshan. Gangshan's strength soared instantly. Reached the peak of rank 9,000. Because he is a soul, he shares everything with Huang Wei. Therefore, Huang Wei also mastered Taixu ancient dragon's ability to play with space. This is the law of space. Huang Wei was also comprehending this law of space during his cultivation. The law of space became one of his majors. Now he is out of isolation. Let's look at the situation in Shenzhen, the Chinese Empire. This year, everyone's overall strength has been greatly improved, which is a very good start point. Although there are occasionally invaders these days, the strength of the Chinese Empire is no longer afraid of those people. As long as you are not a fighting saint, you will be beaten down and become a prisoner when you come here. In the end, these invaders also became our own. Some who were really arrogant and domineering were directly suppressed by Yao Lao. At present, in the entire Chinese Empire. Besides Huang Wei, the second strongest person is Yao Lao. With the assistance of various elixirs from Huang Wei. The other party also found a new technique that was most suitable for him. He broke through to the late semi-saint stage so quickly. Word of his return has not yet spread. Huang Wei came to find him today. I plan to go to Lanta with the other party. Secretly, Yao Chen has actually been in contact with the 3 giants of Danda. It just informed him that he had returned and became a semi-saint, but did not mention the existence of Huang Wei and the Chinese Empire. Huang Wei's arrival today was also expected by him. Huang Wei did not come alone. There was another person following him, that is, a pretty and tall purple-haired girl. This person was none other than semi-saint Ziyan. Yao Chen, who had already learned Ziyan's identity, was shocked. Even when he felt Ziyan's cultivation level again. He became a semi-saint so quickly. You must know that it was just a 1-star Daozang that I saw before. Huang Wei is also very satisfied with Ziyan's progress. You must know that the other party has not eaten the dragon and phoenix origin fruit and has to go to the secret realms inside the Taixu ancient dragon to improve. If you let him go back and finish these 2. Cultivation will continue to improve. For these people with ancient bloodline, upgrading is really as easy as drinking water. This time I brought Ziyan because the 3000 flames in the Dan Pagoda were the strange fires of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. This is something very few people know. Although Huang Wei's current strength can easily take down 3000 Yan Ho. But it would be great to add another safety bolt. The 3 of them escaped into the space crack. The reappearance has arrived over Danta Point. Because Yao Chen has the exact location of the Danta, the torn space is also very accurate. The 3 of them sneaked directly into the Danta. When entering the interior, Yao Chen took out a communication token. Soon 3 people flew out. These 3 people are Zuan Kangzi, the president of the Danta Alchemist Guild. Zuan Yi and Chen Lazy. The strength of these 3 people is at the peak of Daozun. Zuan Kangzi showed signs of becoming a semi-saint. Old guy, you're finally here. Zuan Kangzi smiled slightly. Chapter 316 Dialogue between the 3 giants. Seeing the 3 people in front of him, Yao Chen suddenly had past events in his mind. However, when the 3 of them took a closer look at Yao Chen, they discovered that this guy was a little different. Zuan Yi asked in surprise, Yao Chen, why have you become younger? Chen Lizi focused on Huang Wei and Ziyan and asked, who are these 2 others? The other 2 people's eyes were also on him intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 278. The 3 of them all felt a tyrannical pressure emanating from each other's bodies, making them feel that what they saw in front of them was not a human being, but a giant beast from the wild. The pupils shrank. You must know that the cultivation of the 3 of them has reached the peak level of Daozun. Being able to make them feel so in this situation. Then there is only one possibility. The 2 people in front of me are both semi-saints, and whether it was these 2 people or Yao Chen, all 3 of them could not see through the cultivation level at all. They knew that Yao Chen had already stepped into the semi-saint realm, so they were not that surprised. You must know that the 2 people in front of you are so young. Although I don't rule out that it may be due to the same method as Yao Chen. Yao Chen looked at the woman in front of him and felt a little weak. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he immediately changed the subject and threw it to Huang Wei and Ziyan, saying, in the information, I only revealed that I have returned. And he broke through to the half-saint level without revealing any other information, so I will tell you about it now. Actually, I was already dead back then. I was rescued by the sect master not long ago. My rapid progress is inseparable from the sect master, and the same goes for becoming younger. Yao Chen's words shocked the 3 Din Pagoda giants Zuan Kangzi, Zuan Yi, and Chen Lizi. What? Yao Chen, are you dead? Tell me quickly what happened. Ever since you disappeared that time, we have been searching for you to no avail. Facing the 3 people's questioning offensive, Yao Chen did not hide anything, but directly told Han Feng and the old man Mu Gu of the Soul Palace to harm him. Hearing this, the 3 giants were furious at the same time. What a villain who deceives the master and destroys the ancestors. Zuan Yi's face was full of murderous intent, and the terrifying peak Daozun aura was spreading. He wanted to kill Han Feng directly, and the old man Mu Gu said, at that time, I knew he was not a good person, just by looking at his sinister features. I also doubted him, but because of the considering the other party's age and cultivation level at that time, and being your disciple, plus there was no evidence at all, I didn't continue to chase him. I didn't expect that it was really the Savaldoa who did it. All 3 of them knew about the relationship between old man Mu Gu and Yao Chen. Everything was caused by bone spirit Leng Ho. Yao Chen sighed. If he had not snatched the bone spirit cold fire at that time, maybe the outcome would have been different. Those who are capable of strange fire can take it. No matter how powerful he is at Mu Gu, he is nothing more than the 3-star Daozun. Of course he can't compare with you, Yao Chen. Zuan Yi said in a moment of displeasure. Yao Chen didn't want to talk about the sad things in the past anymore, so he just said, these things are in the past. Han Feng, the evil disciple, will be eliminated by me. Next, the guy Mugu needs to settle the score. The three of them also understood what Yao Chen meant, and naturally they didn't want to mention it again. No matter what, it would be great if I could get it back. We all miss you so much, Zuan Yi said. Ahem. Zuan Kangzi and Qian Lizi suddenly felt embarrassed. They all knew that Zuan Yi was in love with Yao Chen. As a party involved, Yao Chen was also embarrassed. This old lover of mine is really uncomfortable. No matter what, all this is thanks to Sect Master Huang's help. From now on, Sect Master Huang will be Ardanta's friend. Yi spoke directly. Zuan Kangzi and Qian Lizi also nodded. After all, the other party has the ability to resurrect Yao Chen, so he is naturally not a simple idler. Our own people. Huang Wei said with a smile. At this time, Yao Chen suddenly said, you three, actually I'm here this time and I want to ask you for help with something, but it doesn't matter, as long as we can do it, nothing is a problem. You planning to lure Mugu out and kill him? Although the opponent is an 8th grade alchemist, he is only a 3-star Dalzun. It is very easy to crush him to death, but the opponent's position in the Soul Palace is not simple, so if you want to kill him, you must kill him cleanly and stay away from the Dan Pagoda. Zuan Yi, Zuan Kangzi, and Qian Lizi each expressed different opinions, but one thing is the same. They have great murderous intent towards Mugu. They all have to kill each other. As long as the other party is not dead, they will feel uncomfortable. 3 of you, it's easy to talk to Mugu. If you want to kill the other party, I have a way to lure him out. Now let's talk about business first. At this time, Huang Wei took the initiative to speak. Yao Chen said, the skills practiced by Sect Leader Huang have a very important connection with the strange fire. I have already given the cold fire of bone spirit to the other party, so I came here this time to see if I can give the 3000 flames of fire to him. He absorbs it. Of course Sect Master Huang will not let you suffer and will take out a bag of 9th grade elixirs and exchange them with you. It turns out that you came here for the strange fire. It's easy to talk about. Not to mention that you saved Yao Chen. We can take this out. Moreover, the beast has become more and more restless recently. The three of us worked together to force it to enter the short-term state again. It is dormant, but it will wake up soon, and the 3000 flames are resistant to the suppressive effect of the three of us. If someone doesn't come to clean it up, Ardanta will be destroyed sooner or later. If Sect Master Huang needs it, then take it. Zuan Yi said directly. Zuan Kangzi and Qian Lizi did not speak, but nodded in agreement. Because what Zuan Yi said is the truth. This is definitely not a good thing. Keeping that beast would bring huge hidden dangers to Danta's future. Moreover, Yao Chen also said that the other party was willing to exchange a bag of 9th grade elixirs. etc. A bag of 9th grade elixirs. A bag, not one. Did they hear it correctly? At this moment, the three of them unconsciously pricked up their ears. However, at this moment, Huang Wei seemed to see their confusion. He quickly told them the truth. They heard it right. It was a bag of 9th grade elixir. A brocade bag appeared in Huang Wei's palm. Give it directly to the other party. 3000 Yan Ho is still of great use to your elixir tower. If I take it away now, it will indeed be a loss to you, so I will pay you this bag of 9th grade elixir first. He looked at the red kit flying in front of him. Zuan Kangzi quickly took it over. What the other party said was true. Although 3000 Yan Ho was irritable and difficult to control, it was indeed of great use to them now. The other party made the first move. They are fools not to look. I quickly took it over and took a look. His pupils suddenly widened. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead and his expression changed with surprise. It's really a 9th grade elixir. And there are so many. Sect Master Huang, your 9th grade elixir is free of charge. At this time Zuan Kangzi swallowed and asked, Chapter 317 Deputy Tower Master. After hearing this, most people would definitely think that the 9th grade elixir is easy to obtain. But in front of Huang Wei, the 9th grade elixir was really easy to obtain. However, at this moment, Huang Wei who smiled slightly, said, "Some things really don't require money. Okay, now that I have fulfilled my promise, it's your turn next, sect. Master Huang, please come inside." Chen Xin immediately made a gesture of invitation. Hurry to lead the way. The three of them were extremely happy. With so many 9th grade elixirs, this 3000 flame has no important use. The 9th grade elixir is more valuable than the other party. It can be said that in this transaction, their dancer will definitely make a profit, and being able to achieve such benefits with this person, elixirs may not be a big problem in the future. Even Zhuan Kangzi admires him immensely. He is now an 8th grade peak alchemist, only one step away from the 9th grade point, but it was too difficult for him to refine the 9th grade treasure elixir. Even if he can successfully become a 9th grade alchemist, it is impossible to refine so many elixirs. The other party can take out so many elixirs, and seems to be indifferent, which only proves that the other party's 9th grade elixirs are definitely more than what is in the bag. Could it be made from medicine dust? It is not surprising at all that the other party is a 9th grade alchemist. It's just missing a 9th grade alchemist badge. The ancestor of Danta is a 9th grade alchemist, but he doesn't know where he is currently. Therefore, even if Yao Chen wants to pass the exam to become a 9th grade alchemist, he usually has to wait for that ancestor to come back, because he is not qualified enough. Unless Zhuan Kangzi can step into the 9th level, then he can set up the assessment of the 9th level alchemist and grant the badge. But even if it doesn't, it won't have much impact on Yao Chen. He doesn't care about these nonsense at all. On the way, Zhuan Yi took the initiative to chat. Sect leader Huang is also an alchemist. Yes. Huang Wei nodded. Ninth grade? Zhuan Yi asked. Yes. Huang Wei nodded. Zhuan Kangzi and Chen Xin both pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Even though they were mentally prepared in advance, they still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they heard the other party's personal agreement. The same goes for Zhuan Yi. Because to become a 9th level alchemist, in addition to having soul power reach the spiritual realm, the alchemy skills also need to be very terrifyingly controlled, and generally speaking, they are somewhat related to the holy word. No need to talk nonsense. The young man in front of me is definitely a semi-saint or fighting saint. Zhuan Yi asked again. Which sect does sect leader Huang belong to? A person as powerful as you shouldn't be unknown. The three of them pricked up their ears again. Huang Wei said. The Wooming sect. This sect has just been established not long ago, and I'm the sect leader. As for being unknown, it is normal, because I'm relatively low-key. Well, whatever you say, is what it is. But they didn't find it strange at all that Huang Wei, a nameless sect, was a new sect. After all, he was a 9th grade alchemist. The appeal is terrifying. At this moment, Zhuan Kang's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, Sect Master Huang, are you interested in joining me as the Deputy Tower Master of Maiden Pagoda? Now the Ancestral Dragon has no tail. Chapter 279. Yao Chen can be said to be half a Danta person. If the other party comes in 2. Then Danta can now start the assessment of the 9th grade alchemist. Okay, but are you sure you can decide the position of the Deputy Tower Master? Huang Wei smiled. Zhuan Kangzi swallowed his saliva and asked, well, may I ask, what is sect leader Huang's cultivation level? Huang Wei said, I just broke through the 5-star fighting saint. The sound is very clean, but it has a different meaning when heard in other people's ears. 5-star fighting saint. The three of them gasped. This is second only to the ancestor. The ancestor is a 6-star fighting saint. 9th grade alchemist. This person is a 5-star fighting saint. 9th grade alchemist. Don't worry, you are enough. We can directly make the decision for our ancestors, and he will definitely not have any objections. Zhuan Kangzi said immediately, okay, I will be the Deputy Tower Master of the Dan Pagoda, but don't spread this news for the time being. This Tower Master likes to keep a low profile. Huang Wei said, having already brought himself into this role. Okay. Don't worry, Deputy Tower Master. When the three of them saw that the other party agreed, they immediately beamed with joy. Huang Wei saw them so happy, and he was also very happy. Danta is the holy land for alchemists in Zhongzhou, with countless medicinal materials. What he values is Danta's ability to find medicinal materials so he can enrich these people. To help him find medicinal materials, also get a copy of all the medicinal materials currently available in Danta and clone them for mass production. After that, a large number of new 9th grade elixirs will be released. His best fame pill, Peiyuan pill, can also be further updated. Are you interested in joining the Wuming sect and enjoying more benefits? Taking advantage of this time, he directly launched a wave of publicity. Join the Wuming sect? The three of them were stunned, looked at each other, and said with some hesitation, "We need to see what the ancestor means. After all, he is a real person in power. This matter is not a trivial matter. Please forgive me, Deputy Tower Master." Hearing this, Huang Wei said, "Actually, you don't need to worry about these issues. There is no conflict at all between joining the Wuming sect and you being members of Danta." Yao Chen also spoke at this time. "Xingyan Pavilion has joined the Wuming sect, and I'm now the chief alchemist of the Wuming sect." Yao Chen stroked his beard and continued with a smile. "Of course, this news has not been announced to the outside world. This is also the intention of the sect master. In addition, Huangquan Pavilion and Wanjiang Pavilion have also joined. They have been developing in secret, and no one has come forward to show their sage." The sound of medicine dust kept ringing in their minds after hearing this. The three of them were shocked. Unexpectedly, without realizing it, the real pattern of Zhongzhou has changed. There are 7 pavilion in total. What about the remaining Fenglui Pavilion? Qian Lizi asked. The name of this pavilion was mentioned in Yao Chen's words. Could it be that the other party rejected it or was secretly destroyed? Thinking of this, they all felt that this was not difficult. After destroying it, replace it with others. Yao Chen said, "Fenglui Pavilion cannot be moved for the time being because he has a relatively close connection with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan behind his back, especially since one of the Pavilion Master's disciples, Feng Qing'er, is a member of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan." "That's it." The three nodded. "If I don't want to keep a low profile, I don't have to worry about it at all. I can just take Fenglui Pavilion by force. And with my current cultivation level, even if the Sky Demon Phoenix clan comes over, I won't be afraid at all." "How many fighting saints come from the other side? I alone will be enough to destroy them." Huang Wei said this with terrifying confidence. The domineering feeling exuded from his body has surpassed the level of 5-star fighting saint. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan are not fools, so they cannot fight against a 5-star fighting saint for a Fenglui Pavilion. Moreover, the foundation of our nameless sect is very prosperous. As long as you agree to join the Wuming sect, you can now break through and become a semi-saint. Yao Chen said with a smile. Lure these three people over. Huang Wei was very satisfied with this. Chapter 318 Take Zhu Ancient Dragon Seal. Zhu and Kangzi said, "I have to say that this temptation is indeed very powerful." The three of them looked at each other, and they all seemed to see the same meaning in their eyes. "You can break through first, and consider it as a meeting gift from me. As for whether you want to join my Wuming sect later, let's talk about it later." Huang Wei waved his hand, and 3 Peiyuan pills appeared. These 3 Peiyuan pills are the latest versions. What? A strong fragrance of elixir. What a terrifying medicinal power. Such an elixir is already in the category of 9th grade treasure elixir. No, these 3 are more valuable than ordinary 9th grade treasure pills. The eyes of Zhu and Kangzi and the 3 others revealed desire. After swallowing, I already had a strong desire to eat it. Eat it. Huang Wei smiled slightly. "Okay, then we are welcome. Don't worry, Sect Master. We are willing to join the Wuming sect." At this moment, these 3 treasure pills can be said to have directly confirmed the inner thoughts of the 3 people just now. "Okay." Huang Wei nodded and smiled even more. The Chinese Empire, the Wuming sect, needs to continue to grow. First, he cannibalized all the big forces, except the 7 ancient tribes, and soon the entire Daoqi continent will belong to Huang Wei. If the 3 of you don't have any, you can take the elixir. But I plan to appreciate it first. Ziyan kept swallowing her saliva as she looked at the 3 pills, a look of longing. But luckily I've eaten it myself, so it's not a big problem. Everyone has arrived at the room where 3000 Yan Ho is being held. This is Danta's absolute secret base. At this moment 3000 flames rioted. Constantly impacting the light screen. At this time they sensed the arrival of Zhu and Kangzi and the others. Yahoo was originally unhappy with these people. However, at this moment, Ziyan, who saw the 3000 flames, felt some inexplicable connection for some reason. The next second, the power of the Taixu ancient dragon appeared. Taixu ancient dragon roared angrily. This scene shocked everyone. The pupils of Zhu and Kangzi and the others shrank, and their voices were startled. This terrifying dragon power, could it be the Taixu ancient dragon clan? One of the 3 major Warcraft families? And this does not seem to be an ordinary Taixu ancient dragon. All 3 people's eyes were focused on Ziyang. I want to see through this girl. Unfortunately, it is impossible to see through it. Because the opponent's cultivation and strength are far above them. Yao Chen was also a little curious as to why Ziyang did this suddenly. But Huang Wei, who knew the reason, didn't he say much, and just watched quietly from the side. The angry Sun Qiana and Yan Ho was also frightened from the bottom of his heart after hearing the Taixu ancient dragon's roar, and the flames and momentum instantly withered away. Is this really effective? Zhu and Kangzi and the others were shocked again. 3000 flames is a flame with an owner, and its owner is our Taixu ancient dragon clan. This is my Taixu ancient dragon seal. Ziyan raised her hand and grabbed it, and the purple dragon fighting spirit condensed into a purple seal. As he spoke, he hit the emblem in his hand on San Qian Yan Iron Ho. These messages are all the memories he returned after completely activating his bloodline. Now she knows everything, and also understands many things that she didn't know before, or had forgotten. After Sun Qi and Iron Ho sensed the emblem of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, the dragon's body immediately trembled. What it manifests is the Taixu ancient dragon, because this is the fundamental proof of its enslavement. When Zhu and Kangzi and the other 3 heard this, they were even more shocked. This time, even Yao Chen looked shocked. No wonder it manifested the dragon shadow of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. So that's the case. So it makes sense this time. Zhu and Kangzi suddenly remembered something, felt that it was right at this moment, and nodded instantly to understand. Don't resist. Let the sect leader absorb and refine it. Ziyan's eyes bloomed with the dragon seal of Taixu ancient dragon royal family, plus the pressure of the semi-saint level all over her body at this moment. 3000 Yan Ho was unable to resist at all, and did not dare to make the slightest move to resist. Huang Wei arrived in front of it in an instant, and the terrifying fighting spirit condensed into his big hand, and he squeezed the 3000 flames into it. Then he put it in his mouth, and swallowed it in front of everyone. The eyes of laymen watching this scene widened. Good guy, are you going to eat a strange fire alive? So smart. Gilu. Belch. Licking his lips, Huang Wei felt happy and very comfortable. After patting his belly, he immediately started to use the 2 powerful fire skills of Fenju and Shenwu Yanju in his body to run rapidly. At this moment, the spirit of strange fire in Huang Wei's body is gradually devouring these 3000 flames with the help of these 2 techniques. This is its territory. No matter how awesome the opponent is, since he is here, he has to be a dragon for me. Chapter 280. After a while, a powerful flame aura appeared on Huang Wen's body. It's just a pity that he is too strong now, because he is a 5-star fighting saint, and the 3000 flames cannot bring him much basic improvement. But as long as there are enough strange fires, he can use Shenwu Anju later to improve his cultivation. After absorbing it, Huang Wei looked at the 3 of them and said, I finished it, it's your turn. Zhu and Kangzi and the other 3 people immediately came to their senses and felt very incredible. Is that all? It's really awesome. The 3 of them looked at each other and took out the elixir in the ring again. Take a deep breath and let all the elixir fragrance enter your body. The next moment he took the elixir a grunt. He quickly sat cross-legged, and the elixir melted in his mouth, quickly turning into a flow of energy that quickly spread throughout his body. After a while, a comfortable scene appeared. It's very strange. This is the first time I heard about Pei Yuandan. After taking it, the medicine is very powerful, but it reduces a lot of the pain that occurs during breakthroughs. This feeling is like crossing a tribulation point as time passes by. A stick of incense point. The Dao Qi energy that was pouring into the bodies of the three people around them quickly condensed into a whirlpool point. At this time, their cultivation level rapidly improved. Point finally reached semi-saint, and it's not over yet. The early stage of semi-saint can still be improved. Now the power of Piu and Dan is even more terrifying than they imagined. Ziyan, you should also try to break through to the 1-star Dao Sage. Yao Leo, you too. Huang Wei also took out 2 Piu pills and gave them to the two of them. Today's Piu and Dan has reached the level of the 9th grade peak great perfection. It's just a few steps away from reaching the half-step imperial level. Yes. The two of them were extremely excited. He took the Piu pill and swallowed it immediately. He also joined the training team. The cultivation levels of Zhu and Kangzi and the other three people continued to rise. The peak of the early stage of the half-saint, the middle stage of the half-saint, the peak of the middle stage of the half-saint, and the late stage of the half-saint. Semi-saint Dzogchen, 1-star fighting saint. He stopped after his cultivation reached this point. After all, the energy required by Dao Sheng is very huge. Huang Wei rubbed his chin and smiled. It seems that I have to quickly reach the imperial level of soul power. Then I will refine the Piu pill into the imperial level elixir and carry out mass production. First, I will turn all the people of my Wuming sect into Dao Sheng, and then the people of the Huaxia Empire can then be born and enter the Zhongsao continent. Chapter 319. What a bully. The author's new large-scale book has been released called Douluo. Are you crazy? You call this assassination? Please go to the novel option under questions browser to watch it for free. Soon, all three of Zhu and Kangzi broke through to the 1-star Dao Sheng. Yao Leo and Ziyan broke through to the 2-star Dao Sage. I saw 5 people absorbing the elixir very successfully. Huang Wei immediately asked Super Intelligent Brain to mass produce it. Although this is not an imperial elixir, but it was enough to catalyze a group of fighting saints. As for the issue of combat effectiveness, as long as the number is large enough, it can be quantified. Quality doesn't matter, as long as it's a Dao Sheng. At least he has to complete the unification of Dao Qi continent once. Next, I want to give you a task, which is to provide the Wuming sect with finding medicinal materials. The more the better, the weird ones are not important, and to find the whereabouts of the strange fire for me. Huang Wei raised his hand, and 3 divine marks entered the minds of Zhu and Kangzi and the others. Yes. Zhu and Kangzi and the others immediately accepted the order. They can't wait to verify the strength of Dao Sheng. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Don't spread the news about you joining the Wuming sect and the fact that 3000 Yanyan Huo was swallowed by me. Keep a low profile. I'll understand later. Zhu and Kangzi and the other 3 nodded. Qian Lizi said, Sect Master, I know that there is a strange fire in a place called Fenian Valley. The valley has the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire, which ranks 12th on the list of strange fires. Although the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire is not as powerful as the 3000 Flame fire, it doesn't matter. I can feel that, as long as I absorb 1 more flame, I can break through to the 6-star Dao Sheng. Huang Wei nodded and said in the following time, Huang Wei left a large amount of elixir resources for them to practice in a low-key manner. On this day, he went to Burning Flame Valley alone. Fenian Valley is also a very famous place in Zhongsao. There is a large area of flames here, and the name of Burning Flame Valley is worthy of its name. The temperature is very high. But for Huang Wei, these are nothing. Now he feels like he's back home. These problems are not only not high, but also very comfortable. Huang Wei also said, this is the only strange fire that I'm not among the 7 ancient clans. After I absorb it, if I can't find the other 2 strange fires that have not appeared there, then I will enter the long term. I will go into seclusion and take drugs until I reach the peak of the 9-star Dao Sage. Then I will be invincible, and I will be invincible. After that, I will slowly harvest the strange fires of those ancient races to break through the Dao Sage. There will also be 2 ancient emperor jade fragments. Outside the Burning Flame Valley, Huang Wei transformed into an ordinary fighter and entered. The Burning Flame Valley is very large, and although the temperature is very high, it is not very high everywhere. There are also many places with low temperatures today. Burning Flame Valley once again summoned alchemists to refine the Fire Buddha pill. The materials are ready. However, many alchemists had failed when testing a certain specific medicine. Tang Xin, the owner of the Burning Flame Valley, was very disappointed, also very anxious. All those who failed left, and in the end only Huang Wei stayed. He said, "It's just a 7th grade fire bodhisattva, I can refine it at will. This young master must not be too airy. If you can refine it, it will be a real slap in the face." Tang Chen was in a very bad mood and said coldly, "What do you think this is in my hand?" Huang Wei smiled. A fire Buddha pill appeared in his hand. "This is fire Buddha pill." Tang Xin didn't think so at first, but after taking a closer look, his eyes widened, and he said in shock. He immediately rushed to Huang Wei, wanting to grab him and take a closer look. However, Huang Wei stopped him with one hand. Tang Xin's expression changed. The other party was actually able to stop him. He couldn't see through this guy's cultivation. It seemed like it was definitely not simple. "My little friend, it was my fault just now. I wonder if you can give me the fire Buddha pill directly? We in Burning Flame Valley can trade it with a heavy treasure or a big price." Tang Xin said, "I want your 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire." Huang Wei smiled. "What? 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire? This is the inherited fire of our Burning Flame Valley. Please change your conditions." Tang Xin gritted his teeth and said, "That's it, then forget it." Huang Wei turned around and left. "Stop him." Tang Xin couldn't give up this opportunity. Immediately let the senior elders of Fenian Valley block Huang Wei's way. An elder said kindly to Yan Yui's, "Dear friends, in addition to the Kowloon Thunder Gang fire, we are willing to trade other important treasures." Huang Wei said calmly, "I only want the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire." "Then I'm sorry, we have no choice but to take it, and we won't have to apologize to you then." Everyone spoke, and the Daozun aura radiated from their bodies. "Haha, it's just you? If I want to destroy you, Burning Flame Valley, all I need is a slap in the face." Huang Wei said coldly and disdainfully. At this moment, the aura of the 5-star fighting saint emanated from his body. "Ah, so strong. This is the power of the fighting saint. This is Dao Sheng." At this moment, the style of the painting changed instantly. These people became frightened and lost the previous urge to rob. Rob the head of a fighting saint? What is eating arsenic? You are seeking death. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down their faces. "That saint. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. We were just joking with you." Tang Xin immediately smiled awkwardly. "Really? Then I'm kidding you too." Huang Wei smiled, and everyone's pupils shrank, and their expressions changed. The next moment, he felt like he was being pressed down by ancient boulders all over his body. His fighting spirit disappeared in an instant, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Sir, please help." Tang Xin and others immediately called for help. At this time, an inexplicable power of fighting saint appeared in the Burning Flame Valley. However, none of the fighting saint figures took the initiative to attack Huang Wei. Instead, he quickly came to the front. "Supreme Elder." Everyone in Tang Xin shouted with difficulty when they saw the savior. "Patriarch Hoan is a supreme elder of Fenian Valley, a mere mid-level 1-star Dao Sage. Are you sure you want to take the initiative?" Huang Wei looked calmly, looking at the old man in front of him, as if he were looking at a dead person. Chapter 281. 5-star Fighting Saint. Patriarch Huo Yun felt the aura on Huang Wei's body and gasped instantly. His face was extremely solemn, and then he said, "I don't dare. I only came out this time to apologize to the juniors who made mistakes." As he spoke, he cupped his hands. "Ancestor." Everyone immediately understood when they saw this. "Not enough." Huang Wei said lightly, "The purpose of my coming here this time is very clear. There are 3. The first one I want is the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire. The second one I want is the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. The third one I want you to burn. Yanggu joins my forces." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This guy's really going too far. Ancestor Huo Yun also changed his expression and said in a low voice, "We are willing to give up the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire in exchange. I can also give you the 3 mysterious transformations of Skyfire, but it is too bullying for us to join you." "Bullying?" In my opinion, since you have given me the first two things, you might as well satisfy my third request. This is a great thing for you. We are joining in peace now. If I take action, it will be a natural disaster. Huang Wei raised his hand and patted it. As the applause fell, the next moment, the power of space around him twisted. Space cracks were torn apart. One after another, figures appeared in the sky above the burning flame valley point. This group of people exudes holy power from head to toe. The lowest level is half saint, and the highest level is fighting saint level. Which friend looks down upon our wombing sect? A joking voice sounded. Gilu, this so much. What kind of force are you, ancestor? Huyan's body was trembling. Terrified. Well, now that the topic has returned, what do you think of the third request, Huang? Wei looked at Patriarch Huyan in front of him with a smile. No problem. It is our honor for Burning Flame Valley to be favored by the Holy Spirit. Ancestor Huyan was in a state of panic at the moment. I almost want to cry. This guy is so bullying. So many saint level powerhouses. If he really took action, he would definitely not be able to protect the Burning Flame Valley. Chapter 320 changes in 5 years. The author's new large-scale book has been released called Douluo. Are you crazy? You call this assassination? Please go to the novel option under questions browser to watch it for free. Fen Yang, who surrendered under Huang Wei's charm. The 7th grade fire Buddha pill was handed over to the other party. After instilling the gods into those high-level officials, Patriarch Huo Yun took him to the location of the Thunder Gang fire in Kowloon. In the center of this huge valley, there is a sunken lava world, and the magma inside is boiling. Like a volcano that could erupt at any time. In the center below lies a dragon shadow with 9 heads and a flaming body. Your Majesty, this is the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire passed down from our ancestors in Fenian Valley. Tang Zen's daughter was poisoned because she forcibly refined the strange fire, so she urgently needs the fire Buddha pill to detoxify and save her life. Ancestor Huyan immediately spoke proactively. Looking at the strange fire in front of him, the spirit of the strange fire in Huang Wei's body was stirring. Immediately afterwards, the spirit of strange fire appeared directly from his hands. Huang Wei's eyes stared longingly at the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire. Jialang Lei Gang Ho also felt being stared at, and had the same origin pull point. When it looked at Huang Wei, it felt fear for some reason. There is more than one strange fire. It can feel that there are many strange fires. So it immediately became violent. The terrifying power of fire spread out. What's wrong? The sudden move of Jialan Lei Gang Huo made Ancestor Huyan stunned. He felt that the flame was frightening the man in front of him. But recalling the opponent's strength and the Linup just now, even he was scared, let alone this Kowloon Thunder Gang Huo. And he is not a fool. He has been playing with fire since he was a child. He was also shocked by the flame that appeared in Huang Wei's hand. It was all filled with strange fire. So many kinds. It has reached the point where it is natural. Little one, cooperate with me, and I can make it easier for you. Huang Wei smiled and flew directly in, and the surrounding space was instantly blocked. Raw, Jialang Lei Gang Ho roared angrily, and told you not to come. If you call me again. In order to protect itself, it directly launched the strongest and most ferocious attack on Huang Wei. Mobilize the flame power of the entire Burning Flame Valley and attack Huang Wei. Want to kill the other party by any means. Bang. But when the powerful flame power hit Huang Wei, it was isolated by a green energy barrier. The huge palm broke through the void and came out. And the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire. Kowloon Lei Gang Ho was like crazy, struggling desperately and roaring. And there was a strong sense of pain sweeping over him. All its attacks are reflected back, and they are critical hits. In an instant, the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire became weakened with it. Wei was caught in the hand, and the spirit of strange fire quickly wrapped it. Devour it. The spirit of strange fire is linked to Huang Wei. Everything in the body is mobilized at this time. Burning Dew. Shen Wu Yanju comes out, easily suppress the 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire, and absorb and refine it. This chaotic valley of flames calmed down. After a while, a magical power came out of Huang Wei's body. His cultivation level directly broke through from the 5-star Dao Sage to the 6-star Dao Sage. Next, you should develop in a low profile, and don't let the outside world know that you have joined my nameless sect. Of course, your fellow sect members should move around more and go directly to the nameless realm. Huang Wei threw out an AG in his hand and gave it to Ancestor Huyan and said, grow it well, and when the time is right, I will come and lead you to unify the entire Dao Qi continent. Yes. Ancestor Huyan heard this and was shocked that the sect master's ambition was so huge, but he still nodded. The most important thing for our sect is, besides low-key development, we also need to find genius treasures and medicinal materials. Huang Wei said. Understood. Ancestor Huyan said. Huang Wei glared at the other person and said, you are too old. Forget it. I will give you an opportunity, so take advantage of it. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and a powerful life energy was directly injected into the body of Ancestor Huyan. If the opponent doesn't break through, it's scary that he won't be able to survive for long. And the other party also has hidden diseases. Just enough life energy can repair the hidden disease on his body, and with the help of Pio and An, it will be even easier. After Patriarch Huo Yan absorbed this life energy, his entire face, appearance, and bones became younger. Now he can exert even greater power than in his heyday. Thank you for the gift, Your Majesty. Ancestor Huyan was extremely excited. This was a new life for him. Thank you very much. Huang Wei waved his hand and asked him to pay attention to the news about the strange fire, and then left the place. Next, he needs to continue to retreat. This time he plans to break through to the 9-star peak fighting saint before coming out. Continue to develop the main forces of the Chinese Empire, and the Wuming sect must be at least half saint or fighting saint level. In the following time, Huang Wei directly issued orders to the top leaders of the Huaxia Empire and the Wuming sect. He had not yet reached the level of a semi-saint to break through in seclusion and taking drugs, but he had already reached the level of a semi-sage striving for a breakthrough in fighting a saint. In 5 years, everyone in the top management has been transformed into a saint-level powerhouse, so in the next 5 years, Huang Wei planned to stay in seclusion. In its armored spirit space. Huang Wei used all the means that could help him improve his cultivation and soul power. Just like that, time flies. 5 springs, summers, autumns and winters passed by in the blink of an eye. In the past 5 years, many things have happened throughout Dao Qi continent. But for Zhang Zhao, it seems that not much has changed in the past 5 years. But there are various rumors about Xiao Yan in Zhang Zhao, and news of being hunted, counter-killed, etc. appeared. In 5 years, Xiao Yan encountered many powerful enemies, fought his way out of the sea of blood, and was hunted down by various fighting masters and semi-saints. But he wasn't afraid. He really couldn't handle it. Just call everyone from the Wuming sect. For those who are in retreat, any saint-level powerhouse can easily crush these things to death. Moreover, the people he was chasing were Yao Xianhuo and Yao Chen. These 2 people have broken through to the fighting saint level. Over the years, Xiao Yan has also gone back to look for Guzuna. Guzuna was shocked to see Xiao Yan break through to Daozong in a short period of time. Chapter 282. I know how powerful the Chinese Empire is, but Xiao Yan did not tell the other party about the existence of the Wuming sect. The Chinese Empire was established in the Ming Dynasty, so it was not a big surprise to be discovered. The Wuming sect could not be known to outsiders until Huang Wei issued the birth order. Guzuna is either a member of the Wuming sect or an outsider. However, Xiao Zuna's cultivation level is not low. With various support and welfare packages from the Chinese Empire, her current cultivation level has reached the 9-star peak. Dao Huang. This time she came over to Xiao Yan and informed him that someone from the family had sent someone to take her back. Hearing this, Xiao Yan suddenly felt reluctant. Soon, the scene from the original work appeared. The person sent by the ancient clan to pick up Guzuna was the captain of the ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army. Today's Canon College has become different. The top leaders of Canon College are also from the Wooming sect. I saw someone coming to cause trouble. He was still a Daozang, so they ignored him. Now they are all semi-sage Dzogchen at the lowest level. The little Daozang can no longer fall into their eyes. Now the entire Wooming sect has reached the holy level and those people on the head have reached the Daosheng level. Have many statues in addition, with the blessing of various formations. From the Wooming sect, they may not be afraid of the ancient clan now. Because they still have the boss Huang Wei. Leave the juniors' affairs to the juniors. If the other party dares to come out with a powerful one, that's when we take action. In the nameless realm deep inside Canon Academy, fighting Saint Kai and Baoleo looked at the scene outside indifferently and closed his eyes again. So does the rest. Continue to work hard on taking drugs and practice and go to Wooming Pavilion to fight. Chapter 321 Lincoln comes to fight at this moment. In Canon College. In the original work, Xiao Yan was unable to protect Guzuna from being taken away. But it's different now. He has abilities, and he still far exceeds the strength of Lincoln in front of him. When the other party comes over, he will naturally touch him. This person must not be allowed to take Zuna away. Lincoln didn't know why, but when he first came out, he felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying ferocious beast in the depths of Canon Academy, which sent chills down his back. He could only feel that feeling among the ancient clan, and he was definitely a saint level powerhouse. Impossible. How can there be a saint level powerhouse in the small Canon College in the northwest region? Could it be the Thunder Clan's semi-saint Meng Xianqi? Lincoln secretly thought in his mind as cold sweat broke out from his back. But he felt like there was more than one pair, and he looked at the young man in front of him who was not much younger than him. Since he also had the strength of Daozang, because the other party could walk in the air, and the pressure he gave him was stronger than the strongest one in the younger generation of the ancient clan. Not weak at all. Xiao Yan's cultivation at this moment is a 6-star Daozang. These are all the things he has worked hard for over the years. The elixirs of the Wooming sect are rarely used, because once you use it, you can't get rid of it. With his talent, if he really uses the benefits of the Wooming sect wholeheartedly, he will definitely be the base for Daozang now. At this moment, his whole body was exuding a strong fighting spirit, and the blood in his body was surging. He stared at Lincoln coldly. If you want to take Zuna away, unless you beat me. Otherwise, it will be useless for anyone to come today. Damn it, who are you? You can call me Zuna. She is the eldest lady of my ancient clan. I came here on the order of the clan leader. But if you want to fight, I can help you. It just so happens that this general is here to test your strength. When Lincoln met Xiao Yan, he also wanted to fight. He was not convinced. He was a talented person from the ancient tribe. How could he lose to such a person? So this time he planned to rub away the arrogance of this ignorant man in front of him. Haha, others are afraid of your ancient clan, but we are not. Xiao Yan said coldly. Just a few days ago, the internal members of the Godhead received the news that the sect leader Huang Wei had successfully broken through to the 9-star peak fighting saint. This is the greatest confidence. Yes. 5 years Huang Wei successfully broke through to the peak of 9-star fighting saint, and his soul power intensity has also reached the imperial level, although he lacked the so-called origin key. For Huang Wei, these problems were not big. Just condensing a lot of energy is enough. Because this is an improvement in soul power, not an improvement in cultivation. At present, Huang Wei can do whatever he wants. Under Daodi, he is invincible, rampant. Lincoln was furious when he heard Xiao Yan's words, summoned a weapon, and slashed directly at Xiao Yan. Well done. Xiao Yan was extremely excited. He could feel that Lincoln was very strong, but he had killed many Daozangs like this. In this way, the two young geniuses came together to fight. A fierce battle took place in the sky of Canon Academy. The people below stopped practicing and looked up. Especially the people from the Zhao clan of Canon College. Guzuna and Ling Ying were also watching. Miss, this is the clan leader's order. You should go back. Ling Ying said. Do you mean Lincoln will lose? Xiao Zuna asked calmly. Ling Ying said, there is no comparison at all. Young Master Xiao Yan has already reached the 5-star Dao sect at a young age, while Lincoln is a 2-star Dao sect. Xiao Yan himself is very powerful. and he also enjoyed the benefits of the Chinese Empire, and his cultivation level broke through to the 7-star Daozang. Zuna smiled slightly and said, "But my mission has not been completed yet. I have not yet obtained the fragment of the Tuosh ancient Emperor Jade from the Zhao clan." Ling Ying said, "I don't know about this. The Zhao family has changed too much in recent years. In addition, because of young Master Zhao Yan, it is impossible for you to obtain it by force. And I have searched a lot, but I just can't find it. Now young Master Zhao Yan is already the nominal head of the Zhao family, and I suspect that the fragment is on him. After all, the Zhao family's inherited jade pendant for the head of the family is one of the Tuosh ancient Emperor jade fragments, and only the head of the family can wear it." Ling Ying's guess was not wrong. It was indeed taken by Zhao Yan, and was just given to Huang Wei. Do you think it could be the person behind it? So many empires in the northwest continent have been unified, and we can't find out the forces behind it at all. The only breakthrough is Zhao Yan. Maybe brother Zhao Yan has handed over the jade pendant to the person behind it. Maybe. No matter what, I will go back, and before I go back, I will tell him about the Tuosh ancient Emperor jade fragment and the dangers it will bring, and let him make a choice. Guzuna said slightly, her smile still leaning towards Zhao Yan. Ling Ying didn't say anything after hearing this. He knew that his young lady's heart had been taken away by Zhao Yan. He also enjoyed the benefits of the Chinese Empire, and he couldn't do certain things too well. So he didn't report many things here, and it was also Guzuna's intention. Because the other party doesn't want the really powerful people in Zhongzhou to come here and delay Zhao Yan's growth. As long as Guzuna protects him, nothing will happen to him. Bang 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 bang! Exclamation mark. At this moment, a fierce and unparalleled battle broke out in the sky. There are endless techniques, fighting skills, and secret techniques. Very scary. The sky was shaking. Zhao Yan bloomed with his martial soul, true body and sword. After a battle, I completely figured out Lin Kuan's fighting style and territory. Then it was time for him to counterattack. As soon as he took action, he directly gave Lin Kuan a heavy blow. Lin Kuan was hit, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body fell quickly. Zhao Yan grasped the Wuhan ferocious flame ruler blade tightly, and followed closely. Lin Kuan couldn't believe this, it was still 50-50. Just now. Why did the other party suddenly change his appearance, become so powerful? Could it be that the opponent has never used all his strength before? Zhao Yan also knew what happened to the true genius among the 8 ancient tribes. If he were before, he would indeed be no match. But now he is his opponent. The terrifying fighting skills were displayed, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart. The air is burning, heaven shaking. Seal. Lin Kuan quickly mobilized all the fighting energy around him, and displayed ancient fighting skills. The space trembles, and the print is volleyed out. The divine fire destroys the waves. Zhao Yan also displayed his fighting skills. The ferocious flame ruler blade in his hand became 10,000 feet long and 100 feet large, and he cut the heaven-turning seal in half in one round. A loud bang and explosion appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, he slashed towards Lin Kuan. No, don't. Lin Kuan's face changed drastically. He was extremely frightened, and he felt dead. If this was cut off, he would definitely be crippled, even if he didn't die. Brother. Zhao Yan. No. Below. Guzuna flew up, and Ling Ying turned into a black shadow and quickly appeared in front of Lin Kuan. Looking at the fighting skills in front of him, even he, a high-level Daozang, swallowed his saliva and said, his serious face should not be underestimated. Immediately use your fighting skills to fight. Zhao Yan's attack is the main killing blow super damage. Although Ling Ying is more advanced than Zhao Yan, his fighting skills are not really the kind of killing point, so his fighting skills were also destroyed at this moment. Boom. Zuna, you guys. Zhao Yan looked at the two people rushing over and was stunned for a moment before immediately withdrawing his strength. There is a saying that it is easy to use it out, but hard to take it back. Chapter 283. If the sword falls, the entire Canon Academy will be affected. However, at this moment, energy surged in the space, and a holy power appeared, hitting the huge flame ruler. Bang! At this moment, it was easily wiped out. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white slowly floated out from the torn space. Chapter 320 to 20 Saints came out to calm the situation for a moment. The entire sky became quiet. At this moment, it was as if the surrounding sky had stopped moving. The tyrannical holy power appears. Little guy, are you trying to kill a member of my ancient clan? The old man glanced at Ling Ying and the others, then looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. I've seen the elder. Ling Ying quickly supported the fallen Lin Quan, gave him pills to stabilize his injuries, and quickly saw the old man in front of him. The old man in front of him is a 3-star fighting saint, and one of the elders of the ancient tribe. Elder. Bronze. Guzuna also called him, when he saw the person in front of him. Holy power, you can easily annihilate my ferocious flame wave ruler blade. Are you a saint level expert? Xiao Yang came back to his senses, and looked at the old man in front of him. His pupils shrank slightly, and his expression changed slightly, but soon he calmed down, because they don't lack saint level powerhouses either. No need to be so humble. Yes, you have reached the 6-star Dao sect at a young age, which is incredible. Gutong kept smiling, and looked at Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan also looked at him. He knew that he was a saint, but dared to look at him like this. This man was indeed remarkable. Xiao Yan said coldly, I don't know what the senior is planning to do when he comes out. This is a duel between me and him. So many people came here at once. You really think highly of me. Lin Quan is the captain of the Black Annihilation Army of my ancient tribe. Naturally, I can't let him die. If you kill him, you will also be in big trouble, so I have saved you. If it weren't for the relationship between Miss Zuna and you, I could just pinch you to death. Bronze's plain voice was filled with irresistible dominance. You want to take Zuna back? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, and the divine seal on his forehead was shining. Gutong said, yes, the time has come. The clan leader has ordered to bring the young lady back to the clan. You can't stop me. If you still want to see him, then strive to become a Daozun in 10 years and set foot in the ancient clan. It will be a big competition. Only by defeating them can we gain the recognition of the ancient people. Haha, friend of the ancient clan, it is really not good for you to come out and intervene in the competition of the younger generation. Are you bullying me because there is no one in the Northwest region, or are you bullying me when there is no one in Cannon College? However, at this moment, the surrounding space shook violently. One crack after another was torn apart. The bronze pupils suddenly shrank, and his complexion changed drastically. Because he felt that in these tears, there was a holy power that was not weaker than him. After hearing this, Ling Ying and the other 3 people also changed their expressions and looked around. Could it be that the person behind the scenes came out? Guzuna murmured. Ling Ying was not surprised. Lin Quan also became curious as he recalled the terrifying death threat he had felt before. Bronze looked horrified. Impossible. How can there be a saint level existence in the Northwest continent, and there is more than one? The next second, a total of 20 figures appeared in front of them. All of them exuded terrifying holy power. The leader was Qian Bailao, followed by Suqian, Huqian and other original elders, and they are all low-level fighting saints, mid-level fighting saints, and even high-level fighting saints. Gilu isn't. I dazzled. Bronze was shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. How could this be possible? So many fighting saints, except for Xiao Yan. The people from the ancient clan in the sky were extremely frightened. It's impossible. Even the 7 ancient tribes don't have this kind of background. The deception must be a deception. I will break your deception right now. Bronze was no longer calm, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As a 3-star fighting saint, it had been a long time since he felt like he had nowhere to go. The next moment, he directly condensed the heaven-turning seal and struck at everyone. Some deceptions will disappear in the face of absolute power. Qian Xian. Qian Leo laughed and waved his hand, and the surrounding fighting energy quickly condensed into his god's mark, and he moved towards a bronze heaven-turning seal. The others scattered and surrounded them. The holy energy soared into the sky, surrounding the surroundings to prevent harm to Cannon College. The 2 moves collided, and a loud bang sounded immediately. The terrifying impact spread. Bronze's complexion changed, and he immediately retreated to protect Zuna and the others. At this moment, Qian Leo is already a 4-star peak fighting saint. With the blessing of various means, it is more than enough to deal with the bronze. An explosion occurred, and everyone compressed the energy and threw it into the cracks in space. How about it? Can we have a good talk now? Kai and Leo looked at Gutong and smiled. It's good to have strength. It feels so comfortable. How could they dare to speak like this to a 3-star fighting saint before? This is completely seeking death. Who are you? The bronze god took a breath of air and was now sure that the other party was a true fighting saint, not a cover-up point, and he himself also understands what kind of blinding method can escape the eyes of his 3-star fighting saint. We are from the Chinese Empire. Kai and Leo laughed and said, Chinese Empire, Ling. Ying immediately explained the situation to Gutong. No wonder it sounds so familiar. I see. What kind of force is this Chinese Empire? Tong looked at Guzuna and Ling Ying. The cultivation of these two people had been greatly improved quickly with the help of the Chinese Empire. Such a method is even a super powerful force in Zhongzhou. Kai and Leo said, I'm here on behalf of Our Majesty, intending to establish friendly relations with the ancient tribe. I wonder what you think of it? Bronze nodded. One more friend is naturally better than one more enemy. I agree, and I will go back and report to the clan leader. Kai and Leo said, we hope that you will not publicize our existence and digest it within the ancient tribe. Your Majesty does not want to let outsiders know about it for the time being. The next moment, 20 figures all burst out with the might of the fighting saint. 1-star fighting saint, 2-star fighting saint, Samsung battle saint, 4-star fighting saint, 4-star peak fighting saint, 5-element fighting saint, Gilu, even. The bronzer is making my scalp tingle at this moment. Although most of they are low-level fighting saints, there are too many opponents. But what he said next shocked him even more. Leo is the only 5-star Dao Sage among the 20 people. He said, although there are Dao Sage higher level than us in the ancient clan, and the elders of the ancient clan are even 9-star peak Dao Sage, we here are just the entire Chinese Empire. There aren't even half of them inside, and the rest, which are more powerful than us, have been watching you from some void. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt this way. They instantly felt a chill on their backs and sweat became abundant again. Don't worry, our ancient tribe will not take action against our friends, let alone Miss Zuna's relationship with us. Bronze said immediately. However, I must take Miss Zuna back today. This is the clan leader's order. Please don't stop me. Miss Zuna has a big mission to complete when she goes back. If this little friend is really interested in Miss Zuna, then I will let you take him with you to the ancient tribe and prove your ability with your real skills. Bronze said. Chapter 323 The opportunity to become Emperor of Shenwu Yanju. It's natural. We didn't intend to stop our ancient friends when we came out this time. We just wanted to show you that our people are not easy to bully. There are people behind him. Leo glanced at Xiao Yan and then said with a smile. The corners of Bronze's mouth twitched and he smiled, which was ugly. Damn it, when 20 fighting saints came out, people who didn't know thought that your Chinese empire was going to launch a war. And the amount is terrifying. There are not so many ancient tribes. This is natural, so we want to go back. Gutong didn't want to stay here anymore. Friends of the ancient tribe, please come. Leo and others waved their hands and lifted the energy barrier. I want to talk to Zuna. Xiao Yan was very reluctant and immediately rushed towards Zuna. Bronze didn't stop him, and neither did Ling Ying. But Ling Quan wanted to stop him, but was held down by Ling Ying and gave him a look. Ling Quan felt very unhappy. As the eldest lady of the ancient tribe and the patriarch's only precious daughter, Miss Zuna, how many people from the ancient tribe wanted to get her, including him. But now I didn't expect that outsiders have already been advantaged. But it doesn't matter. When Miss Zuna returns to the clan, they will have plenty of opportunities. Now that there are many people and power, let's make the other party proud first, brother. Xiao Yan, Zuna can't bear to leave you, but I have to go back. This is my mission. Don't worry, Sister Zuna. In the near future, I will quickly be promoted to Daozun and go to the ancient tribe to bring you back. I want them to know that I, Xiao Yan, am not inferior to the so-called 7 ancient clans. And I want to revitalize my Xiao clan. Xiao Yang vowed to speak. Zuna believes in you. I will wait for you to pick me up in the ancient tribe. Guzuna smiled sweetly, her face flushed and shy. From the eyes of the young man in front of him, he could see the burning blood. Xiao Yan. Seeing this person being so close, Lin Kuan's hatred deepened, and he wanted to rush over. However, Ling Ying stopped him again. Soon Zuna and Xiao Yan hugged each other and separated. Elder Tong, let's go back, Zuna said reluctantly. Bronze nodded, then looked at Xiao Yan and said, you must know something about your family, right? Junior knows this. Xiao Yan said. Gutong nodded and said, you, the Xiao family, also have the fragments of the Tuosh ancient emperor jade. We won't take them back now. You have to keep them well. The Soul clan is very ambitious, and will not be as kind to us as the ancient clan. But there is someone behind you. The Chinese empire is here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I have handed over the Tuosh ancient emperor jade fragment to your majesty, and your majesty will keep it for me. Xiao Yan said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Bronze and others were stunned. Okay, friends, see you in the future. As Gutong spoke, he tore open the space and quickly left the place with Zuna and the others. Kai and Leo said, recently, the forces of the Soul Palace are ready to move. They have already photographed many people coming to our Chinese empire, but they were all caught and destroyed by us. Leo said, the Soul Palace is a future trouble. Let's find an opportunity to destroy it. Behind the Soul Palace is a Soul clan, and the master of the Soul Palace, Han Misheng, is a 5-element fighting saint, and should not be underestimated. The mere Soul clan is nothing to be afraid of. However, at this moment, a light sound sounded, and a terrifying force appeared in the sky. A figure familiar with the majesty of the emperor appeared, pointed to Huang Wei, who came out of seclusion. His body is full of youthfulness and divine power. His majesty, everyone immediately handed over their hands. They can all feel that Huang Wei's current cultivation level is terrifying. Huang Wei said calmly, next, send people to take over the Fenglui Pavilion. As for the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, if they dare to intervene, just destroy them. Of course, if you can enslave them, then enslave them. After all, I still like to make friends. I'll obey. In addition, I will take Xian back to the Taixu ancient dragon clan to suppress the rebellion there. The bloodline on Medusa's side has awakened the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. You will send people to follow you to the 9 Netherlands. The Dark Python clan. Currently, I'm already a 9-star peak fighting saint, and I'm 1 step away from becoming a half-emperor. Now I want all Zhangzhou, except the 7 ancient tribes, to surrender. Of course, it's still the old style. It's executed secretly and immediately, without any fanfare. Huang Wei's words were an imperial edict. I'll understand later. At the same time, in their God's mark, the news was also quickly conveyed. Immediately afterwards, everyone quickly dispersed. At this time, Huang Wei looked at Xiao Yan and said, Xiao Yan, you grow up quickly. With your talent, you have enough experience in the Blood Sea. You can take medicine with peace of mind to improve. When you become a fighting saint, there will be a I'll give you the opportunity to become emperor. This opportunity is naturally the inheritance of the ancient Tuosh emperor who originally belonged to the other party. He doesn't intend to take it. He is Huang Wei, and does not need to inherit the throne of others. He wants to break through, and become the emperor himself. He is the only Dowdy Huang Wei. Instead of inheriting Emperor Huang Wei, Xiao Yan didn't know why the other party looked at him like this, but he was still extremely excited and grateful, and immediately thanked him. Thank you, your majesty, I understand. He clenched his fists, planning to improve his cultivation, and go to the ancient tribe to prove his strength. He returned to the Nameless Realm, and began taking drugs to upgrade. Huang Wei escaped into the high sky. Now he can feel that the resources needed to break through the Dao Emperor are not available. That is the source of energy. Can only Origin Key break through Dao Emperor. Now, that my soul power has reached the Imperial realm, I can try to refine the Imperial elixir and exchange it for items that can replace source energy in Wuming Pavilion. As long as I refine it and absorb it, I will definitely be able to become a Dao Emperor. As for the strange fire in Tuo's Ancient Emperor, it can only be opened by the Tuo's Ancient Emperor Jade on the mobile phone, which is a troublesome thing. Just when Huang Wei was murmuring and thinking about which path to take to become emperor, someone from his godhead sent a message. He said he found two strange fires. Huang Wei was overjoyed and disappeared in an instant. After appearing again, he had arrived in the main hall. In front of him was a strange fire that had never appeared before and was ranked relatively low. He just swallowed it. A grunt. I felt very comfortable instantly. It's just that the two strange fires are currently too low level to improve his cultivation point, but at this moment, there was a slight movement in the Shen Wu Yanju in his body. This technique from Wuming Pavilion actually produced a strange energy. This energy made him yearn for a new life, and it was very compatible with him. Could this be a substitute for Origin Key? Soon, Huang Wei suddenly understood. I plan to take some time to calm down and practice my thoughts. When he breaks through and becomes an emperor, then the Tuo's Ancient Emperor's cave will no longer be something to be afraid of. He can just blow it up with one punch. Why go to all the trouble of collecting 8 pieces of Tuo's Ancient Emperor Jade? Those who conquered the Zhongzhou forces other than the 7 ancient tribes were left to their subordinates to complete. And he chose to retreat again. He can feel it. This Shen Wu Yanju will be the key to his breakthrough to Daodi. Chapter 324. Big situation in the ancient clan. Gutong has returned to the clan with Guzuna and 3 others. The first thing he did when he came back was to summon the clan leaders and other senior elders to discuss matters regarding the Chinese Empire. All high-level officials are located in the conference hall. Bronze told everything about what happened to Cannon College in the Northwest Continent. Until now, he felt like everything was a dream. 20. Fighting Saints? Are you sure you're not an old fool? This number is comparable to the number of the 7 ancient clans combined. Chinese Empire? What kind of power is this? We have never heard of it. Zhao Yan is also there. His relationship with Miss Zuna is unusual. Who would have thought that he is now a 6-star Daozang? It seems that this Chinese empire has something in its heritage. In the meeting, everyone was shocked by Bronze's information. At first I thought it was a big deal, but it seems like it's really a big deal now. Clan leader, what do you think? Everyone looked at the middle-aged man at the head. This person has the dignity of a leader and cannot be violated. He is the patriarch of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan, the peak 9-star fighting saint. Gu Yuan said slowly, if it hadn't been said by Gu Tong himself, I wouldn't have believed that such a force existed. I have read many ancient books, but there is no mention of the existence of the Chinese Empire. How did they emerge? We don't know. People know it, but judging from the other party's intentions, they intend to become friends with our ancient tribe. Lingying and Zuna have stayed there the longest, so let's listen to their opinions. Everyone looked at Guzuna and Lingying over there. Lingying immediately stepped forward, held up his hands with great respect, and told what he had discovered over the years. First, the Jama Empire suddenly launched a war against surrounding empires. In the end, the 5 countries were unified, and China was established. The speed during this period was so fast that none of them had time to react. After that, the entire Northwest Continent was unified by the Chinese Empire. After unification, the Chinese Empire began to implement various welfare benefits for the people in the empire. With that said, Zuna and Lingying took out the elixirs distributed by the Chinese Empire and showed them to these people. They also know some information about Lingying. But it's not as comprehensive as it is now. Everyone took the elixir and took a look. I wonder, this is a 7th grade elixir? And there are even 8th grade ones. Is this Chinese empire so heroic? Everyone has this level of elixir. Everyone, including Gu Yuan, looked incredulous. This is a huge amount. At least even their ancient clan dare not take it out like this. But, in an instant, the cultivation level of everyone in the Chinese empire was rapidly improved. Lingying and I just absorbed the increased power of the elixir. There is nothing wrong with this elixir, and it is even better than the average elixir of the same level. A lot of, Guzuna said. The background of this Chinese empire is really terrifying. It has reached an unimaginable level. No matter what, I will personally go to the Chinese empire to meet the people behind them. Clan leader, let's go over and have a look together. The other elders also suggested. No, you just guard the ancient clan. This time, go over and confirm that the other party really wants to be friends. Then our ancient clan will get a huge arm strength. Gu Yuan said. I will leave soon. This time the meeting will end here. The meeting will end here. Meeting is dismissed. After saying that, Gu Yuan took Guzuna back to the room and took a closer look. Guzuna's words are inseparable from that guy Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is from the Chinese Empire. If the two forces really become friends with Xiao Yan becoming a 6-star Daozang at such an age, he is indeed qualified to become the son-in-law of his ancient clan. The future life is terrible. Next, I will stimulate your bloodline. After finishing this, I will go to the Chinese Empire in person. At the same time, at this moment, there is an undercurrent in Zhongzhou. Fenglui Pavilion was subdued, and the pavilion master was frightened to death. He became a fighting saint when he came out. Moreover, the heavenly demon Phoenix clan was resisted, leaving them to seek their own blessings. The Chinese Empire sent people to their clan, and a group of fighting saints and Daozan exerted their power on them, as if they were free of charge. And there is also a royal family member of Taixu Ancient Dragon in the team. Although there are a few fighting saints in the Shinaiao Huang clan, they are overwhelmed by the Chinese Empire in terms of numbers. In addition, the opponent also has the mortal enemy of the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan. He immediately gave up trying to get justice from Fenglui Pavilion. Just let Feng Qinga go home. Chapter 285. But the group didn't stop there. But they want the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to also join the Chinese Empire. It immediately aroused the anger of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. War begins in an instant. Except for Huang Wei, all the fighting saints in the Chinese Empire came to the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and set up terrifying energy barriers. Seeing so many fighting saints, as if mass-produced for free, everyone in the Shinaiao Huang clan, including the clan leader, felt numb. Instantly lost the ability to fight. The secrets of their clan were also wiped out. At this point, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan secretly joined the Chinese Empire. At the same time, Huang Wei also arrived in this area. The power of the 9-star peak fighting saint overwhelmed this group of people. If they really wanted to fight, all of these people's self-destruction might not be able to damage Huang Wei's tortoise shell defense. Seeing that the Chinese Empire had a 9-star peak fighting saint, the arrogance of everyone in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan was completely gone. He also set up gods for them, and officially became members of the Wuming sect. At the same time, give them the means to break through. If someone wanted to rebel, he would crush him to death with his own hands. At this point, Feng Qinga returned to Fenglui Pavilion again. Now we are all a family. However, it has not been announced yet, and there are still 4 companies. After it is fully announced, Sifeng Pavilion will be directly unified into the first division of Huaxizang. The next moment, the same tragedy happened to the Guiyao Earth Python. Finally surrender directly and join. Then it was the turn of the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan. Take Xian into the Taixu Ancient Dragon realm. Found the Dragon King who supported the Xian faction. With Xian, he easily suppressed the other Dragon Kings. Xian completely inspired her bloodline, plus her subsequent training. His current strength has reached the level of 6-star Daosheng. In just one day, the split Taixu Ancient Dragon realm island was instantly unified. Those Dragon Kings were not killed. After all, they were all fighting saint generals. It would be a pity to kill them. Huang Wei sent gods to them. In the end, the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan also became their own. The next target of the Chinese Empire is the remaining sects in Zhongzhou. The Gu sect. All conquests were carried out secretly. Zhongzhou is still the same on the surface, without much change, but the changes behind the scenes can be said to have directly affected the structure of all forces in Zhongzhou. All those who did not participate were left in the valley. Now, except for the other 7 ancient tribes, all the apparently famous forces in Zhongzhou in the original work have secretly become forces of the Chinese Empire. All high-level officials became members of the Wuming sect. This is a very big and festive event for the entire Chinese Empire, and Huang Wei. Medusa also received all the inheritance that originally belonged to her, and her cultivation level reached the level of 5-star fighting saint in one fell swoop. Next, Huang Wei really has to go into seclusion seriously, fully comprehend the Shen Wu Yan technique, and break through the Dowdy. Now his cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor level. Awesomely number 1 in the mainland, chapter 325. Gu Yuan arrives and fights the power of the emperor. Of course, the overt forces in these original works are except for the Soul Palace. After all, he knew that the Soul Clan was behind the Soul Palace, so he had no plans to move yet. It's not because Huang Wei is afraid of the other party, but because he is waiting for the opportunity. This time he broke through the Dao Emperor in seclusion and directly destroyed the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace. If he could not break through the Dao Emperor, then he would also destroy the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace. After that, the continent will be completely unified. Even if he is not a junior, with the current knowledge of the Wuming sect, he has been able to easily destroy the Soul Palace and turn the Soul Clan upside down. Before retreating, Huang Wei issued an order to go to the fringes around Zhongzhou continent to look for problems related to the formation point, because in the finale of the original work, Emperor Soul used this formation to destroy all living things in Zhongzhou. The opponent and his clan could all be sacrificed, let alone the rest of the people. After you find it, don't destroy it yet and wait for his order on this day. Huang Wei planned to completely retreat. However, at this moment, there was a fluctuation in the sky of the northwest continent, and a terrifying pressure appeared. The coming person is none other than Gu Yuan, the 9-star peak fighting saint. As soon as he appeared, he was directly discovered by the Chinese Empire's National Defense Formation, and Huang Wei knew about it for the first time. The other fighting saints arrived instantly. Anyone who comes, please stop. This is the land of our Chinese Empire. An old voice sounded. There are also 8 and 9-star fighting saints among this group of people. They are all the patriarchs of the 3 original Warcraft families. There is also Ziyan, the new Dragon Emperor. Seeing such a terrifying battle, the other party did not hide it at all. Gu Yuan also twitched the corner of his mouth, as if facing a formidable enemy. So much, he looked shocked and horrified. Incredulous, the fighting saints of the Chinese Empire also sensed that the person in front of them was at the peak of the 9-star fighting saints, and was stronger than them. After all, they don't have many 9-star fighting saints here, and they are only the 9-star early stage fighting saints, but they are not afraid at all. Why? Because there are so many people. Look at the sky in the northwest continent now. All the fighting saints from the Chinese Empire are here to control the situation. Can it be awesome? This has given the guy in front of me a lot of face. As long as the other party has not become an emperor even under the siege of so many fighting saints, I have to die. What Bronze said is absolutely true. In what Gu Tong said before, he actually had some doubts. After all, he had not seen it with his own eyes, but now that I have seen it with my own eyes, the group of people in front of me are really many fighting saints. All are fighting saints. There is no half saint. Because the semi-saints are not qualified to come out yet, they have to go back and take drugs to break through the fighting saints before they can come out with this group of people. You are the Celestial Demon Phoenix Clan, the 9th Netherworld Underworld Python Clan, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. Don't get me wrong, I'm from the Ancient Clan, and I'm Gu Yuan, the leader of the Ancient Clan. Gu Yuan did not want to start a war with the other party, so he immediately spoke. And here he felt that there was something big going on in this world that was hidden from them. Is it because they haven't come out for so long that they are all behind it? Turns out you are a friend of the Ancient Clan. No wonder your face looks familiar to me. The leader of the GUIL Earthly Ming Python Clan and the Celestial Demon Phoenix Clan spoke up. As for Ziyan, she had never seen this old guy before, so like the others, she was carefully looking at the Gu Yuan in front of her. Is Patriarch Gu Yuan coming to our Chinese Empire this time because of his previous friends? At this time, Khan Baer came out of the crowd and said with a smile, now their strength has reached the level of 6-star Daosheng. With the foundation of the Chinese Empire, the help of Huang Wei's unlimited 9th grade elixirs, and Wooming Pavilion's exclusive skills, it can be said that their upgrade is smooth sailing. Gu Yuan immediately nodded. Yes. Dear friends, I'm here now to make the ancient clan and the Chinese Empire form an alliance and become allies. Okay, this is what His Majesty wants, so let's start with our allies. Qian Bailao nodded. There is something in their words. Start as an ally, and it's hard to say whether you will be an ally after that. Their Majesty cares about people very much, and generally does not let his people be lost outside, and will later unify the entire Daoqi continent. The 8 ancient tribes are currently the biggest obstacle, but for them, this obstacle is actually not that big. At that time, the remaining 7 ancient tribes will either be destroyed, or surrender and join the Chinese Empire. I wonder if you can take me to visit the Chinese Empire and let me see the style of the empire. At this time, Gu Yuan took the opportunity to say, of course, we are friends. Qian Bailao nodded. The others had the same meaning. Gu Yuan always felt uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people. Although he has the strength of the peak fighting saint. But you can't be too presumptuous here, otherwise you will suffer a loss entering the Chinese Empire. Gu Yuan's tyrannical soul power instantly discovered that this continent was guarded by a very terrifying formation. This formation was not weaker than the formation passed down by the Dao Emperor of the ancient tribe. If there is one place where the ancient clan's formation is better than the opponent, then it can only summon the Dao Emperor's shadow. This is the strength of a fighting emperor. Definitely not to be underestimated. Entering the Chinese Empire, you will see a completely different scene from the outside world. The northwest continent, which originally seemed to them to be a barren land, has now become extremely prosperous. Is a huge and abundant flow of people everywhere here. The fragrance of Dan is wanton, and there are many people with good strength fighting against it. It no longer belongs to Zhongzhou. Very social order. All aspects are under control. Chapter 286. That formation has the ability to shield. This is also Huang Wei's low-key purpose. The true face of the northwest continent will never be exposed until the last moment. Gu Yuan was directly shocked. This is a super prosperous time. Many people struggle to get things done. There are also various competitions, such as the alchemist competition, the fighter competition, the weapon refiner competition, the array master competition, and so on. There is a perfect dragon here. The Chinese Empire is really an eye-opener for me. Gu Yuan sighed. If he hadn't been an ally with the Chinese Empire, and hadn't figured out the true strength of the people behind it, even he would have been tempted, and had the urge, to take this place as his own. Give all these good things to the people of the ancient tribe. The Chinese Empire is so rich, even the ancient clans are inferior. He sighed again in his heart. At this time, they were about to arrive at Huangdi Palace. A terrifying force appeared. Gu Yuan looked shocked and changed. He felt that this sudden power had surpassed him. Dao Emperor. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible that anyone can break through Dao Emperor now? It must be fake. The other party may have just touched the threshold of Emperor Dao. Gu Yuan comforted himself quickly. Not only him, but the other fighting saints and people of the Chinese Empire were also affected by this aura. He stopped what he was doing, with a look of excitement and fear on his face. The next second, a ray of light rose into the sky from the Huangdi Palace. At the same time, the entire northwest continent's formation was completely activated. Cover the entire northwest continent. The terrifying Dao Emperor aura spreads. Everyone surrenders and worships. Chapter 326. Yellow Emperor. Emperor Chen gift package. The power of fighting emperor. How could Gu Yuan be willing to worship Gu Yuan as the clan leader and currently one of the 3 most powerful people in Daoqi continent? So he used all the strength in his body to resist this pressure, but it still made him extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were frightened and trembling, and he could not imagine why Emperor Dao could still appear on this continent. Emperor Dao has never appeared again since the ancient Emperor Tuosh thousands of years ago. Why on earth? What exactly went wrong? No, in the end he was forced to worship with those people. His face flushed. It was a great shame for him. Fortunately, no one of the same clan is here at the moment. Otherwise the embarrassment would really be great. As for asking for truth afterwards, unless he is tired of living, Not to mention that the opponent is already a fighting emperor. There are so many fighting saints here, and if they are about to fight, he will be suppressed directly. Even though he is a 9-star peak fighting saint, he is still an ant in front of the fighting emperor. He will never be able to cross the threshold of this realm. But thinking of this, his eyes became extremely excited and wild. Because someone here becomes Emperor Dao, then it proves that this person has the means to become emperor. Maybe he can get the solution to becoming an emperor from this person. When I thought of this, I instantly felt less shameful in worshipping together. Soon, on the Huangdi Palace, the light beam disappeared. A figure of a young man in long clothes and long hair floated quietly high in the sky. His calm eyes exuded a scene that was as deep as light years. He looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word. The moment he became emperor, the divine center in his body was once again improved. Immediately afterwards, a terrible scene appeared. Not to mention that the gods of the Douluo god realm have been rapidly promoted. Even the internal members of the Chinese empire who have gods seem to have awakened their bloodline, and their bodies are radiating brilliant brilliance. Cultivation level rises rapidly. Low-level fighting saints quickly become high-level fighting saints. A half-saint quickly becomes a fighting saint. Daozan quickly became a semi-saint. Daozan received a huge improvement in quality one after another. At present, the lowest cultivation level of the members within the Chinese empire is the newcomers who have just obtained the gods, and their cultivation level is also improving rapidly. As for those who were originally mid-level fighting saints or high-level fighting saints, they instantly became 9-star peak fighting saints. This is the peak cultivation level. Feeling this scene, in an instant, the entire Chinese empire was turbulent, and a huge blessing came to the world. The huge Zuanwu shadow envelopes the entire northwest continent. It lasts for a few seconds, and then disappears. This scene also made Gu Yuan scalp numb in shock. Many people around him have become 9-star peak fighting saints with the same cultivation level. Damn, you're still knitting. Join in, if you can't beat it. Join. Those people were extremely excited. I become the emperor today. From now on, I'm the yellow emperor. Huang Wei's plain yet majestic voice sounded. I'm waiting to meet the yellow emperor. Congratulations to the yellow emperor on his successful success. Protect me, China, forever. All Chinese people shout excitedly. Under the blessing, those members of the outer sect without gods also received huge benefits. Today, I issued an order and the Chinese empire was born. Everyone who loves me, please follow me on this expedition to unify the entire Daoqi continent. Everyone who enters my country is a citizen of China. Those who surrender will live, and those who rebel against me will perish. It's time for Huang Wei to let go of his ambitions. Now that he has become an emperor, he may not have much time to stay in Daoqi continent, and the will of the plane here will drive him away. Unless he can refine and absorb Daoqi continent, it will be the same as Douluo world. Kill. We will follow the yellow emperor to prove it. Unify Daoqi continent until death do us part. All the people of the Chinese empire raised their weapons, released their whole body energy, and shouted. The sound echoed throughout the northwest continent. The national defense formation is still operating. The Chinese empire can finally be born. The fighting saints were extremely excited. When Gu Yuan heard Huang Di's words, his face suddenly turned pale. The world will change greatly now. Now, no one can stop Huang Di. This is the only Dao emperor. And there are so many people with high cultivation levels. There are so many fighting saints. There are so many peak fighting saints. My scalp is numb. Where did this Chinese empire come from? 3 days later, set off. First destroy the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan, leaving no one behind. The remaining 6 ancient clans will live if they surrender, and those who rebel will die. Huang Wei directly issued the imperial decree. The voice was calm, but it passed clearly into the minds of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. We will obey the emperor's orders. Everyone is excited. The war for unification is about to begin. The world structure will change drastically as a result. Bring guests into the Yellow Emperor's palace. After leaving behind this sound, Huang Wei's voice disappeared from the sky. Qian Baoleo and others escort Gu Yu into the Yellow Emperor's palace. As soon as he entered the Huangdi Palace, Gu Yuan felt that all the power in his body was suppressed and could not be used, and his expression changed drastically. In this case, he was no different from ordinary people, but he soon discovered that the same was true for the rest of the people. It turned out that everyone was treated equally, so he was relieved. Gu Yuan, the leader of the ancient tribe, pays homage to the Yellow Emperor. Congratulations to the Yellow Emperor for becoming the second great emperor after thousands of years of ancient emperor Tuosh. It's so sudden and Gu didn't prepare a gift. Please forgive me, Emperor Huang. Gu Yuan immediately bowed respectfully. Huang Wei saw through Gu Yuan at a glance, smiled slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter if you are the leader of the ancient clan. Since you don't have any gifts prepared, how about you lead the entire ancient clan to join our Chinese empire?" Gu Yuan's pupils shrank. The question he was most afraid of and dared not face had come. Chapter 287. He broke into a cold sweat. His body was trembling, and so was his face. Suddenly he asked, "Huang Emperor, what can we gain by joining the Chinese empire?" Huang Wei said quietly, "This emperor can give you a chance to become an emperor. At the same time, people from the ancient tribe will also become my Chinese subjects. With Chinese nationality, they can enjoy various welfare policies of China, 9th grade elixirs, and imperial grade elixirs. I have everything you need here. You can use it inexhaustibly. This bag of 9th grade peak elixir should be regarded as a meeting gift from this emperor to you." With that said, he threw it directly, and a bag of red tips that looked ordinary fell towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was shocked and quickly took it, opened it and saw that the fragrance of red pepper was fragrant. This seems to exceed the scope of the 9th grade peak elixir, and there are so many. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but gasp. This is so much. He exclaimed. Huang Wei can definitely give the opponent an emperor grade elixir. Now that he has become the emperor, the source energy substitutes in his body will continue to appear with the help of Shen Wu Yanju. The refined emperor grade elixir must be absorbed and can make the 9-star peak Dao Holy Emperor. Joining the Chinese empire is the most correct choice. He will do this after they join, and at the same time, he also plans to let the inner sect members become emperors as soon as possible. Let this world become an era of fighting emperors. Congratulations to the host for becoming Dao Emperor. As the closest person who has been accompanying the host in his growth, the system presents you with the Dao Emperor gift package. It has been stored in the system warehouse. Please check it. The system mission is now released. Ask the host to unify the entire Dao Qi continent. Reward: 100% refining of the Dao Qi continent. After absorbing and refining, the Dao Qi continent can be integrated into the body and at the same time become the true supreme master of the Dao Qi continent and will no longer be subject to the will of the plane. Is exclusive, and the Dao Qi continent plane will grow with you. In one thought, Dao Emperor will be destroyed, and in one thought, all things will be reborn. Everything in the world is only in one thought of yours. At the same time, your cultivation will make a rapid leap. Chapter 327. All Saints Emperor Transformation Formation. The situation is over. The Soul Emperor surrenders. Hearing the sudden sound from the system, Huang Wei's eyes shined brightly. System, as expected of you, the person who understands me best is still you. No matter what year or month this emperor goes on a campaign, you are the one who can truly accompany me. Huang Wei was extremely excited. He did not open the gift bag, but calmed down his inner excitement and looked at the excited Gu Yuan. How about it? Has the ancient patriarch thought about it? Huang Wei asked calmly. Gu Yuan thought for a long time. According to Huang Di's words before, he wanted to unify the entire Dao Qi continent and launch a real unification war in 3 days. The Soul Palace and the Soul Clan would be destroyed. No matter what, none of their ancient clans could escape. If that's the case, it's better to take the initiative to join. Anyway, the disparity in strength between the enemy and us is too great. Even if he joins forces with the Soul Clan, he can't defeat him. If he takes the initiative to join, he can still get into a good position. He also has the cultivation of becoming an emperor. At the same time, he is also a very good person for the ancient clan news. The Chinese empire is really not short of cultivation resources. He didn't think anymore, just handed over his hand and said respectfully, Gu Yuan of the ancient tribe is willing to lead the entire ancient tribe. to join the Chinese Empire, become the subjects of the Chinese Empire, and have the nationality of the Chinese Empire. Very good. Your choice is not wrong. Huang Wei's calm face showed a smile. He raised his hand, and a god shot directly towards Gu Yuan's eyebrows. Behind the Chinese Empire is the Wuming sect. Only by obtaining the godhead can one become an internal member. This is a new type of power that belongs to the emperor. Huang Wei said. Before it was Gu Yuan's turn to resist, the godhead was injected into the center of his eyebrows. His soul force instantly fell into the space of this god. At this time, there is only one test, and that is to become an emperor. After becoming emperor, he will directly become this god. The deity keeps getting stronger, and so does its power. Gu Yuan meets Huang Di. Gu Yuan, who came to his senses, immediately kneeled down and stipulated, "Go back and tell the other races about this news, and let them choose. At the same time, collect the rest of the Tuosh ancient jade to me." Huang Wei smiled. Yes. Gu Yuan nodded. Immediately afterwards, Huang Wei awakened the martial spirit for him. Gu Yuan carefully realized the power of this martial spirit, and was immediately shocked. This was extremely convenient and more suitable for him than any other power. "You guys, let's go together." Huang Wei looked at the others. Yes. The other fighting saints nodded. He quickly disappeared into the Huangdi Palace. Huang Wei himself was the only one left in the huge Huangdi Palace. He escaped into the supreme sky, touring the entire Daoqi continent. Time passes quickly. 3 days flew by. The Chinese Empire began to launch a unification war against the rest of the world. Facing the vast and powerful China's hundreds of millions of powerful and terrifying armies, Zhang Cao quickly fell. In addition, Gu Yuan has informed the other ancient clans of the news. Let them choose. When those people saw that all the ancient tribes had joined, they stopped talking nonsense and chose to join. Moreover, they also saw the army of fighting saints from the Chinese Empire. There were a lot of 9-star peak fighting saints, which simply stopped them from fighting. Fortunately, Gu Yuan reminded them, and after they fought over, they directly chose to surrender. But on the other side, so they also joined the army that surrounded and suppressed the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace. Soon all the Soul Palaces and branches on the entire continent were destroyed. Kill everyone inside. As for the Soul Clan, they are unable to protect themselves when they are surrounded and suppressed by the Chinese high-level officials. The leader of the Soul Clan, Emperor Soul, was beaten by all the 9-star peak fighting saints. As for the void swallowing flame, it was beaten into a small black flame. Trembling and scared. They knew about Huang's obsession with strange fires, so they planned to take them back. Faced with this disaster, the Soul Emperor was also numb. Why are there so many peak fighting saints, and where did the Chinese Empire come from? He couldn't wait that long, so he directly used the secret hair to forcibly sacrifice the Soul Clan in advance, reaching the level of quasi-emperor. When he wanted to activate the sacrifice array of the entire Zhang Cao, he suddenly found that the array had lost contact. He couldn't control his complexion so quickly. Now the half-emperor's cultivation was enough for this group of people. Just when the ancient patriarchs were worried about what to do, the saints of China took their time and stood up quickly, activating the emperor transformation formation of the saints. This was obtained from Wuming Pavilion. Gather all the fighting saints and use this formation as a bridge to merge into a powerful fighting emperor. The more fighting saints there are, the longer they last, and the stronger they become. So far, they can maintain the Dao Emperor form for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Seeing this scene, all the creatures in Zhang Cao were frightened. The ancient tribe was also frightened. Dowdy, Dowdy, it's really Dowdy. The half-emperor's Soul Emperor also had a frozen smile, doubting life. Why is it so easy for you to become emperor? What formation is this? If our Soul Clan had this formation, we would have unified the entire Daoqi continent long ago. Are you still afraid of your sudden appearance of the Chinese Empire? But now, the illusion is shattered. The Holy Emperor directly killed the half-emperor's Soul Emperor. However, at this moment, in the space of the endless sky, Huang Wei was standing with his hands behind his hands, quietly watching the battle between the two emperors below. How could the Soul Emperor, who was only half emperor, be the opponent of the 1-star Dao Emperor? Just like a half saint versus a 1-star fighting saint, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Emperor Soul Heaven can be considered a talent, but it's a pity that this world belongs to me, Huang Wei. After all, now, the general situation has been decided. As long as the Soul Emperor is eliminated, the entire Dalki continent will be completely unified. When the time comes, the task is completed, and the Dalki mainland plane is refined. I will be the Supreme Master, and the Soul Emperor will be just my younger brother. Just stop it. After thinking about it, he planned to end this war early. He planned to take in the Soul Emperor. The Chinese Empire would still need to go on expeditions in the future, so having one more general would be a good thing. With his restraint, Soul Emperor will not have any chance of rebellion. Under a terrible pressure, just when the Holy Emperor was about to give the Soul Emperor the final blow to take his life, a green energy barrier appeared and easily blocked it. At the same time, this power was also stored in Huang Wei's body. If it is turned on, the counter-injury critical hit effect will be enabled. The Holy Emperor will directly hit with a critical strike, instantly defuse it, and all the saints will die. Now that the Soul Clan in the Soul Palace has been destroyed, the Soul Clan's general trend is over, and China's general situation has been determined. Emperor Soul Heaven can be regarded as a man who can create talents. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will spare your life. It is your choice, Huang Wei's plain voice made his imperial robe flutter in the strong wind. Huang Emperor. The Holy Emperor was shocked. He did not expect that His Majesty the Yellow Emperor would take action to protect the Soul Emperor, but recalling Huang Di's words, they had no ability to resist. For them, this is also an imperial decree. The rest of the people saw Huang Di one after another. Those who have never seen Huang Di's true appearance can finally see it now. This man is the true master of the Chinese Empire, the Yellow Emperor, the second Dao Emperor after thousands of years of ancient Emperor Tuosh. The people of the ancient tribe were hesitant and extremely shocked. You are the new Dao Emperor. Hehe, ha ha ha. The Soul Emperor, who was seriously injured and fell, was covered in blood and looked pale. I have been planning for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated in your hands. In the end, I was defeated. Everything was defeated. I have done so much just to become emperor. If I follow you, can I become an emperor? Emperor Soul asked. Chapter 288. Yes. Huang Wei looked at him quietly. The miserable smile of Emperor Soul Heaven revealed an undeniable smile that truly represented happiness. The Soul Clan has passed away. Okay, I'm willing to surrender to you. He planned to regain his position after becoming emperor, but what he didn't expect was that there would be no such opportunity, because a person who becomes an emperor must have gods. Under the gods, Huang Wei can easily kill the opponent. What's more, after this war, he will refine the entire Dalki continent, become the true master of one thought. Chapter 328 9-star peak fighting emperor. The way to be promoted to fighting god. The battle between the two emperors ended with the defeat of the Soul Emperor. Everyone in the Chinese Empire mobilized, and without these stepping stones, the rest of the country was quickly and smoothly captured. In the following days, everyone would queue up to register and report to the specialized person in charge of the Chinese Empire for processing. As for those who were at the top of the 9-star Dao Sage, they entered the Wuming sect and used the imperial elixir given by Huang Wei to start refining and absorbing it to break through the Daodi point. During this time, Huang Wei was concentrating on refining system rewards, that is to say, the plane of fighting energy is 100% refined with the help of the system. The will of the Dalki plane was erased and replaced by Huang Wei, and with a tyrannical force, it gradually began to integrate into his body. This is a huge project. At the same time, the moment Huang Wei replaced the will of the Dalki plane, his own cultivation soared directly to the 5-star Dao Emperor, completely free of charge. At the same time, he also understood the reason why Dalki continent did not allow so many Dao Emperors to exist. Because I can't bear it. But after Huang Wei opened up the multiverse planes of Dalki continent and Douluo universe in his body, this feeling disappeared quickly. And used the center of the God realm to move the entire God realm to the Dalki continent. By doing this, Dalki continent became a lower plane under the jurisdiction of the God realm. At the same time, the energy of the Douluo universe and the Dalki plane is supplied to the God realm, allowing the center of the God realm to grow tremendously. The entire God realm has also expanded crazily in these years, and the level of the God realm itself has also been horribly increased improvement. Nowadays, the God Kings and God Emperors are no longer legends, and they govern a lot of them. The three planes can basically communicate with each other. All of this was the biggest reward that Huang Wei got after opening the Emperor's gift package, which was the unlimited upgrade of the world inside his body. At the same time, he was given a special talent point. It's called the world body point. The function of the world body is that the more living beings with high cultivation levels in the world within the body, the more power he can mobilize, is twice this number. For example, if Huang Wei's 5-star Dao Emperor cultivation level is now activated, his strength and cultivation level will be raised to the peak Dao Emperor level after the world body is activated. Coupled with the amplitude of the divine bone armor, it can surpass Dao Emperor. The days passed by. There are people who become emperors in Dao Qi continent. However, they are all bound by the heavenly Dao Huang Wei, and are not allowed to go out to destroy. Emperor Dao is the existence that many of them long for. Now that he has become emperor, he should stay content behind the scenes after becoming emperor. People of those people's blood also received huge benefits. Huang Wei spliced together the entire Dao Qi continent landmass, except Antarctica and the North Pole. The rest is the sea. Soon, the world was shaken. The world level of Dao Qi continent plane has been improved. This was also the day that Huang Wei completely refined and integrated the Dao Qi plane. I don't know how much time has passed. In the process of refining and fusion, Huang Wei was also practicing crazily. Coupled with the current feedback, his cultivation has reached the peak of Dao Di. Because of the rewards from the system, his cultivation speed increased to 70%. The moment I opened my eyes, the divine light shone brightly. In his paintings, familiar character panels appear. Host, Huang Wei soul, Zuan Wu talent, turtle longevity, endless life, fusion of rings, world body lifespan, identity, Lord of Douluo universe, Lord of fighting Qi plane, Lord of God realm Dao Qi, comes with the ability to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the energy. 9-star peak Dao Emperor divine bones. 99.99 thousand years basalt divine armor, god of war, skills, teleport, invincible golden body, ice, and fire dragon king strike, absolute zero, absolute flame extinction, water shadow and light body, evil killer whale cleave, death spirit tide, wrath demonic whale killing, divine power conversion, blood bat shield, blood red 9-headed storm. The center of the God realm is here, and the year will be automatically upgraded. Soul power, fighting god physical strength, god of war self god, Zuan Wu god current artifacts, Poseidon trident, Shura demonic sword, Zuan Wu heart, soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike, 4 levels of armor strengthening, armor saving, martial spirit space, martial air destruction, infinite basalt cannon, basalt gravity field, basalt true body, wrath of the sky, basalt 9 change, Zuan Wu destroys the world, reverse damage rate, 100% critical hit rate, 100% cultivation speed, 70% inner elixir drive, deep sea demonic whale king inner elixir, blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir, 10-headed fiery sun snake inner elixir, Poseidon's heart, integrated into the heart, system warehouse, soul, Gangshan, ultimate body, Daodi, embryonic stage, juvenile stage, infancy, juvenile stage, growth stage, adult stage, mature stage, complete mature stage, ultimate body, super ultimate body, kung fu, burning Dew emperor level, Zuan Wu Yanju flame, spirit of imperial fire the world inside the body, Douluo universe, fighting Qi plane, god realm. Huang Wei took a deep breath. Unknowingly, he had been fighting for countless years now. With just one thought, he used God's vision to scan the entire Douluo universe, the Dao Qi continent, and the 3 planes of the God realm. There has indeed been a huge change. Huang Wei sighed, his voice a little sad. Unknowingly, so much time has passed, and so many changes have occurred. System, how long did it take me to refine Dao Qi continent? The real time is not in the Jialing space. Huang Wei asked. The silent system quickly gave the answer. 100 years. It's been so long. Fortunately, I restrained those people in advance. Otherwise, with their help, the three realms would have been turned upside down. Nowadays, Daoqi continent also advocates the era of awakening martial souls. It's good here. You don't need to be bound by the soul ring to improve. You can get a 100% coordinated skill at any level, and at the same time, you can constantly open up this skill. It seems that I also need to adjust the soul ring rules of Douluo continent. Whispering, Huang Wei's mind flashed with such an idea. In one thought, he came to the Douluo plane point. Now that countless years have passed, Douluo continent's technology has developed to a very advanced level. Huang Wei's arrival did not attract much attention. As long as he didn't want others to know, it was impossible for these people to know about his arrival. Prosperous sage of soul masters and soul guides. There are high-rise buildings everywhere. On this day, Huang Wei silently adjusted the rules of Douluo continent, and now he is the master. You can hold it in your palm by raising your hand. Only those who find the soul ring can upgrade the good points, and then make all-round changes. After the modification was completed, he allowed those people's consciousness to gradually adapt. Then he left this world. Come without a trace, go without a trace. He traveled around the three realms and saw everything. He is very lonely now and feels like he doesn't belong anywhere. System, how to break through the god of war? Huang Wei asked. Currently, this area cannot break through to the realm of god of war. This requires you to go to the designated world. There are two methods. Continue to improve the level of the three realms. When the time comes, you can break through the god of war. The second method is to go to another more advanced world. System sounds echoed. Chapter 329. Ascension to the Great World. The transitional world will soon enter the next one. System, what is the realm of god of war, and what level does it correspond to in cultivating immortals? Huang Wei asked. The system said, Earth Immortal. Earth Immortal? Then the Peak Tao Emperor is the benchmark? Huang Wei was startled. Peak Tribulation Overhaul. The system replied, is the realm of immortality? Huang Wei asked again. Earth Immortal is the lowest, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Douluo Golden Immortal, Quasi Sage, Hunio and Douluo Golden Immortal, Sage, Heavenly Dao, Dao are the highest. The system gives a very detailed level reference. Huang Wei nodded after learning this. These were the most orthodox systems of cultivating immortals he had ever heard in his previous life, and they were still divided into ancient times. Today, his 9-star Peak Tao Emperor corresponds to the peak overhaul of the tribulation period. Although he still only exists under the immortal, he is still a very terrifying existence. Huang Wei silently took out a scroll from Neji. This scroll was awarded in the previous emperor's gift pack. The scroll of the legend of all heavens and worlds. The difference is that this cannot be specified. Chapter 289. But travel randomly. The place to travel is determined according to Huang Wei's cultivation level. But under normal circumstances, it will not be higher than the two major realms. For example, Huang Wei is now at the peak of his tribulation period. In the world he has gone to, the highest combat power is only at the peak of the immortal point, but to him, he is still a very scary existence. This is the gradual cultivation of Huang Wei. It's not like the vast world is like the beginning of time. If you just stay in bed wherever you go, you may die. If you stay in bed. Now he crushed the teleportation scroll in his hand. At this moment, he is standing in the endless dark universe. Now that his body has transformed, he can survive in the universe. With just a few movements of your hands, you can easily crush a planet. It's a pity that there aren't any around. Otherwise you would definitely try the feeling of exploding stars. Daoqi continent planet is in his body. After the scroll in his hand was crushed, a spatial fluctuation appeared. Then a silent wormhole leading to an unknown world appeared in front of him. Without saying a word or hesitating at all, he rushed in without hesitation. A new world, a new challenge, here I come. Huang Wei laughed, very excited and looking forward to it. He didn't know how long he had been traveling through the wormhole. Finally saw a viewpoint ahead. The next second, he appeared in a world of stars, and he was standing on an unknown desert star. The place where he is at this time is the universe. System, where is this? Huang Wei was dumbfounded. But he can know that this place is definitely not the cosmic plane of Daoqi continent. And at this moment, the power in his body was rapidly sublimated, and it seemed that there was a force that was constantly transforming. He adapted quickly. The system replied, this place is called Ascension World. It is a world of cultivating immortals established in the universe. It is the highest realm of immortals. Currently, there are only 3 deities. The entire Ascension world is in a form of 3 races standing together, and the breath system in the host body is helping you convert energy. Because the energy is similar, your level has not changed. Now you are both a 9-star peak fighting emperor and a peak tribulation period overhaul. Huang Wei breathed a sigh of relief at the system's words. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about this Ascension world. Boom. However, at this moment, obviously in the universe, there was an explosion sound. Huang Wei was surprised. Isn't there no sound in the universe? The system said, the universe of this world has the ability to propagate sound. At the same time, only monks who have reached the tribulation stage can set foot in the cosmic starry sky. All those who have reached the tribulation stage live on the indigenous planets. Huang Wei nodded. That's it. He quickly went to analyze, and found that in the distant direction of the universe, 2 monks with the strength to transcend the tribulation stage were facing each other. The big explosion just now must have been caused by the other party. However, the cultivation of these 2 people does not seem to be very impressive. They should only be in the early stages of transcending the tribulation. Coming to this new world, Huang Wei had to adapt quickly, so these 2 people gave him a good opportunity. He quickly teleported over there. At this moment, at the location of the explosion, 2 figures exuded terrifying tribulation power, and they collided fiercely, fighting you to the death. All kinds of tricks and techniques are used one after another, and there is bound to be a winner or a life or death battle. Li Fan, you must die today. The long-standing grievances between our 2 clans will be settled today. The man with long black hair was beating and roaring angrily, with endless hatred in his voice. The man with long red hair was also Li Fan in the opponent's mouth. He used the long sword in his hand that exuded a murderous aura to cut through the opponent's attack and violently killed the man with long black hair. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lei, I really regret not killing you right away. But the pleasure I feel now is also of my own free will. I'm so lonely in invincible sky blue. I finally saw a young man like you, and I really couldn't bear to kill you. You should thank me. Without me destroying your little family, how could you embark on the road to conquer me? Emperor Li Shan laughed wildly, showing a bloodthirsty and excited look. As soon as the sword fell, the red light flashed, and there was no recovery. Instantly wiped out Xiao Shai and his moves. Hateful. Seeing the opponent's arrogant power, Xiao Lei's complexion suddenly changed. He quickly made a hand gesture, activating the power of the element in his body. A supremely majestic Emperor Dharma appeared, and he took the opponent's terrifying sword with his bare hands. The appearance of Emperor Xiao Shan illuminated the surrounding world in an instant, and the terrifying power of thunder spread out from the body of the Supreme Emperor, threatening to crush the blood-colored imperial sword in his hand. Li Fan was startled, and a red light bloomed from his body, spreading out a terrifying red light. The Dharma of Emperor Li Shan appeared and collided with him again. There was a loud rumbling sound that spread to 2 places in an instant. The horrific crushed explosion, countless crippled stars around it. Huang Wei, who rushed over, looked at the impact spreading in front of him. A green light curtain appeared when he raised his hand, and King Gong blocked it. Today's Xuanwu defense has reached a very terrifying level. This mere energy in the initial stage of transcending the tribulation is far from enough to shake it in the slightest. Now he has seen the 2 people who are fighting. Not far away from them, light years away, was a planet with life. At that moment, he could feel the aura of these 2 people on the planet. From the faint sound just now, we can know that that planet is probably the other party's home planet. Is this the Dharma? This Ascension world is really interesting. Can I also condense a Dharma that belongs to me? Looking at the 2 huge giant figures in front of him, Huang Wei said, lightly pointed present. He has the indomitable Zuanwu true body, so it seems that there is no need for that point soon. The battle ended. Both sides fought to the detriment of both sides. Just when he was about to give the opponent the final blow, suddenly, a beam of light directly took away their attack and exploded in the distance. The expressions of the two people who discovered this scene changed. Who, you, dare to come out and interfere in our affairs? You are seeking death, Emperor. Li Xiandi and Emperor Zhao Xiandi looked angrily at the direction of the beam. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. What is this? Is this a turtle? How could it be so big? The author said, this is a transitional world. Later, we will go to the prehistoric world and various animation worlds. The author plans to go to all the current animation worlds. There is also a new large-scale book by the author that has been released called Douluo. Are you crazy? You call this assassination? Please go to the novel option under questions browser to watch it for free. Chapter 330 Azure Planet Continent Ziwei Star Territory. Two fellow Taoists. Please be patient. Within the huge Zuanwu, a green figure appeared from inside. It was a person, Huang Wei, and this voice also emanated from his mouth. Who the hell are you? You dare to take care of our affairs? You're tired of living, aren't you? Don't drag it up just because your Dharma image is bigger. It's just a bigger turtle. Emperor Zhao Xiandi and Emperor Li Xiandi frowned, and their verbal words could not prove their current embarrassed expressions at all. Although the person in front of him had a very strong offensive just now and pushed away their attacks, but they also think this is because they are weak and in poor condition. If they were in peak condition and paid attention to this person, what just happened would not have happened. I am here just to ask for directions. If these two fellow Taoists are like this, then there is no need to say more. I will ask you again after I have convinced you. Huang Wei suppressed his smile. Since he became the Lord of the Three Realms, when has he ever been humiliated like this? At this moment, his expression turned cold, and he shot towards the opponent instantly. A huge Zuanwu fist shadow struck hard in front of the opponent. Not good. Emperor Zhao Xiandi's and Emperor Li Xiandi's expressions changed, and they realized that something was wrong. No nonsense. Although they were both enemies, but now they stood directly together, using the huge power of overcoming the tribulation. The two Dharma appearances appeared again and bombarded them. Bang. But in just one round, their emperor's appearance instantly collapsed into stars all over the sky. They felt that what they had hit was not a fist, but an indestructible mountain. At the same time, the pain caused by a powerful counterattack swept through their bodies. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths, and lines of blood spurted out all over their bodies. Ah, boom. A huge explosion drowned both of them. The two bodies shot out light years away and hit a dim star hard. At this point, a foolhardy farce ended. The two of them were groggy and felt like their whole bodies were falling apart. If they hadn't turned around at the last moment and used all their strength to protect their meridians, they would have become useless people now. How could it be so scary? This terrible thought came to both of them at the same time. Immediately afterwards, they looked nervous, and Huang Wei's demon-like figure appeared in front of them. Floating slowly, his cold eyes looked at them like ants. Who are you? Zhao Xiandi asked with a grey face, vomiting blood, weak and trembling. Your Excellency, stop fighting. I admit that we were wrong before. Emperor Li Xian said in horror. At this moment, Huang Wei slowly raised his hand, and a small ball of light condensed on his finger, but in their perception, this ball of light was enough to kill them. Hearing this, Huang Wei took back the ball of light with a smile, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Wei said calmly, this emperor has just come to the Ascension world, and I would like to ask where the most people gather. The Ziwei Star Territory. That place has the most monks. It is also the three most powerful star areas in the Ascension world, and there are immortals there. Emperor Zhao Xian covered his abdomen with difficulty and said, how far is it from here? Huang Wei asked lightly. Chapter 290. Emperor Li Xian replied, we have never been there, but according to ancient records, it takes at least 100 light years to reach our continent. 100 light years. Huang Wei's expression twitched. This is very far away. Do you know how to get there? Now, He has arrived in this big world that is more advanced than our key continent, so as long as he practices well, he can still break through to the earthly immortal realm. I don't know much. I just became emperor, but he has been emperor for more than 100 years. He has been on the planet and knows more than me. Xiao Xiandi pointed at Li Xiandi tremblingly. Emperor Li Xian's face darkened, and he wished he could beat this guy to death. Just say that we don't even know, so why are you selling me? Damn you, we are from the same planet. However, he was still frightened by Huang Wei's terrifying strength and had to show a smile and replied, "You're excellent. Before going to the Zui star territory, you can first arrive at the Blue Planet continent, which is the largest star territory under the jurisdiction of the Zui star territory. The monks also, it's more than 10 light years away from us, and I have a spaceship with me, which will only take 10 years to reach it." Emperor Xiao Xian immediately mocked, "You have been emperor for so many years, and you are still in the early stages of transcending the tribulation. You have also been to that place. It seems that your talent is not very good. You know what the heck? It's extremely difficult to move from the early stage of the tribulation to the middle stage of the tribulation. The requirements for both cultivation resources and understanding are very deep, so the lord in front of me is extremely tyrannical, Emperor." Li Xian was immediately furious, but the next moment he vomited out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale, and his anger caused him to feel pain. "Your Excellency, can you save us? We are willing to cooperate with you to go to the Blue Planet continent." Li Xiandi immediately invited, "Well, how about you surrender to me, and I can help you become stronger." Huang Wei stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. "Your Excellency wants to humiliate us like this. We have our own pride. How can we be willing to surrender to others?" Emperor Xiao Xian felt humiliated and said through gritted teeth, "That's really a pity. I can only kill you." Huang Wei stared at the other party indifferently, and his body completely erupted with the peak tribulation stage divine power. "That's right, Your Excellency. Please kill him quickly. I'm willing to surrender to the strong." Emperor Li Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He is a peak powerhouse in the tribulation stage. He has been to the Blue Planet continent, where there are strong people in the tribulation stage all over the place. Let's go. Among them there are many strong men who are at the peak of the tribulation period. In that world, they are only the second child, and the boss is the Earth Immortal Strongman. As for the Azure Planet continent, a powerful heavenly immortal from the Zui star region has come down to take charge. As long as it does not endanger the real danger of the Azure Planet continent, other things will not take the initiative to manifest the Holy Spirit. He also listened to what the Taoist fellow there said. I don't know whether it's true or false, but I'm sure it's almost the same. I would rather believe that it exists than believe that it does not exist. And Emperor Xiao Xian had never been to that big place. He was just a frog in the well. Naturally, he didn't know the horror of the overhaul tribulation peak overhaul. The peak of transcending tribulation is the strongest among immortals. You can destroy the world with just a raise of your hand. If you have anything to say, please tell me. There is someone above me. Xiao Xiandi gritted his teeth and said in a panic. Damn, Li Fan betrayed him at this time. They are now facing an alien enemy together. Although they have grudges, they are all from the same planet. And they were all made to look like this by the person in front of them. You really have someone. That's right. Otherwise you would never have been able to overcome the tribulation and ascend within 100 years. Li Fan's pupils shrank, and it was exactly what he thought before. Xiao Lei looked at Li Fan disdainfully, and then looked at the young man in front of him. She comes from the Blue Planet continent, the Lin family, and the Lin family has a strong earthly immortal sitting in charge. How about if you let us go? This matter will just pass without happening. Li Fan frowned, wondering who it was. Huang Wei smiled faintly. "I believe in the dead more than the living." Huang Wei held it in his hand, and a mysterious rune was instantly injected into Xiao Lei's body. The space around Xiao Lei was distorted, and finally, in fear, he was sealed into the mysterious runes, and returned to Huang Wei's palm, directly integrated into the Zuanwu shell. Chapter 331 Sudden Accident. Gilu, what is this? Li Fan broke into cold sweat and was frightened. The power just now seemed so ethereal, but it gave him an intuition that he couldn't resist. I See that you are a man of great talent. What do you think? Huang Wei looked at Li Fan. Li Fan immediately expressed his position. I will naturally agree to your invitation. That idiot Zhao Lei is ignorant of Mount Te. He doesn't know how powerful you are in overcoming tribulations at your peak. Then he said bitterly, it's just that the way I'm now, I'm probably half a cripple. Just agree, it's just a minor injury. Huang Wei smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a ray of light shot into Li Fan's body. Li Fan was wrapped in a green light group. The whole person is bathed in the spring light and feels very comfortable. After a while, his injuries recovered quickly, which was very miraculous. It was like taking a nap, and when he opened his eyes again, a ray of light poured into him eyebrows. He thought of something, and wanted to resist. But it was too late. Then he was in an unfamiliar space. Accepting the inheritance of a certain super ancient god. Since this is a powerful inheritance, his cultivation already qualifies him for direct inheritance. Therefore, under the shroud of divine power, a divine light bloomed all over his body. The more powerful these people are, the stronger the feedback to the center of the god realm will be, and the center of the god realm can be improved as a result. As the center of the god realm improves, Huang Wei will also improve. Just after Li Fan inherited the god, the shackles that had been sealed in his body were loosened. After accumulating for so long, I can finally break through now. Break it for me, Li Fan shouted angrily. The sky is filled with divine light flying and blooming. His cultivation has also improved from the early stage of transcending tribulation to the middle stage of transcending tribulation. The midterm tribulation is accomplished. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. Li Fan laughed excitedly and clenched his fists. But now, he felt an inexplicable feeling in his body. If he betrayed the person in front of him, the other person seemed to be able to kill him directly. This made him extremely scared. Moreover, this mysterious power has been integrated with everything in his body and cannot be removed. Now that the matter has come to this, he will continue to conduct his duties as a human being. Li Fan meets the Yellow Emperor. Then, he raised his hands and saluted Huang Wei. Well, let's go to the blue planet continent. Huang Wei waved. Huang D. Wait a moment. With that said, Li Fan immediately took out the space flying boat and injected it with divine power. The space flying boat instantly became very large, like a spaceship. Huang Emperor, please, Li Fan said. Huang Wei entered and looked at the structure of the spacecraft. Let's go. If nothing happens, don't disturb my practice. You want to go to the Nameless Pavilion in the Nameless Realm to get benefits for newcomers. Huang Wei looked at Li Fan behind him and ordered, it's Huang Di. Li Fan nodded. Then Huang Wei chose the best room and began to practice. He tried to break through to the realm of earthly immortals. This also took a long time. If there was scenery to see around him, he would also choose to look at the scenery, but the surroundings were either dark or dark, silence, or just all kinds of non-luminous stars. Nothing interesting to see. Li Fan first positioned the spaceship on the blue planet continent 10 light years away, and then sensed entering the Nameless Realm to obtain his own benefits as a newcomer. After the spacecraft was positioned, it began to move forward. The speed is very fast, creating a space wormhole to travel quickly. In this way, time passed bit by bit. From the perspective of cultivation, 10 years are like an instant, passing quickly and arriving very quickly. Just in the 9th year, suddenly something happened in the space wormhole. It started to vibrate, and the spaceship suddenly became unstable. In the flying boat, Li Fan, who was practicing, suddenly woke up. When he came out, he saw that the wormhole in space was collapsing. No, something happened to Huang Di. There is a powerful force destroying the space wormhole. Li Fan shouted, using the power of the gods to send messages to Huang Wei. Huang Wei, who was practicing, received the news and immediately issued an order to leave the space wormhole. The gravity of the space wormhole is attracting the spaceship. If this continues, the spaceship will be destroyed, and we will also suffer from the terrible space storm backlash. Unless we are Earth immortals, it will be difficult to resist. Li Fan shouted hurriedly. At this moment, Huang Wei appeared in a flash, looking at the collapsing space wormhole in front of him, frowning, and feeling the terrible gravity of the space storm. Don't panic, Huang Wei didn't know why such a thing happened. It was almost here, and the most undesirable trouble appeared at this time point. A huge barrier enveloped the entire spacecraft point. The traction force also disappeared, and the space storm sweeping forward hit the Xuanwu barrier. Huang Wei felt the power of this storm for the first time. But the problem is not big, and it is far from enough to break through the Xuanwu barrier. It's always been fine. Why is this happening? Huang Wei looked at Li Fan. Li Fan said, either the space wormhole is unstable, but it is unlikely. If it were unstable, this would have happened a long time ago. So the only situation is that outside the space wormhole, there is a very terrifying force that just hits and destroys it. The constructed space wormhole line. Let's talk about it. If we want to go out, I want to see who is so powerful. I don't mind tearing him apart. Huang Wei's tone was indifferent, and he was very unhappy because he was enjoying the comfortable practice and the improvement of his cultivation, and being interrupted like this would make anyone unhappy. And this was something that would never have happened, but now it happened. After practicing for 9 years, I don't know how much time has passed in the Jialing space point, but now he still has no signs of breaking through to the Earth immortal point. But fortunately, Shen Wu Yanju is a skill with no upper level limit. As long as there is flame, you can keep improving. So, after he came to this big world, he must continue to collect flames. Fortunately, he combined the power of the 3 realms and managed to reach a height that was even more powerful than the peak of transcending tribulation. It should be the great perfection of tribulation, or it can be said to be a quasi fairyland. It is half a step to immortality. Now that he is fully equipped with all his methods, he is absolutely worthy even when facing ordinary earthly immortals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. If he fights with him, the earth will collapse, and the earth will fall apart. Li Fan was also shocked by Huang Wei's methods. This barrier was so powerful that it could withstand even space storms and could not be destroyed. If he were the only one to encounter such a thing, it would definitely be a fatal disaster unless you can get out in time. But we must first get rid of the tyrannical attraction caused by the collapse of the space wormhole. This attraction is very difficult for him to break free even in the middle of the tribulation. Finally, under the protection of the Xuanwu barrier, the spaceship Anyang emerged from the space wormhole unharmed. As soon as it appeared, it was a strange starfield, and at the same time, a powerful force burst out. However, it was blocked by the Xuanwu barrier. The two sides fighting in front suddenly suffered a backlash, and blood suddenly spurted out. They immediately used their strength to protect their bodies, and no one knew what happened. Here, there is a huge luxurious flying boat with a big Chinese character Zhang on it. On the other side, there is a group of flying boats exuding an evil aura, with 2 large axes as flags, like pirates. That's the battle between the Azure Zhang family and the space pirates. Li Fan looked surprised when he put it on. Chapter 332. Explosive Hammer Pirates. Oh, the Azure Zhang family? Is it famous? Huang Wei was also watching on the boat. Li Fan immediately said, it is very famous. It is one of the 10 famous families in the Blue Planet continent. It is said that the ancestor is a half-step Earth immortal. Half-step Earth immortal, that's the same cultivation level as me. Huang Wei said lightly, I just happened to have a breakthrough. Congratulations. To the Yellow Emperor. Li Fan immediately congratulated him. Huang Wei didn't look good. It was the battle between these two guys that caused him trouble. At this moment, their appearance also attracted the attention of the two fighting forces. At this time, the Zhang family was overjoyed and immediately shouted, fellow Taoist, please help to defeat the space pirates together. Our Zhang family will definitely be very grateful. Seeing this, the space pirate's expression changed and he warned, friend Daoist, it's better to leave and don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you will be chased endlessly by my Slaughter Pirate Association. There was only one transcendent tribulation stage on the flying boat on the Zhang family's side, but the massacre of the pirates was clearly prepared, as there were actually 2 transcendent tribulation stages. The rest are Mahayana monks. Under the brazier of both sides, the Zhang family was 1 against 2 during the tribulation period and fell into a disadvantage and was restrained. The Zhang family suffered heavy casualties. Fellow Taoist, just take my young lady away. I'll take care of you here and make time for you. The old man in the tribulation stage shouted anxiously. At this time, on the flying boat, an extremely beautiful woman with long fine hair brandished a long sword and killed the enemy with the other disciples of the Zhang family. Various skills and techniques were blasted out everywhere. No, Grandpolin, I can't leave you. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically and she used a powerful strike technique to kill those people. The girl's cultivation level has already reached half a step of Mahayana. As you can imagine, the talent is very good. The girl crushed a token, a terrible storm appeared, and a terrifying earth fairy power burst out from it. No, this is the half-step immortal power of the ancestor of the Zhang family. Quickly crush ours, and come out to resist, shouted one of the pirates in the tribulation period. The other one crushed it directly. Another burst of earthly immortal power shot out. Loud bang. When the two sides collided, another horrific explosion occurred. Taking this opportunity, the old man of the Zhang family turned around and left with the girl and others, flying quickly towards Huang Wei's flying boat. The rest of the Zhang family and the pirates on the ship were all killed. There is no way those people's cultivation level is too low. The old man can only help a person who is not in the tribulation period to survive in the universe without the protection of a flying boat. He was extremely heartbroken over the deaths of those people and hated these space pirates in the future. I must kill everyone I see. Although monks can only come to the universe during the period of transcending tribulation, if they have the protection of Fizhao, they only need to reach the point of integration. Fellow Taoist, please open the barrier and let us in. We are willing to reward you. The old man came to Huang Wei Fizhao and shouted while holding the unconscious girl in his arms. In front of him was a green basalt barrier. Without Huang Wei's order, there would be no way to get in. Huang Wei waved his hand and recognized them directly. I personally took action and killed those two guys, Huang Wei said lightly. Now he was very angry. In a flash, he was outside the flying boat barrier in an instant. Looking at the two tribulation stage pirates rushing towards this side, his eyes were extremely cold and solemn. Feeling the terrifying aura coming, the two tribulation transcending monks who flew over stopped. Who are you? Don't meddle in your own business. No, how can this person have immortal power? As the two of them were talking, they suddenly came back to their senses, thought of something, swallowed, and looked at the handsome and strange young man in front of them. After a while, they thought of a terrible result. The person in front of them was a half-step immortal. Thinking of this, a trace of cold sweat could not help but form on his forehead. But before they could react, Huang Wen's figure disappeared and appeared in front of them without using any power, punching to the flesh. The two wanted to resist, but were suppressed by a force, and they were shocked. The man in front of them was really a half-step immortal. Two people were blasted. Bang 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 bang. The fight lasted for who knows how long, and blood was flying everywhere in the universe. Both of them suffered bruises and swollen faces, keep wailing and begging for mercy. Looking at this scene, the old man from the Zhang family opened his mouth wide, which was incredible. What kind of cultivation is he? The old man said. Is he really a half-step immortal? If not, do you think there is any other strong person who can achieve such a blasting hammer-style crushing? Li Fan looked proud. This is my boss, so he said to the old man. The old man heard this and nodded secretly. What he said made sense. At the same time, I was also excited. This time I really escaped death. He quickly injected power into the girl's body, and when the girl woke up, seeing the familiar face of the old man, he immediately hugged him. Grandpolin, that's great. You're still alive. I thought you died. Tears flashed across his eyes. Don't be afraid. We got help from immortal level people and survived by luck, Zhang Lin said with a smile. Immortal level person? The girl looked at Li Fan in front of her, but Li Fan pointed outside. The girl looked over. The mouth is open enough to hold an egg. So strong. He beat those two pirates who were in the tribulation stage like this with just his bare hands. It was a complete crushing. This is too crazy. The girl exclaimed. This looks even scarier than the half-step earth immortal ancestor of my Zhang family. Soon, Huang Wei also finished the beating. 2 hands were pressed on one person's head, and a devouring force appeared. The 2 of them were quickly swallowed up by the huge Zuanwu, and turned into countless particles. Huang Wei felt the changes all over his body, but they were nothing, calling it up. After venting for a while, Huang Wei felt much better, and turned back to Fizhao. Thank you, senior, for saving your life. Zhang Lin and the girl quickly handed over their hands in thanks. No need. I originally wanted to beat you up. Huang Wei waved his hand, and said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lin and the girl immediately trembled and became frightened. Unexpectedly, the other party also put them on the list of violent beatings. It was really terrible. I wonder why you offended senior? Zhang Lin asked with a trembling voice. Li Fan immediately told what happened before. The 2 of them were immediately frightened, but it was okay. If you were beaten up by the man in front of you, you would never have the slightest chance to fight back. You just said you would reward me? Huang Wei looked at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin nodded. Yes, what do you want senior? The girl said. My father is the patriarch of the Zhang family. The seniors are kind to us. As long as we can do it, and do not exceed the bottom line, we will definitely give it. Okay, I only want one thing, and that's fire. Something like this. Huang Wei said, raised his hand and condensed, and a ball of Emperor Fire Spirit exuding terrifying power appeared. It's not ordinary fire. It's one of the 10 most ferocious fires in the Ascension world. But what kind of evil fire is this? It a fierce fire? Yes. Do you have any fierce fire here? Huang Wei nodded. I'm writing about the new world in my archive. A perfect world in the next world. Ascending to the big world is just an excess, and it passes quickly. Chapter 333 Massacre of the Space Pirates. We don't have one, but we know there is a place that does. At this time, the girl spoke. Huang Wei said, where? The girl said, that is a secret realm that will be opened in 1 month on the Blue Planet continent. What are the conditions for entering? Huang Wei said. The girl said, there are no conditions. As long as a monk is not afraid of death, he can go in. Inside is the burning sea fire, which ranks 10th on the list of fierce fires. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Qingling. Chapter 292. Huang Wei nodded. Okay, I want to go in and find out. Let's go to the Blue Planet continent first. Zhang Qingling said, I will lead the way. My benefactor will live in my Zhang family during this period. We will entertain you simply, and give you some other treasures in return. I don't want any treasures. I want materials for making medicine. Refining. Medicine? The benefactor is talking about refining alchemy, right? Our planet is called an alchemist, Zhang Qingling said. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, he is an alchemist. Zhang Qingling nodded. Yes, we have a lot of materials. Whatever materials your benefactor wants, we will definitely provide them to you, if we have them. Have a little of everything. Huang Wei said calmly. Now he can refine imperial grade elixirs, copy them infinitely, and create an infinite number of people who can transcend the tribulation period, but he only gives them to his own people. Now he wants to get more high level elixirs, update the imperial grade Pu and An, and let it enter the elixir level. Requires very large amounts of medicinal materials and high level point. As long as Pu and Dan can step into the elixir level, then he can copy it without limit, and super intelligence will break down all this knowledge and apply it to other imperial grade elixirs. When the time comes, you can become an earth immortal just by taking the elixir and absorbing its power. Zhang Qingling and Zhang Lin were both stunned, but they still nodded. Okay, this is no problem. This is a very simple and achievable task for our Zhang family. We will definitely give you the same medicinal materials we have. Huang Wei was satisfied. Now he is only interested in unseen and high grade medicinal materials and those fierce fires. As for awesome skills, spiritual skills, and secret techniques, he has no interest at all. Because no matter how good the outside world is, there is no Wuming pavilion that is most suitable for you. And with his current strength, even using the burning technique is terrifying. Now that there is another Shen Wu Yanju, the terrifying level will be directly multiplied several times. Just like that, the spaceship flew quickly forward. because this place is still some light years away from the blue planet continent. After passing the two explosions just now, their spaceship and the pirate's spaceship have been torn apart. Zhang Qingling said to Huang Wei, there are some medicinal materials on our flying boat, and those pirates have robbed many immortal cultivating forces, so there must be a lot of medicinal materials. So is the benefactor also interested in taking a look? After saying this, Huang Wei was really interested. So Li Fan was asked to go out with Zhang Qingling and Zhang Lin. Go and have a look at these two spaceships that are not completely rotten yet. And he was sitting on his own flying boat. Soon they were out. After a while, Huang Wei saw them all coming out, and three figures flew in. Zhang Qingling and Zhang Lin were also looking for the corpses of their disciples on the way, and brought them back. As long as there were any corpses of their disciples, take them back to the Zhang family for burial. Because fallen leaves must return to their roots, they are the same way. The Zhang family cannot be exposed to the outside world. Unless it's not discovered, there's nothing we can do. Soon the spaceship once again activated the space wormhole. Once inside, you will soon be back. Huang Wei brought over the medicinal materials he had just obtained. Although some of them had been destroyed, and only a little was left, he did not dislike them at all. All these medicinal materials were things he had never seen before. Chen Xin entered the super laboratory, and handed these medicinal materials to the super brain to work on. And he continued to practice. He took out a large pile of imperial grade elixirs, to absorb the power of the medicine, and at the same time, knocked on the imperial grade. Dan. If others saw it, they would be envious. What a waste of natural resources. It's hard to find just one for others, but now, good guy, this person can get dozens of them in one bite. After the elixir was obtained, all his other methods became available. He tried to see if he could break through from the half-step Earth Immortal realm to the Earth Immortal level before he entered the blue planet continent. Achieve a true immortal level. In this case, he is qualified to be in the immortal class, so he worked very hard. In his concept of life, it is either cultivation or cultivation. Not ambiguous at all. Breathe in and out, over and over again. The terrifying energy quickly gathered all over him. Body again. In the following time, Zhang Qingling and Zhang Lin were taking stock of their losses this time. Fortunately, apart from those people, the most important task this time was not lost. This thing is also very important for the operation of the family. As for the heroes who sacrificed their lives for the Zhang family, they will all be listed in their ancestral homes and memorial tablets when they return. As for the families of those heroes, they will also receive special hospitality from the Zhang family. Next, we all have different times. The rest of the time is safe. I didn't expect those things to happen again. Li Fan also entered the nameless realm to practice. Here, he also met the rest of the Wuming sect, and everyone got to know each other. These people were all in the tribulation stage, and they scared him so much that he croaked. There are so many masters of the tribulation period hiding here. What if they are released? Moreover, the lord of the sect has already stepped into the semi-immortal realm. Judging from the opponent's current cultivation speed, it probably won't take too long before he can become a true earth immortal. After he became a god, he also became qualified to visit the three realms in Huang Wei's body. He entered the three realms and searched for various cultivation methods. I also saw the difference here, but compared to the entire Ascension world, these worlds are still too small. But there is no way to stop him from finding his own opportunity. The world here is still very big, especially the Douluo universe. There are endless possibilities there. At the same time, Dean ascended to a certain place in the big world. In the Thief Star territory, the headquarters of the Pirate Slaughter Association. Here they received another message. That was the death of two of their tribulation stages. Although they were all in the early stages of transcending the tribulation, they still had a very important position in their massacre of the space pirate group. The death of the two men during the tribulation period was also a very heavy loss for their entire massacre space pirate group. The top management immediately gathered together for a meeting. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Feng, King Xishan is dead. It is known. Find the location where they died, and I will find the murderer and avenge him. Those who can kill them must either be at the peak of the tribulation stage or a half-step Earth Immortal. So, the opponent we encountered this time was not that simple. However, he is Earth immortal. It's not like us don't have any. Chapter 334. The Zhang family advocates rise up. The location where the two of them went happened to be to carry out an ambush on Zhang Qingling of the Zhang family. They lost contact there, and they had reported the battle situation before, so it was probably the half-step immortal from the Zhang family who came out. No matter what, let someone take the review stone to this location to find out what happened. The closest ship to that location is the Massacre No. 5 spacecraft, a total of 3 light years away. I will contact you now, everyone. In the conference hall of the Space Pirate Slaughter Association expressed their thoughts. The next step is to execute and wait for the reply point. In fact, even if they didn't see the picture, they were sure that the ancestor of the Zhang family must have taken action. Otherwise, how could the two signals disappear without a trace at the same time? On the other side, there are many spaceships appearing inside and outside the Blue Planet continent, heading to unknown places, and returning here. Li Fan's spaceship appeared, floating not far from the planet. Huang, Emperor, we are here. Li Fan's voice woke up Huang Wei. Huang Wei floated out from the mouth of Jialing's space, and there was an unknown charm about him at this moment. Zhang Qingling and Zhang Lin have also come out. Looking at the huge blue planet in front of them, they all smiled. We are finally back. Zhang Qingling showed a bright smile, feeling happy about returning home after escaping death. At this moment, Huang Wen's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he looked at such a huge blue planet in front of him. So similar. So similar. This planet was too similar to the blue star in his previous life point, but it is much bigger than blue star. Let's go in quickly, Huang Wei said. Here, he has already felt many auras of the tribulation stage emanating from different flying boats. At the same time, the level of civilization in the continent of this blue planet is also very high. I have contacted the Zhang family. After entering the Zhang family, we will take care of you. At the same time, we have also reported the medicinal materials that our benefactor needs, and are gathering them together. Zhang Lin came out and said with a smile. Zhang Qingling took out a token with the character Zhang on it. A blue wormhole appeared not far ahead. Let's go inside and go directly to the Zhang family realm, Zhang Qingling said. The spaceship entered very quickly. After a while, the blue sky and white clouds were in front of us, and it was bright. Chapter 293. A contrast sharp to the dark universe. Looking at the scene before me, it looks a bit like super ancient Chinese civilization. Tens of thousands of steep peaks formed a sea of peaks, which was extremely exaggerated. One after another, the cries of monsters continued to sound from below. There are many cranes flying in the sky. The scene at this time is very dazzling. On the highest mountain in this area, there is a large character Zhang. At the same time, it can be seen from the absolute height that what is finally described by so many peaks is also an extremely huge character. It has a fairy charm. Welcome to Zhangjiaji domain. This is our hometown, benefactor. Now I will take you to visit Zhangjiaji domain. Zhang Qingling volunteered and said with a smile. Okay. Huang Wei was also looking forward to it. At the same time, he spread out the terrifying soul power and watched everything here with absolute God's vision. Under the mountain peak, many figures were moving around at the moment. Looking at the flying boat in the sky point, there is no word. Zhang has an outsider entered the Zhangjia realm. Have them blasted out immediately. If you dare to take another step, you will be killed without mercy. At this moment a voice sounded. However, at this moment, deep in the heart of the Zhangjia realm, on the highest mountain, people from the Zhang family lived here. This is the Zhang family headquarters. There are very magnificent buildings in this mountain peak point. In the hall, everyone also felt that the non-Zhang family Fizhao had entered. When it's time to get up and go out. At this moment, a person flew out, and a voice with a fairy charm sounded. Wait a minute, it's one of our own. Linger and Mr. Lin are above. So, this is the mysterious half-step earthly immortal who saved the eldest lady and Mr. Lin. The other senior officials had also heard the news about the head of the family, and that their young lady had been killed, and was saved by the mysterious half-step earth immortal. At this moment, the head of the family ignored them. After leaving the above words, he flew towards the skyship. The other elders immediately followed. Huang Wei, who was looking at the scenery, felt several auras of the tribulation stage. He had withdrawn his soul power long ago and looked over. That Zhang Qingling was extremely happy when she saw the leader. At the same time, she also wanted to cry because not long ago they all thought that they would die and would never see each other again. But they didn't expect that their lives should not be cut off. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the half-step Earth Immortal, they would have died. Thinking of this fact, she was extremely touched and frightened, and also felt happy along with it. It's the head of the family and the other elders. Zhang Lin said, it was really great to be able to come back alive and see them again. Huang Wei's eyes locked on the leader, the head of the Zhang family. Judging from his aura, there was no doubt that he was a major cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage point, same as his previous cultivation point. Feeling that he was being watched, Zhang Qingling also looked up at him. When he saw Huang Wei, he couldn't see through the person in front of him at all point. According to the news from his daughter and Mr. Lin, the mysterious half-step Earth Immortal strongman looks very young. It must be this person. Zhang Qingling instantly appeared in front of the flying boat, cupped his hands, and said in a solemn voice, the Zhang family advocates Qingling. I would like to thank me seniors for saving my life. At the same time, I welcome your seniors to come to our Zhangjie realm as a guest. We will definitely fulfill our friendship as landlords. That voice has a wonderful melody, like a true immortal. I've been waiting for you, senior. In the world of cultivating immortals, those with higher cultivation levels are considered seniors, and there is no distinction age point, and they couldn't tell how old they were point, because experts can take the beauty pill to stay young forever, so looks are deceiving point in their hearts. Huang Wei is already a super ancient old monster. Huang Wei stood in the suit, looked at these people, and smiled slightly. It's just a little effort. The space pirates are arrogant and incompetent. Everyone can kill them. Haha. Senior please. Hearing that Huang Wei's words were greatly appreciated, Zhang Qingling laughed and invited inside point. Huang Wei put away the flying boat point, follow them inside point. Zhang Qingling threw herself directly into Zhang Qingling's arms and kept crying. Dad, I thought I would never see you again. Those hateful pirates are really so hateful. Slaughter. The space pirate group. Issue a reward order, and on the orders of the Zhang family, put a reward on this pirate. The reward is 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, the eternal friendship of the Zhang family, the blessing of the Zhang family, 100 years of cultivation resources, and a high-grade spiritual weapon. You can join me. The Zhang family secretly practices once every 10 years. This kind of reward was very rich. As Zhang Qingling's voice fell, everyone present understood that the head of the family was really very angry. I'll obey. The elders and others handed over their hands one after another. Then someone quickly went to execute the order. When the Zhang family's reward order came out, the entire blue planet continent suddenly became ablaze. Chapter 335 Immortal Tribulation. As soon as the wanted order of the Zhang family came out, it attracted the attention not only of the immortal cultivators of the Azure planet continent, but also of the powerful men of other planetary regions. Some of their powerful forces are more or less spread across the major planets, and the famous blue planet continent is not surprising. After all, there are tens of thousands of living subordinate planets around it, and the resources are very large. Point above it is the Zhui star region, the 3 most powerful star regions in the world of immortality. As the boss, after learning this news, the cultivators who already hated the space pirates would ascend into the universe as soon as they reached the tribulation period, and would lead their teams in flying boats to join forces to kill the space pirates. Among the Zhang family, Huang Wei and Li Fan entered the Zhang family's main hall, which was antique and solemn. Zhang Qingling personally took Huang Wei to visit Zhang's house and talk. Huang Wei also took this opportunity to learn about the blue planet continent. The 10 major families in the entire Ascension world. Point I learned from Zhang Qingling that the ranking of the top 10 families is not the most accurate. In fact, the last 7 of the top 10 families are all about the same strength, but the first 3 are the truly strongest. Point, because all the next 7 families have a half-step earthly immortals, the most advanced within one's own family. Point, the first 3 families have early earth immortals sitting in charge. These are real earth immortals, not half immortals, but even so, they didn't dare to mess around, and they didn't make any big unification, because they didn't dare. After all, this world is very big, and earth immortals are not invincible. Ziwi Star Territory arranged for a heavenly immortal to come to this area. Sitting in the starfield point, after learning about this situation, Huang Wei suddenly understood. Chiangson said roughly what Li Fan said, but Zhang Kailing said it in more detail. The real boss is a hidden angel. In addition, there are always enemies of the immortal cultivators in the Ascension world. This is a common enemy of humans and monsters. Demon Clan. The demons are the real forces of darkness, and no one knows when they will appear. He brought endless battles to the entire Ascension world, and he became bigger, stronger, and more numerous. There are too many evil demons. They possess evil demonic energy, and can restrain the spiritual energy and immortal energy of the immortal cultivators. Not long ago, the evil demon clan invaded a planet continent with half-step Earth immortals. The planet tried its best to resist, but was eventually destroyed. By the time the powerful men from the Ziwi Star Territory arrived, it was already too late. We can only launch a war to exterminate the demons with the remaining demon clan. The fight was so violent that the earth collapsed. Half-step Earth immortals, and even heavenly immortals perished. As for the people and demons who died below the immortal level, it could be described as a downpour, and the whole world became an endless sea of blood. Terrible and cruel. Thousands of years ago, the Blue Star Territory was also invaded by the evil demon clan. Fortunately, the powerful heavenly immortals from the Ziwi Star Territory arrived in time, and joined forces with the entire Azure Star Territory cultivators, to defeat those attackers at a heavy cost. The demon clan was beaten back. That time there were no less than 10 immortals on the evil side, and there are only 6 of them. But fortunately, we had the Blue Star Territory formation, so we were lucky enough to win. Since that time, demons have never attacked the Blue Star Territory in such large numbers, especially the Blue Planet continent as the master of this area point. But evil figures will appear in the planet point. These evil spirits began to play dirty tricks. It is most common to seize the body of a cultivator. After hearing the news, Huang Wei's expression became a little more solemn point, but for him, it's not a big problem point. Now he has reached the half step of the great perfection state of the Earth Immortal, and he is really still half a step away from the early stage of the Earth Immortal point. Soon after, Zhang Kailing brought all the medicinal materials they had to Huang Wei point. Huang Wei put it away happily point. At the same time, he showed half-step immortal level alchemy skills. Zhang Kailing was shocked point. After asking, I learned that the alchemists in this world are also ranked from the 1st to the 9th grade, and then to the Emperor grade, and above the Emperor grade are the immortal grades. The level of alchemy masters has not changed much. Therefore, Huang Wei, who was a half-step immortal alchemist, was full of excitement and eagerness. So he recruited Huang Wei. Senior, are you willing to be the chief alchemist of my Zhang family's guest? The most powerful alchemist in the Zhang family is only at the quasi-emperor level point. After reaching this level, the comprehension and alchemy skills required to advance to the next level are very terrifying. Therefore, alchemists are extremely precious. Huang Wei came to this world and was unfamiliar with the place. Now there is an invitation, which just suits his heart. With an identity, walking on this continent is more comfortable, and after all, I have a house point. Moreover, Chengruo's salary is also very large point, so the two agreed point. The other party arranged a mountain peak for Huang Wei point. Huang Wei was very impressed by the scenery here point, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It is a good place to stay healthy point. He has endless life, and will not die normally. Unless a very powerful person comes to kill him, he will never die point. But he didn't slack off. The next time is spent on training. He wants to break through to the Earth Immortal as soon as possible, so that he can have a chance to save his life in this cruel world point. After all, there was a battle between evil spirits, and both earthly and heavenly immortals died point. It made him feel even more anxious. Chapter 294. Day after day, year after year. As the Zhang family's reward order was triggered, the massacre space pirates also secretly launched an attack on those people. However, they did not dare to enter the Blue Star continent and directly launch a war against the Zhang family, because they slaughtered the space pirate group and had many enemies here. If they entered, they would undoubtedly be seeking death. No matter what, they will secretly kill these people when they see them leaving the planet. Anyway, the headquarters of the massacre space pirate group is far away. Many years pass between the undercurrents in the blink of an eye. A full 10 years have passed since Huang Wei came to the blue planet continent. Today, in the Zhang family, a terrifying light burst out and terrifying dark clouds filled the air. This scene frightened everyone, thinking that a natural disaster was coming. Master, what big thing happened with this vision? One of them looked solemn. Look carefully, over there where these dark clouds gather. I remember that peak is the cave of the chief elixir master. This is the promoted thunder tribulation cloud. Zhang Kailing soared into the sky, his eyelids twitching as he looked at the familiar thunder cloud in front of him. At this moment, an old man emerged from the depths of the Zhang family. Those eyes full of depth were trembling. This is the immortal thunder. Quickly, leave this place quickly, and activate the clan protection formation. Someone is going to break through the earth immortal. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Breaking through the earth immortal. He is the only one heading in that direction. Maybe he's about to break through. Zhang Qingling came out of seclusion at this time and looked at the scene in front of her with natural fear in her heart. At the same time, the monks throughout the blue planet were also attracted by this vision. Somewhere in the blue starfield, a figure who was sitting cross-legged and motionless, exuding an immortal charm, suddenly opened his eyes, exuding the power of an immortal from his body. Someone has broken through to become an earthly immortal. As he said that, he looked in the direction of the blue planet continent. After seeing the person clearly, he confirmed that he was a human race and not an evil demon race, and then he closed his eyes again. Chapter 336 The God of Destruction, one of the immortal tribulations, destroying the heaven and the earth. Here, in the blue planet continent, the other 9 major families, as well as the half-step earth immortals and early earth immortals in the clan all looked in the direction of the Zhang family. Immortal tribulation. This immortal tribulation is so scary. Is anyone in the Zhang family going to become an earth immortal? Is it that old guy? Why is this immortal tribulation so terrifying? It wasn't that scary for the 3 of us when we stepped into the earth immortal. Can that old thing handle it? At this time, everyone in the Zhang family was in panic. The ancestor of the Zhang family shouted, "Start the clan protection formation." All clan members return to their positions and hold on with all their strength. The younger generation of the Zhang family will leave Zhangjiaji immediately. Run as far as you can. Boom boom. At this moment, the entire Zhangjiaji has been covered with dark clouds, and tens of thousands of violent thunders are gathering, stretching for thousands of miles. Yes, all Zhang family members did not dare to neglect and took their positions one after another. This person coming to my Zhang family is both a blessing and a curse. How could the immortal tribulation be so terrifying? The ancestor of the Zhang family looked at the violent thunder brewing in the sky. His voice trembled, and he was extremely frightened. Outside the Zhang family, all the monks did not dare to approach Zhangjiaji, and they all watched from thousands of miles away. It was already crowded at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror, but it couldn't stop their curious and lively hearts. In their opinion, such a long distance would never be affected. If they are affected, they will run away immediately. If you can't run away, you can only explain it here. At this moment, under the dark clouds, there was a long-haired young man in green clothes floating. Everyone saw it too. This person is today's protagonist. What surprised everyone was that the person who had overcome the immortal tribulation was not the ancestor of the Zhang family, but someone else. Who is this person? Which old guy's descendant? Impossible. Zhang Kailing is only at the peak of his tribulation. Even if he is half stepped into the realm of immortality, he may still experience such a terrifying immortal tribulation. Those who are half stepped to earth immortal and earth immortal can gaze thousands of miles away. Now that they see the people in the picture, they are all in disbelief. Who is this person? At this moment, Huang Wei looked calmly at the terrifying immortal calamity in front of him. God of Destruction Thunder. In the blue starfield, the angel messenger guarding the universe felt the changes in the planet. He opened his eyes again and looked at the calm figure with an easy glance. How could it be the God of Destruction? Impossible. Who is this person? Why don't I know? The immortal messenger frowned. Why on earth did this person want the immortal tribulation to come out to destroy the god of thunder? No, we must let all the Zhang family leave Zhangjiaji immediately. If the evil spirits invade at this time, it will be troublesome. No matter what, it will be a good thing for the future evil war to save one person from death at this time. The angel messenger immediately sent a message to the ancestor of the Zhang family. The ancestor of the Zhang family who was maintaining the formation suddenly felt a mysterious voice ringing in his mind. Leave. Quickly. This thunder is the divine thunder of no one can survive under the divine thunder of destruction. You and the others cannot be stopped by the formation. They will be destroyed together when the time comes. After saying that, there was no more sound. After the ancestor of the Zhang family reacted, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and his look of fear became even greater. Quickly, let all Zhang family members leave Zhangjiaji. The formation cannot stop it. This is the divine thunder of destruction. The ancestor of the Zhang family immediately spread the news in a panic to everyone maintaining the formation. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. God of destruction. If this were bombed down, the entire Zhangjiaji would be reduced to rubble. In an instant, they felt extremely regretful. Why should they let this person stay in Zhangjiaji? Everyone cancelled the formation and quickly escaped. Seeing this scene, the monks outside were stunned. What happened? Why didn't the formation that was just set up to protect the clan stop being set up? Ran. The other 9 great family immortals also frowned. But at this moment, boom. The violent tornado struck Huang Wei. Green light flashed across Huang Wei's body, and a Xuanwu towering upright appeared. Coming out is the true form of Xuanwu. Immediately afterwards, there is the divine armor protection. Easily blocks all tornadoes. Looking at the huge Xuanwu, these people were once again shocked by the unfamiliar life. What the hell is this? How could it be so big? The dark clouds at this moment were like toys held in Xuanwu's hands. Soon, the first thunder of the god of destruction came downstairs with the aura of destruction. He wants to destroy Huang Wei. Bang. Boom. The god of destruction struck Xuanwu's true body, and a super powerful impact spread continuously. The expressions of all the monks changed greatly, and they were all blown away by the defense. Vomiting blood. The faces of the 9 major families who were far away changed when they felt this fluctuation. It can be affected from such a long distance. You can imagine how terrifying this destructive divine thunder is, and those who resist it are even more terrifying. The ancestor took action to block these aftermaths. Fortunately, it was far enough away, and the power was very weak when it reached them, but it is still difficult to resist during the tribulation. Xuanwu swallows. Under the immortal tribulation, Huang Wei used the turtle shell of Xuanwu's true body to block it. On his body, mysterious runes appeared crazily. The swastika was untied, the Qinglang swallowing was completely opened, and so was the turtle shell's defense. At this moment, Huang Wei could feel numbness all over his body, and a very terrifying power was pouring into his body. He mobilized the burning Zhu and Shenwu Yanju to run quickly, and the 3 realms in his body quickly gathered their origins into his heart at this time. At the same time, in his body, the 3 inner elixirs were also exuding divine power, absorbing the new power of thunder. Huang Wei's soul broke through the shackles at this moment, and became a fairyland soul. The divine bone armor all over his body has exceeded the 100 million year mark. He also became an immortal. Huang Wei's cultivation also truly broke through the last step at this moment, reaching the early stage of Earth Immortal. The god of destruction has only one strike, to destroy the heaven and the earth. But here in Huang Wei, it failed. The terrifying thunder tribulation disappeared, and the dark clouds gradually subsided, leaving only a huge basalt ball wrapped in thunder staying high in the sky. The real person below Xuanwu was shrouded in a dazzling light. However, at this moment, Wuming Pavilion in Huang Wei's body felt the aura of the god of destruction absorbed into his master's body. During the exercise, a ray of light flew out and directly integrated into Huang Wei's body. Divine martial thunder technique can refine all thunder. Huang Wei instantly learned how to use the divine martial thunder technique to quickly refine the destructive divine thunder throughout his body. Time passed quickly, and it didn't happen as others expected. This goes as quickly as it comes. Everyone was dumbfounded. He caught it. The angelic messenger looked incredible. How could the god of destruction be caught? He murmured. It felt unreal. But it also showed from another aspect that a very remarkable person was born among the human race. Chapter 295. I must report this person. This person will be an indispensable force in fighting against evil spirits in the future. The angel messenger looked excited and crushed a jade piece. The jade pieces turned into streamers and disappeared at the end of the universe. A fairy charm is spreading in the blue planet continent at this moment. Chapter 337 Earth Immortal. Ancestors of three families appear. The dark clouds representing destruction dissipate, and the blue sky representing life appears. Immortal rain began to fall from the sky. This is a blessing. Every person who becomes an immortal will be favored by heaven and earth. After passing through, there will be immortal rain falling to benefit all living beings. This immortal rain has the great ability to reshape one's body, cleanse menstruation and cut marrow, instantly restore injuries, restore severed limbs, and enhance a monk's sense of enlightenment. It's Xianayu. It's really Xianayu. It hasn't rained in 1,000 years. Quickly, bathe in the fairy rain and practice hard. This is the key to our breakthrough. All the monks were overjoyed, and those who were stuck at the peak of a certain realm were even more excited. Some of them even broke through the long-standing shackles of the peak at the moment they were exposed to the fairy rain. Reach the next more powerful state. This immortal rain is only useful to those under Earth Immortal. The Zhang family members obeyed the order and immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the immortal rain. The consciousness of the ancestors of the Zhang family is transmitted to every Zhang family member. Just now, he also felt that the dusty shackles in his body were loosening. If he could, he would break through to the late half-immortal stage in one fell swoop. Zhang Kailing, the head of the Zhang family of this generation, realized the opportunity for his own breakthrough. He did not dare to show any slightness, and immediately sat cross-legged. This will be the most important moment for him to become a half-step immortal. The same is true for the other 9 major families, and the patriarch also feels the same way. If nothing else happens, a new batch of half-immortals will appear this time. The 3 powerful Earth Immortals among the 9 major families were overjoyed. Thousands of years had passed since the last immortal rain. That time it was caused by one of them breaking through. But they felt that the immortal rain of the 3 of them was not as powerful as this time. That time, their fairy rain only lasted for 1 minute. But this time, a full 2 minutes have passed without stopping. Moreover, the fairy rain usually ends in 1 minute. It seems that it is because of the destroying divine thunder. This extraordinary person is definitely not a member of the Zhang family. Now that he has become an Earth Immortal, we should go over and celebrate. The Earth Immortals have an agreement. In the starfield, where Earth Immortals are not common yet, they must not destroy it. Otherwise, there will be big trouble and they will be suppressed by the heavenly immortals such as Ziwei Starfield. If it's in the Ziwei Star territory, Earth Immortals can take action, because there are more advanced heavenly immortals there. And Earth Immortals are also very common. But the number is still too small to face the evil spirits. As one of the 3 most powerful star regions, the Ziwei Star region is at the forefront of the battle against evil spirits. There are really many peak immortals there. Return to the blue planet continent. 10 minutes passed, and Xianayu finally stopped. Accompanying him was Huang Wei, who was radiating light all over his body. At this moment, everything in his body had entered a fairyland. There was a terrifying thunder sweeping across his body. The aura of the thunder carried the power of terror and destruction. It was very familiar. It was the divine thunder of destruction. He had some control over the god of destruction. Although it was only a small amount, it was still very terrifying. This is an Earth Immortal. It is indeed not comparable to a half-immortal. The world is vast again. Huang Wei felt the changes all over his body and suddenly smiled excitedly. However, at this moment, there was a change in the space around him. Then several holes opened. Are there any guests coming? Huang Wei looked at these openings with an expectant look. If he came to cause destruction, he would let the other party have a taste of the god of destruction. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 figures came out of several holes. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for being promoted to Earth Immortal. I come to congratulate you on behalf of the Yi family. On behalf of the Zhao family, I come to congratulate you. I come to congratulate you on behalf of the Lin family. As their voices fell, those who were absorbing the immortal rain slowly opened their eyes. Some people who had broken through to the half step of the Earth Immortal changed their expressions and hurriedly left their original positions because they felt that the disaster facing them was coming. Moreover, the catastrophe of those who break through the realm will also come. They couldn't be surrounded here, otherwise all the catastrophes would be gathered in one place. It would be scary for my mother just thinking about it, so they all ran away. Zhang Kailing, the head of the Zhang family, has met 3 senior Earth Immortals. At the same time, congratulations to Huang Di for stepping into the earthly realm. I mean the same thing. The ancestor of the Zhang family flew up and nodded. The relationship between this Earth Immortal and their Zhang family is pretty good, which is good news. You must make good friends with the other party at all costs, and it is best to keep them. In this case, he will feel relieved. Originally, if he could no longer break through, he could only wait for the fate of death, but unexpectedly, he broke through now, so his lifespan has also been increased. Naturally, I was very happy. Huang Di has met 3 senior Earth Immortals. Huang Wei smiled slightly and returned the favor. It would be better for the 3 seniors to talk than to take practical actions. What do the 3 seniors think? Huang Wei said with a smile on his face. The ancestors of the Lin family, the Yi family, and the Zhao family were all stunned. This fellow Taoist was really straightforward and said it directly. Haha, there are some. The 3 ancestors laughed and suddenly took out something. This thing is the demon core of the 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum demon. If you don't dislike it, fellow Taoist, just accept it. This thing is the core of the 10,000-year-old evil tiger man. If you don't dislike it, fellow Taoist, just accept it. This sword is called the Xiangxing sword. It is a magic weapon. If you don't dislike it, just accept it. Then I'm not welcome. Seeing this, Huang Wei waved his hand and put it away without caring about anything. As for the demon core and magic core, the levels above are not low, at least at the level of transcending tribulation. However, it is no longer of much use to him, so when the time comes, he plans to turn it into energy and introduce it into the 3 realms in his body for them to absorb. In this way, waste can be turned into treasure. In this way, his 3 realms are also greatly enhanced. After stepping into the Earth Fairy Queen, his divine center was once again improved. The world of gods becomes more powerful. Fellow Taoist, please come to my Yi family, Zhao family, Lin family, as a guest, when you have time. The 3 Earth Immortals smiled slightly. Huang Wei nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go there and take a look when I have time. The ancestor of the Lin family said, by the way, this time we come, there is one more thing to inform you, that is, becoming the Earth Immortal Queen. You will also be restricted. There is no threat in the starfield, where Earth Immortals are uncommon. When you are in crisis or your loved ones are in crisis, you cannot take action at will, because if the Earth Immortal takes action, if it is not controlled well, it will destroy a continental plate, which is a disaster. The ancestor of the Lin family immediately added, if you want to show off your skills, you can go to the Zhuo Star territory. You can come anywhere without any problem. The level there is high enough to withstand the chaos of the Earth Immortals, and there are many Earth Immortals there very common. The ancestor of the Zhao family stroked his long white beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, Zhuo Star territory, as one of the 3 most powerful places in the Ascension world, has even greater cultivation resources. Huang Wei said, I will go there in the future. Why don't the 3 seniors give it a try? Chapter 338 Chance Encounter. Overlord Swordbody. Hearing Huang Wei's words, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly, and said, Earth Immortal is already our limit, and there is no possibility of improvement. Going to the Zhuo Star territory has many opportunities and dangers, and it may not necessarily be possible. It can be improved. The 3 ancestors said bitterly, it's a pity that the fairy rain is of no use to us, otherwise we can also bathe in it and enjoy a blessing. Huang Wei said, does it require the rain of immortals to be useful? The 3 ancestors nodded, not bad. Huang Wei asked, then you can also go to the Zhuo Star territory. Maybe one day someone will break through the celestial immortals and rain down the celestial immortals, and you can also enjoy it. The 3 ancestors shook their heads. It's too difficult. There has been no new celestial immortal for more than 1,000 years, and the resources and power required to break through the celestial immortal have reached a terrifying level. I see, that's all. Everyone has their own ambitions, Huang Wei said without saying anything more. After everyone continued to chat for a while, they dispersed and went back to their homes to find their mothers. The crisis in Zhangjiaji was also successfully resolved. The next days passed day by day. Point in the Zhuyi Star territory. All the monks had forgotten what happened before. It is useless to miss that immortal reign. The improvement of their own strength is the key. And after that immortal reign, a new batch of half-step earth immortals appeared. The Zhang family advocated that killing be among these people. Everyone's strength has been greatly improved. On this day, Huang Wei planned to leave the Zhang family for a while and go to the blue planet continent to travel alone. So he turned into a mortal and quickly came to a mortal world. Not everyone can become an immortal. If you want to become an immortal, you must have spiritual roots, even the most rubbish 5-system miscellaneous spiritual roots. People without spiritual roots are doomed to live like that all their lives. For Huang Wei, whose lifespan is infinite, everything in the mortal world is a very short movie. In a valley, there was a young man holding a box of things in his hands and running away with all his strength. A group of neatly equipped soldiers chased him behind him. Point at first glance, they were clearly officers and soldiers. The young man was in a panic. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he was running crazily forward with no sign of stopping. However, he had been running for a long time, and now his physical strength was almost exhausted. Thief, don't run away, you little beast. Stop right here, catch him and cut him into pieces. Don't let him get away when you go, otherwise we will be dead. When we go back to the Yamen, we must get the box in his hand back. Chapter 296. The officers and soldiers stood and suddenly raised the long swords in their hands, and a force gathered. These were warriors in the mortal world, and they also used force. Point. He shot out with a slurp. Point. The arrow caught fire and shot out very quickly. The boy was covered in blood. Feeling the sense of crisis coming from behind, he gritted his teeth and turned around. The rocket hit the box in his arms. The box fell apart and flew up, and he was almost hit. Fortunately, he managed to avoid it. Point. The whole body flew out quickly and fell to the ground. He was already weak, and now that he fell like this, he lost all his strength in an instant. The hand was shaking. No, I'm not willing to give in. I want to avenge my mother. You bastards. I can't die. The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing hatred and anger. At the same time, a mysterious power emitted from him, but it quickly disappeared. You brat, you should keep running. Why don't you stop running? Pick up the box for me and tell me that this kid broke it. The officers and soldiers laughed wildly, and one of them came to the box and picked it up. The thing in the box was a broken classic. This kind of technique can only be learned by a lowly person like you. Now I'll chop off your head. He made a mocking voice, raised the knife in his hand, and was about to chop it down. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Wait a minute, who the hell? When the man heard this, he immediately became displeased. He looked up, and his pupils shrank in the next second, and everyone was blown away by a huge force. Ahem. Flying. Could it be an immortal? Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was bleeding and swallowing, with pain and panic covering their whole bodies. They lay on the ground in fear, and did not dare to move. The person who came down was none other than Huang Wei, who was traveling in the mortal world. Just now, he was flying over this valley, intending to find a place to settle down and experience the life of an ordinary person, because he had not experienced it for a long time. The high throne of the emperor kept coming. The practice has made him, an immortal with unlimited lifespan, feel tired and boring. Only the mortal world can have the splendor they have. However, just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a mysterious force coming from below. This power seems to be a Taoist rhyme that has not yet been unlocked. So he came down to see what was going on, and quickly determined that the unconscious young man was the one he sensed. Could it be that this son is still a son blessed by luck? Looking at the young man in front of him, Huang Wei thought to himself. His fairy eyes glanced at the young man in front of him. The power in the young man's body sensed Huang Wei's probing and began to resist and panic. Good guy. This kid turns out to be the tyrant sword body. Huang Wei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to be so lucky. It seems that this time he descended to Earth is also an opportunity. I want this son, so get out of here. Huang Wei's emotionless voice rang out. Immortal. This son is the most guilty son of our Xianyu dynasty. He has the existence of Emperor Wu. I wonder if Immortal can give me some face. Bang. Bang bang bang. Exclamation mark. However, before the words could be fully finished, the group of people in front of them suddenly died suddenly, and their whole bodies exploded into blood mist. The scene was so cruel that it was unbearable to watch. What? A bastard. I've forced you so much to spare your lives, and you still want to threaten me? How ridiculous. Xianyu Dynasty? This emperor will go and destroy that stupid martial emperor you talk about in a moment. He doesn't know good from evil. Huang Wei snorted coldly. Now that he has the strength, why should he be afraid of this? But suddenly he thought of the promise he had made with the three ancestors. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This bullshit rule is also troublesome. Now that I have killed these ants, why don't you come out? Seeing that no one came out, Huang Wei picked up the unconscious young man in front of him point at the same time. He also brought over the classic book Opposite Point Kainou and Kung Fu. Trash. He burned it casually without leaving it for the other party at all point. Since your own disciples can't get it, then you shouldn't want it either. Wipe the surrounding area clean. Taking the young man with him, he disappeared. Time passed by, and the young man woke up again, looking at the strange place in front of him, and was a little stunned. Where is this place? I'm not dead, he murmured. Point chapter 339. The seal is released, and the tribulation is overturned. Of course it was me who saved you. Just when the young man was at a loss and his big eyes were filled with questions, a strange and plain voice sounded in his ears. His pupils shrank, and he was startled. He quickly turned around and saw a young man he had never seen before. The young man has long hair and long robes, giving him a very ordinary look. But for some reason, his sixth sense told him that the person in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He must be a master of hiding. Senior, who are you? The young man moved his body and suddenly heard a sound. There was surprise in his eyes because he felt that the injuries in his body no longer hurt. He looked down and said in surprise, my injury is healed. Don't make a fuss. Huang Wei said calmly. Huang Wei stood there quietly and said, I'm the leader of the Wuming sect. Little guy, let me tell you a secret. There is a very powerful power hidden in your body. Are you willing to join my Wuming sect? Senior thinks highly of me, and I'm willing to join the Wuming sect. Although the young man heard about this sect for the first time, he agreed without hesitation, and was extremely surprised, because the sect also represents the cultivation of immortality. But he said bitterly, but senior, this kid has been shown by other immortals before. He has no spiritual roots, and cannot cultivate immortality. Your physique doesn't need those spiritual roots, because you have the best spiritual roots, called sword spiritual roots, and your physique is the overlord sword body, but it has not been activated. Just now you experienced life and death, and you were unwilling to untie a thread, but because you were too weak, you finally passed out. But you have to thank the group of people who are chasing you. Otherwise I would not have sensed that you were the tyrant sword body, let alone rescue you. Everything is your own luck. Huang Wei's voice was very calm, and every word was very clear. It seems that this is indeed my blessing, and the same is true for me to meet you. From now on, disciple Lin Hao will be a member of the Wuming sect in life, and will be the soul of the Wuming sect in death. The young man knelt down and worshipped Huang Wei directly. Huang Wei waved his hand gently, and a gentle force lifted Lin Hao up. I accept your intention, and now I will give you the power of my sect's inheritance. This power is called the Overlord Sword God. Huang Wei thought for a long time, and happened to find a god that matched Lin Hao from the God Realm Center. Now the God Realm Center has become so powerful that it has reached an unparalleled level. As his level continues to increase, he becomes more powerful and tyrannical. At the same time, there is another way that, as long as he absorbs the plane or planet into his body, and uses the center of the God Realm as the leader, it will become even more tyrannical. After receiving the inheritance of the god named Tyrant Sword God, Lin Hao closed his eyes and sensed this scene, which was very mysterious. The whole person entered a strange world in an instant. In this world, there is a supreme and terrifying god, who is the inherited phantom of the Tyrant Sword God. Because this god is a new god, and has no successor, and Lin Hao is the first generation inheritor of the Tyrant Sword God, and he will be the Tyrant Sword God from now on, Lin Hao sat cross-legged, and was enjoying this moment. The immortal power of Huang Wei crossed into it. In the next second, it turned into a force that helped him unlock the long-sealed Overlord Sword body. In an instant, there was a great formation of light and a terrifying supreme sword intent soared into the sky, trying to break the entire room. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a barrier instantly enveloped the surrounding area. He also successfully blocked various strange phenomena caused by the awakening of the Tyrant Sword body, and avoided other troubles that would come. There were only two people in this area, Huang Wei and Lin Hao. The terrifying sword intent all over the sky kept striking within this barrier. Huang Wei did not stop him, but just let these sword intentions hit him. This was the best way to release the awakening. Immediately afterwards, a very exaggerated scene appeared. As the Tyrant Sword body was opened, the inheritance of the Tyrant Sword God came out. Between yin and yang, Lin Hao directly completed the test of the Tyrant Sword God and completely inherited it. His cultivation level improved rapidly. Practicing Ki for the first time, the peak of the 9th level of Ki training, condensation foundation building fluid, entering the realm of foundation building. Establishing the first layer of foundation, 2, 3, 5. The pinnacle of foundation building. The Danshan condenses the golden elixir instantly experienced the 3 procedural realms of fake elixir, completed elixir, and finally golden elixir. Step into the realm of golden elixir. Golden elixir cultivation has also improved rapidly. At the same time, Huang Wei crushed the Puan pill and injected the medicine into his body to protect the opponent's foundation point. Because the upgrade is too fast. The other party has not taken Puan Dan yet. He wasn't sure if it would damage the foundation. Lin Hao's cultivation level improved rapidly. Time passes quickly. At the last moment, the violent sword intent formed an absolute domain and slowly subsided. Lin Hao's cultivation at this moment has reached the early stage of transcending the tribulation. This is still with the help of Puan Dan. Unexpectedly, no one could have imagined that a waste would unlock the body of the Tyrant Sword God and obtain the inheritance of the Tyrant Sword God, plus the effect of the Puan pill. Ascend directly to become a tribulation transcending monk. As for those thunder tribulations, they haven't had time yet. But because of this, all the realms of lightning tribulations have been accumulated together. When Lin Hao comes out of the barrier, he will face a very terrible thunder tribulation. But it's not a big problem. Huang Wei is here. The most powerful divine thunder of destruction has been caught, let alone these scummy thunders. The next step for Lin Hao is to consolidate himself. Now he is already a sword god. Chapter 297. The mortal world could no longer bear the power he exuded, so Huang Wei forcibly restrained it. Although he became an earth immortal, he could easily control his energy to be sealed in his body, and he would not explode the mortal world because of it. Moreover, the mortal world is not really mortal. It also has a warrior system. As for the level of the martial emperor that people say, Huang Wei can only know it if he has seen it. Although I cannot kill the so-called martial emperor of the Xianyu dynasty with my own hands, my disciples of the Wuming sect can do it myself. The corner of Huang Wei's mouth curled up. Time passes quickly. Lin Hao, who became a master of overcoming tribulations, has passed this period of time and quickly understood everything about himself. After digesting it, he also looked shocked. Is this the period of transcending the tribulation? Is it too easy? Lin Hao said. Even if Huang Wei heard this, he wanted to slap him to death. Can he speak? If you can't speak, don't speak. Even he has never tried to become a tribulation directly. That is equivalent to the existence of Dao Emperor. Your talent would scare people to death in Dao Qi continent. Even if it is placed here, Huang Wei said coldly, what you just said, don't do it again in the future. Otherwise I will not be able to help but slap you to death. I have to say that he was really shocked. with his system, is he really not as good as the Son of Destiny? But if he didn't give the Puan Pillar Tyrant Sword God to each other, then it is impossible for the other party to reach this point. Disciple made a mistake. Huang Di, I plan to avenge my mother and father right now and destroy the Xianyu dynasty. Lin Hao knelt down on one knee and begged for his life. Go ahead and let the people live. You can decide for yourself. I'm also curious about what Emperor Wu is. Huang Wei said. Chapter 340. The younger one beat the older one, and finally the older one came to. Huang Wei hid in the void and quietly watched what happened below. Below him was the Xianyu dynasty. At this moment, Lin Hao's figure exuding the aura of transcending tribulations towered over the sky of the dynasty. The aura of terror and tribulation enveloped the entire dynasty. People in the dynasty immediately felt the crisis coming. The expressions of the upper echelons of the royal family were even more frightened, because this aura was really terrifying. Lin Hao's figure escaped directly into the royal family of the dynasty. Wherever it passed, the sword energy spread freely and easily killed the soldiers standing guard. The palace grounds were filled with corpses and blood. Who is here? He dares to kill people in the Xianyu dynasty. Do you really think we don't exist? At this moment, several figures flew out from inside. One of them has the most powerful aura and has the power of an emperor. Golden elixir? You dare to claim the title of emperor? Huang Wei looked down in the sky and felt that the most powerful person in this group was in the golden elixir realm, and he immediately laughed. It seemed that he was overthinking it. His immortal thoughts swept through the entire Xianyu dynasty, but he could not find anyone higher than Jindan. The person in front of him still had an imperial aura. At first glance, it was the group of people and the Emperor Wu that Lin Hao said. Disappointing. He closed his eyes immediately. Emperor Wu, the revenge of killing my parents must be repaid with your life. In Lin Hao's thoughts, countless sword energy transformed into sword energy rushed toward the people in front of him. Your Excellency must have misunderstood. Emperor Xianyu's expression changed with shock, and he said in horror. They worked together to resist, but the defense was instantly shattered, and everyone was pierced through the heart. The same was true for Emperor Xianyu, whose heads were chopped off. Instant kill. Vulnerable. Lin Hao snorted coldly. However, at this moment, the void tore apart, and a voice appeared. This voice exuded the pressure of the middle stage of the tribulation. Looking down, he was angry. Damn thing, are you the one who destroyed the dog I raised? He looked at Lin Hao, and was frightened by the terrifying sword power around him. Ling Shan's sword. Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense. If he talked too much, he would be the one who died. Feeling that the opponent was in the middle of the tribulation, he took action without hesitation. It was just time to use this person to test his current power. The Emperor's sword, filled with overwhelming killing intent, stabbed directly at the man. The sword is so powerful that the space trembles. Tribulation fire sword. The man snorted coldly. Was he afraid of a junior who was in the early stage of transcending the tribulation when he was in the middle of the tribulation? Funny, he took action directly. He was also a swordsman, but the power of his sword was not as powerful as Lin Hao's. Boom. A huge explosion spreads Lin Hao's sword into the sky, holding the tyrant divine sword. This is the artifact of his natal god. If Your Excellency doesn't leave an arm today, you can't even think of leaving here. Not to be outdone, the man took out his imperial sword and killed Lin Hao directly. The two quickly entered the highest sky and started a fierce struggle. Lin Hao, who has a domineering sword body, is the protagonist's fate, the son of great luck, a natural sword body, and domineering sword energy. Even if the opponent is in the middle of transcending the tribulation, he does not benefit from his hands and is instead suppressed. Sorry, there is something wrong with me. I have such a domineering sword spirit. I'm obviously in the middle stage of transcending the tribulation, but I can't take advantage of it, and I'm suppressed. If this spreads, won't I be laughed to death by outsiders? The man felt something was wrong, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he became, the more he wanted to regain his position. Dai Ki Hong Pio's sword. This is his most powerful special move, and the one that made him famous. If you use it to overcome the tribulation, you will suffer losses even in the later stages of the tribulation point, let alone one who is in the early stage of transcending the tribulation. The Tyrant Divine Sword. The Tyrant Divine Sword / the breath of the terrifying and overbearing divine sword danced rapidly, transforming into a huge sword body. Lin Hao held it and rushed forward, colliding with Qi Hang's pouring void sword. Ha! Break it for me. Lin Hao roared angrily. The tyrant sword intention burned in his body again. In an instant, Qi Hang's void-breaking sword, which the man was proud of, cracked and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the tyrant divine sword fell on the man. No. Impossible. Immortal. Lord, save me. The man was horrified and yelled, even if the King of Heaven is here, I can't save you. Lin Hao sneered. Huh. But at this moment, Huang Wei, who was eating melon seeds and watching a show in the void, frowned and then relaxed. Staring at the void where the man was, he felt the power of an earthly immortal. Interesting, this guy really appears in a series. Huang Wei suddenly recalled the scenes he used to read in novels, playing small ones, big ones, and old ones, in a series of scenes. It's such an old routine. I didn't expect I could still see it now, but a mere earth immortal is like the person who hurt my wombing sect. He is not qualified. At least let one earth immortal come over, right? Huang Wei shook his head and didn't care anymore. Outside, Lin Hao was about to succeed, and the tyrant divine sword was about to kill the man. How dare you, bastard? However, at this moment, an accident happened. As a voice sounded, a force containing immortal power broke through the void and rushed out, directly shattering the huge sword shadow transformed by the tyrant divine sword. What? Such a powerful force. This has already exceeded the tribulation period. Is he an immortal? Lin Hao inherited the gods and unlocked the memories brought by the tyrant sword body. He knew many things about this world, including the realm of half-step earth immortals, and heavenly immortals. Anyone who has anything to do with immortals is very dangerous. He frowned, showing fear. Although he has a tyrant sword body, it may not be possible to fight against an immortal, but it may not be impossible either. If he were at the peak of transcending tribulation, he might be able to arm wrestle with a half-step earth immortal, but now he is only at the early stage of transcending tribulation, so he is obviously not qualified. But he quickly backed down and calmed down because he remembered, damn, it's not just the other party who has someone, he also has someone, and his sect leader is an earth immortal, a real earth fairy. A mere half immortal is nothing more than an ant in front of him, so his confidence suddenly increased. At the same time, I also felt how comfortable it is to have a background. Soon an old man with a long beard appeared in front of the man, and it was this man who saved the man. The man gritted his teeth and said, Immortal Lord, you are finally here. I will die if you don't come. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for saving my life, and please help me kill this son. Shut up, the old man said coldly. The man shut his mouth and did not dare to say any more. The old man looked at Lin Hao. In an instant, Lin Hao felt terrible pressure coming down. He felt that he was about to be seen through, and that he had no secrets. Boy, since you are the tyrant sword body, great. Hahaha, boy, how about becoming my disciple, and letting you grow up completely, and don't dwell on what happened this time. The old man's eyes gleamed, and then he laughed. Unexpectedly, I discovered a shocking treasure right here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. I'm sorry, I already have a sect and a master, so I won't accept you as my master. Lin Hao said coldly. You have a good temper. I'm a half-step immortal. Who is your master? Tell me. When the old man was rejected, his smile suddenly faded, thinking that the person in front of him was ungrateful. How dare you refuse the invitation of a half-step earthly immortal like him? Chapter 341. There is someone behind me. No, Immortal Lord. When the man heard what the old man in front of him said, He immediately panicked. The old man took action in the next second and patted it casually, as if he was patting garbage. The man's face changed drastically. He was seriously injured. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. His face was ferocious and twisted, and he was extremely uncomfortable. His whole body fell directly to the ground. A loud booming sound was heard, and the man did not know whether to live or die. Dry tongue. The old man was very dissatisfied. He was the leader. Who dared to question what he said? The old man's eyes were sharp and his body was wrapped with sword energy. Boy, now that I have beaten him, I have given you a step forward. Become your teacher and I will teach you. No, today, I'm going to test how strong the half-step Earth Immortal is. Lin Hao didn't know where he got the confidence. With a cold voice, he grabbed the Tyrant Divine Sword and rushed towards the old man. Huang Wei, who was hiding in the void and was about to come out to calm the situation, heard the other party's words and saw the other party's actions that were not afraid of death. He immediately admired him and then laughed. The son of luck is not mentally ill, right? Or does he think I will be? Help him, so you are not afraid of anything? But I will really help him. You know, it is impossible to defeat the half-step Earth Immortal by crossing the tribulation point because it has been tainted with the words iron. It means that it has the laws of immortality attached to it. Although it is very weak, it is there. No matter what point he has become a half-step Earth Immortal, so he naturally understands the terrible gap between the half-step Earth Immortal and the tribulation stage. But it's okay. Let this kid know that sometimes you really can't act recklessly and you have to use your brain. Facing Lin Hao's attack, the old man smiled slightly, more with contempt, raised a finger, and directly took Lin Hao's Tyrant Divine Sword. Lin Hao struck out with all his strength and was caught just like that. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically and he was extremely frightened. This was a strike from him with all his strength, and the other party caught it so easily with just one finger. How can this be? How could the gap be so big? Suddenly he regretted it. Sure enough, I'm still too young. At this moment, he felt like he was chopping on the hardest stone in the world, unable to shake even a hair. Haha, little guy. The difference between a half-step earthly immortal and a transcendent tribulation will only be known when you become one in the future. Go home with me. The old man was going to stretch out his claws on Lin Hao in the next second. Don't come here. Do you think there's no one behind me? Believe it or not, if I scream, an Earth Immortal will come out and crush you to death. Lin Hao shouted and said coldly, hahaha, Earth Immortal, do you think the Earth Immortal is a Chinese cabbage? Do you think this is the Zhuo Star territory? There are only those 4 in the entire Azure Star territory, plus the one who was just promoted before. There are only 5. Go with me obediently. No one can save you. If you don't obey me, I will take out your tyrant sword body and enjoy it myself. Hahaha. The old man directly raised his hand, and the terrifying immortal power condensed into the giant hand, instantly helping Lin Hao. The Tyrant Divine Sword also shattered, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Fortunately, the true body of the Tyrant Divine Sword was in the god, and the phantom was shattered, can be restored in the body. Sect. Master, save me. Save me. He bullies people. Half-step. Earthly immortals bully people. Lin Hao swallowed Xingqian's blood and roared. HMPH, trying to be mysterious. The old man said coldly. Just when he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. The surrounding void was blocked, and it was still a very terrifying force. Immediately afterwards, a surge of celestial power appeared, and in the void ahead, a long-haired young man walked out leisurely. I said, you old guy, you bully my disciples of the Wooming sect. Do you really think that no one can accept you? Huang Wei was eating melon seeds, with a leisurely look on his face, and stared at the old man in front of him with a smile. Earth Immortal. Definitely an Earth Immortal. There really is an earthly immortal behind this kid. The old man's back suddenly felt hairy. When he saw it, his heart was trembling, and he was sweating profusely. He instantly let go of Lin Hao's giant hand, and immediately bowed his hands. Greetings to Senior Earth Immortal. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I was just joking with this little friend. Just a joke. The old man now looks miserable, uglier than if he had eaten shit. The gap between the half-step Earth Immortal and the Earth Immortal is very terrifying. He couldn't help but swallow. From the very beginning I thought this guy was joking and trying to scare him. I didn't expect it to be an earthly immortal. This is so scary. The person in front of him was not the 4 earthly immortals he knew. Could it be? Wait, the look and figure are a bit familiar. Gilu, you are the Earth Immortal who was just promoted in Zhangjiaji. The old man's pupils suddenly shrank. His complexion changed drastically, and he was in shock. Huang Wei smiled and said, "You old man has some sharp eyesight." "Yes, it is me. If you hurt my disciple, you can't just use it as a misunderstanding. You have to show it with some practical actions." Huang Wei smiled. "My lord, what do you want to express?" The old man gritted his teeth and asked with an uneasy premonition. "It's very simple." As Huang Wei spoke, he hit the old man with a huge slap, very fast. "No. The immortal will be merciful." The old man's expression changed drastically, and he became as gloomy as water. He couldn't care so much and directly activated the strongest sword shield to protect his body. However, it was of no use as the shield of the strongest sword that he was proud of was broken. He was killed directly. Blood was flying all over the sky. It was so cruel that I couldn't bear to look at it. Gilu just used one palm. Lin Heo was also shocked, swallowed his saliva, and understood how terrifying and awesome his sect master was. His heart is even more eager to step into the half-step of the immortal world. Although there is a rule among the Earth Immortals not to kill people indiscriminately, as long as it is dealt with cleanly, everything will be easy. The moment those people find out, Huang Wei doesn't even know if he is still on this planet continent. "Thank you so much for saving me, Sect Master. Now that my disciples' hatred has been avenged, I plan to practice hard and seriously." Lin Heo cupped his hands and said. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. "Go ahead. If you encounter someone who is not an Earth Immortal, but a half-step Earth Immortal, you can ask your senior brothers to take action." "Yes." Lin Heo nodded. Then he quickly entered the Nameless Realm to receive his novice gift package. Huang Wei, on the other hand, continued to wander around his mortal world. Just like that, when autumn turned to winter, he became immortal, experienced many things, and saw through many things in the blink of an eye. 100 years passed by. Many people I knew in the mortal world were dead. After experiencing the baptism of the secular world, Huang Wei's Taoist heart has become more firm, and he has gained many new insights unconsciously. He felt that he was about to make a breakthrough again. The breakthrough this time is a small breakthrough, not a big breakthrough. It is extremely difficult to reach the Earth Immortal Queen without breaking through a small level, and the immortal power required is very majestic. Because what they cultivate is immortal power, not spiritual power. In the mortal world, hundreds of years have passed again. Huang Wei continued to travel, seeing all the mountains, rivers, and land landscapes, and at the same time drawing a topographic map of the entire mortal world. The replacement of dynasties, and empires is also going on, and the war with thousands of armies is already like this. Chapter 340. To the big gift package suddenly given by the system on this day, Huang Wei returned to the world of immortality. Found a place, opened the enchantment world in the void, and then opened the Nameless Realm channel in his body. Seeing so many familiar people appearing, Huang Wei couldn't help but smile. "Everyone, let's continue the carnival in the new world." These people include the semi-immortal 8 ancient tribes and others, as well as the remaining members of the most primitive group of unknown sect members. This group of people are all in the late or peak stages of transcending tribulation. "I've met the sect master." Everyone raised their hands. This force is very terrifying, even if it is placed on the blue planet continent. This new world is called the Ascension World. It is based on the cosmic starfield. It has countless forces and countless tribulation periods. There are also many semi-immortals, Earth Immortals and Heavenly Immortals. The place we are currently in is the Ascension World Star, the continent of the blue planet, one of the domains. And our Chinese empire will start conquering the rest of the world from here. Huang Wei briefly explained this place to everyone. Everyone has their own ideas. That is, they want to make the name of the Chinese empire known in this world. Huang Wei told them about the restraint between the earthly immortals so he can't take action easily, but half-immortals don't have this restriction. He also believes that there is no force with as many half-immortals as they do, because even here, half-immortals are a very rare second force. After the meeting, Huang Wei disbanded. As before, the Huaxia Empire carried out the process secretly. They first found a slightly remote continent to unify the forces there. Huang Wei was studying the elixir in the super energy laboratory. Now he has the qualifications to receive and learn immortal level alchemy techniques. Chapter 299. Here he began to study with enlightenment. I quickly learned that the refining of the elixir is indeed different. He brought together all the materials collected in the superpower laboratory. Start trying to refine the first elixir. As long as it can be refined, the first step is to update the Pyuandan to the elixir level. Pyuandan is his signature. The other elixirs may not appear or be upgraded, but Pyuandan must not. Today's Pyuan pill can only be used on those below the Earth Immortal point. After arriving at the Earth Fairy Queen, it was completely useless on this day. He remembered the secret realm that Miss Zhang had mentioned before. According to calculations in the mortal world, Brother Zai's week just started. Coupled with the materials collected by the Zhang family, after various extractions, the Pyuan pill can be upgraded to the immortal level. After one is produced, it will be copied and mass-produced by the super intelligent brain. He tasted one, and the potency of the medicine was very terrifying. As expected, the immortal product and the non-immortal product were completely different. The gap is really huge, beyond everyone's expectations. As he refined the medicinal power, time passed quickly, and the Earth Immortal's early cultivation level did not rise to a small level as expected. But it does bring a lot of energy. If calculated by experience bars, his experience bar is now over half. If you only need to eat a few more, you may be able to reach the intermediate level of Earth Immortal. So he continued eating. Continued to practice. In the Jialing space, no one knew how long time had passed. The immortal energy in Huang Wei's body was rising steadily, and he soon reached the middle stage of the Earth Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the middle stage of Earth Immortal. This system has enabled the experience bar function, which can be viewed in the host's mind. At the same time, I will reward the host with an Earth Immortal gift package. I made up for it by being late. The sound of the system suddenly starting up instantly made Huang Wei's face look happy. Open the gift bag, Huang Wei said immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the location map of the 10 fierce fires in the Ascension world. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to upgrade a designated weapon to an acquired treasure. Congratulations to the host for increasing his cultivation speed by 80%. Congratulations to the host for increasing his anti-armor by 1 level. Upgrade my Zuanwu heart to the acquired treasure. Huang Wei heard the sound that the system kept spitting out and suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, which was very uncomfortable. However, he could not hide his joy and excitement. Zuanwu heart appeared in front of him, and when he finished speaking, it was wrapped in a mysterious power. After the power finally disappeared, it emitted a terrifying power. Zuanwu heart has entered the ranks of acquired magic weapons. At the same time, he could feel that Zuanwu heart's defensive power was even more terrifying, and its ability to assist him in continuing to practice was even more awesome. At this moment, several rays of light rose up on his body, as if the person had been upgraded. It was very dazzling. At this moment, Huang Wei thought, and a familiar character interface appeared. Host, Huang Wei soul, Zuanwu talent, turtle longevity, endless life, fusion of rings, world body lifespan, identity, Lord of Douluo universe, Lord of fighting Keyplane, Lord of God realm Dao Key, comes with the ability to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the energy. Mid-stage Earth Immortal experience points required for promotion to the later stage. 500 million/10 billion divine bones, billions of years basalt divine armor, peak Earth Immortal, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body, ice and fire dragon king strike, absolute zero, absolute flame extinction, water shadow and light body, evil killer whale cleave, death spirit tide, wrath demonic whale killing, divine power conversion, Blood bat shield, blood red 9-headed storm, the center of the god realm is here, and the year will be automatically upgraded. Soul power, late earth immortal stage physical strength. Late earth immortal stage self god, Zuanwu god acquired treasure, Zuanwu heart, sword of the gods, shield of the gods, soul skills, defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike, 5 levels of armor strengthening, armor saving, martial spirit space, martial air destruction, infinite basalt cannon, basalt gravity field, basalt true body. Wrath of the Sky, Basalt 9 change, Zuanwu destroys the world, reverse damage rate. 100% critical hit rate. 100% cultivation speed. 80% inner elixir drive, Deep Sea Demonic Whale King inner elixir, Blood Red 9-headed Bat King inner elixir, 10-headed Fiery Sun Snake inner elixir, Poseidon's heart, integrated into the heart, System Warehouse. 10 Fierce Fire Location Soul, Gangshan, Quasi Ultimate Body, Half Immortal, Embryonic Stage, Juvenile Stage, Infancy, Juvenile Stage, Growth Stage, Adult Stage, Mature Stage, Complete Mature Stage, Ultimate Body, Super Ultimate Body, Kung Fu, Burning Technique Emperor Level, Divine Martial Flame Technique, Divine Martial Thunder Technique Flame. Spirit of Imperial Fire the world inside the body, Douluo universe. Fighting Keyplane, God Realm, this change is really big. Oh my god, do I need a total of 10 billion experiences to enter the late stage of Earth Immortal? Huang Wei took a breath of air. Regardless of this, he took out a map of the 10 most ferocious fires. After checking the one closest to him, he found that there was only one 10 ominous fire in the blue planet, which was called the Burning Sea Fire. This was what Zhang Qingling, the little princess of the Zhang family, had told him before. After he explained these things, he designated the location of Fenhehuo, quickly left the Jialing space, and flew towards that direction. Stepping through the void, the speed is extremely fast. By the time he arrived, this area had already gathered a dense group of cultivators, both casual cultivators and powerful ones. Everyone wants to compete for the opportunity to burn Sea Fire Point. Although he cannot absorb this fierce fire, he can gain opportunities in the Sea of Fire Point. Dangerous crisis and abundant opportunities coexist. Chapter 343. A large group of half-immortals in the Chinese Empire at this moment. Huang Wei's divine thoughts hidden in the void swept across the group below. Some people who had reached the level of transcending tribulation suddenly felt that they were being spied on, but could not find anything pointed. Must be just an illusion. There are many semi-immortals here. Some semi-immortals and earth immortals from big forces came out and joined forces directly because there were too many people here. They just wanted to let their family enjoy the blessings inside and wanted to intercept the rest of the uninfluenced casual cultivators outside. Not allowed to enter immediately they started. The casual cultivators will leave on their own. The members of the 10 major families, the 5 major sects, and the 3 major valors can stay. A half-immortal voice sounded. As for those earth immortals, Huang Wei had seen them all, the earth immortals from the first 3 families. But they didn't speak or do anything. They just watched quietly in the sky. The rule is that they can't take action, but it doesn't say they can't watch the show. Just standing there with hands clasped behind his back can exude a very terrifying aura and pressure, making many people below dare not breathe or gasp. These are all realities. Strength is respected, and the weak eat the strong. Seeing this, the casual cultivators were very angry, and there was chaos. There are also some semi-immortals among the casual cultivators. They knew that the earth immortals could not take action at will, so they led a large number of casual cultivators to fight against these groups. Suddenly the scene was chaotic. I didn't expect that I would see such a happy scene when I arrived. It's really a surprise. Huang Wei sent the news here back to the members of the Wuming sect through his spiritual thoughts, asking them to come and join in the fun. After a while, he didn't know if he could go in, so he wanted those half-immortals to enter and put it inside. Fenhehuo, who was ranked 10th, was captured and given to him. After the spiritual message was conveyed, Huang Wei slowly stepped out of the void, watched the scene below from high in the sky, and instantly arrived in front of the 3 earth immortals. Fellow Taoist is also here, and the Zhang family is also here. It is normal for fellow Taoists to come. After seeing Huang Wei, the three ancestors smiled slightly and said point. But what was surprising was that Huang Wei in front of him felt like he had become stronger. Why was this? Is this an illusion? None of the three of them could see through Huang Wei. The three of them were communicating with each other. Huang Wei looked in the direction of the Zhang family and smiled slightly. Yes, after all, I'm still the chief alchemist of the Zhang family. At this moment, two half-immortals flew over. It was none other than the ancestors of the Zhang family and Zhang Kailing. I've seen the immortal lord. The two of them bowed their hands to Huang and Wei. Immortal lord, you are finally back, Zhang Kailing said with a smile. Linga misses you very much, Xianzhen. Zhang Kailing said. Now Linga will also enter the secret realm of burning sea fire. The ancestor of the Zhang family said. Point to Huang Wei said slightly. How long will the fight last in this situation? Haha, we are a group of casual cultivators. Naturally, good things should be given to our own people. The ancestor of the Zhang family said. Ancestor, a group of strange half-immortals are coming over there. Suddenly, Zhang Kailing's eyes found a direction. When everyone looked over, their expressions changed. So many half-immortals, what kind of influence are they from? They are not all casual cultivators, right? Impossible. It is very rare for casual cultivators to have one or two half-immortals. This place is not the Zhuo Star territory. There must be a powerful person from another planet there. Let's go and ask. One of the ancestors was more curious, so he flew directly over there. Earth? Immortal? The group of half-immortals stopped immediately when they saw an Earth immortal coming out to block the way. Which force do you come from? The ancestor asked. We are from the Chinese Empire. The leader of the 8 ancient clans and the 3 major Warcraft clan leaders spoke. Okay, you haven't heard of it either. Get out of the way. We are just here under orders and don't want to cause other troubles. Senior Earth Immortals, please get out of the way. There are also many Earth Immortals in our empire. Sol Emperor flew out and said lightly. Because this is the first time I have heard of the existence of the Huaxia Empire, I don't even know the other party's true strength. However, based on their years of combat experience, if they can have such a huge number of half-immortals at once, then this Huaxia Empire must also be a very terrifying force. There are definitely earthly immortals inside, and there is more than one. From what they said, if they are not from the blue planet, then they are probably from the Zhuo Star territory, and then there will be heavenly immortals. There is no need for Sol Emperor and the others to say anything more. They are already having fun in their minds, and the content they fill in their minds makes them scared. Chapter 300. This is all about scaring yourself. These 3 Earth Immortals all showed a hint of vigilance. I see. Then all the fellow Taoists from the Chinese Empire have come from afar, so please invite me. The 3 ancestors didn't want to cause trouble and provoke a force whose background they didn't know at all, so they just made way for them to enter. The Sol Emperor and the other half-immortals quickly entered inside. The appearance of this scene also shocked many members of the forces and the casual cultivators here. Soon, they all took action, and they would do anything to achieve their goals. It would be better for them if fewer people went in. So he directly suppressed the vast group of casual cultivators and easily killed the half-immortals first. The techniques and immortal skills they master are the ones that best suit them. With the death of the half-immortal cultivator, everyone stop fighting. You must leave quickly, otherwise you will surely perish. The Sol Emperor's voice was evil, very much like the villain's, and he had a weird smile on his face. Point to do these things. It is indeed better to let him do it. Point the casual cultivator left quickly. Point the burning sea fire secret realm was soon opened. Point everyone's warmed inside. Point to Huang Wei could watch the scene happening inside through the gods, just like watching a video. The next step is to wait. Finhei must be mine. Huang Wei thought in his heart, then looked at the other 3 ancestors who had returned, smiled slightly and said, 3 seniors, Emperor Finhei wants to take it. I wonder if you 3 have any opinions? What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Do you want to interfere in this matter? The ancestor of the Lin family frowned, and said with some displeasure, they are Earth Immortals. If they really want to fight, they may not be afraid of Huang Wei, the new Earth Immortal. But if they really fight, it will have very serious consequences. If the Earth Immortals really want to fight, they must go outside the blue planet, that is, fight in the universe. Another ancestor of the Zio family wanted to say something. However, at this moment, an evil breath came. What's the situation? What? An evil smell. Is it an invasion by the evil demon clan? Damn. It came out at this time. The expressions of the three ancestors changed. At the same time, in an ancient area in the Azure Star territory, an old man who was also an Earth Immortal slowly raised his weathered eyes and stared at the Azure planet. The evil demon clan has come again. My mission has come again. He is the fourth Earth Immortal in this starfield. The evil demon clan also sees the gap when the guarding immortal left, found an opportunity to invade, and planned to quickly conquer the blue planet. This continent will become a desolate place for all life, and will eventually become the territory of their evil clan. Chapter 344. The Evil Army. The evil demon clan dispatched 3 immortals, and the evil demon army surrounded all the planets outside the blue planet continent, forming a huge encirclement point. The huge Earth Immortals and semi-immortal demons also launched an attack into the interior of the blue planet. At this time point in an instant, the 10 major families and other major forces could not care so much. Quick, the evil spirits are coming. Contact Zio Star territory for support. Celestial Immortals. There are 3 celestial immortals, so many earthly immortals, and there are also higher level Earth Immortals. Retreat quickly and go to the Zio Star territory. For a moment, the scene was in turmoil. Everyone had selfish motives in their hearts and did not want to die on the battlefield. Those who had the means took the spaceship to the Zio Star territory. Hahaha, no one can escape today. Kill me. Win this planet quickly. The leader of the Earth Immortal General commanded the army of evil spirits to launch an invasion war against all living beings on the blue planet. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei didn't say anything and directly escaped into the secret realm of burning sea fire and used secret techniques to forcibly destroy and close the entrance point. Then, following the location of the gods in his mind, he quickly found the members of the nameless sect inside. Under their push all the way, all the major crisis and opportunity treasures here were taken away. He has already announced that the evil spirits outside are invading and no one can protect themselves, so everyone here can die. They went on a killing spree without any mercy. Take away all the treasures. Soon, when they reached the end, a group of half-immortals from the Wooming sect gathered around, and Huang Wei's figure also appeared. There was a huge blue fire dragon burning in the middle of the sea of fire, which was very scary. Humans, you shouldn't enter here. Now that you're here, just stay here. Greedy humans. The burning sea fire turned into a fire dragon that covered the sky and the sun, and the surrounding space was instantly imprisoned. The evil fire of the half-immortal. The expressions of Emperor Hunshan and others changed, then calmed down, because Huang Wei appeared in front of them. A green gem appeared. It is a Zuanwu heart that has been upgraded to an acquired treasure. Suppress. Huang Wei's faint voice sounded. In an instant, a huge force of mountains and seas appeared, instantly suppressing Fenhehuo. Impossible. What kind of power is this? I'm a half-immortal, only a little bit. Do you really think you can act arrogantly in the hands of this acquired treasure? Huang Wei's plain voice was laced with disdain. Please forgive him. He is indeed a little distracted now that he has the acquired treasure. You can't blame him, because acquired treasures may not be found in this world, and they are defensive. Just like Laotizedu Zuanhuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, once it is sacrificed, the incomparable defensive power can make him stand on the innate invincible position. You must know that acquired treasures and innate treasures are similar in some aspects. Moreover, Huang Wei's Zuanwu heart can also forcibly absorb everything that is lower than a treasure into refining. Therefore, burning sea fire is only a half-immortal, not even higher than Huang Wei's mid-stage Earth Immortal. Plus, with the acquired treasure, it is even more impossible to resist. Just like that, Fenhehuo, who was extremely arrogant at first, was directly suppressed and absorbed by the Zuanwu heart. Huang Wei integrated it into his body. You protect the law for me, and I will refine this fire right now. Huang Wei said to those people. Yes, everyone stood in formation. Huang Wei began to sit cross-legged, took out all the burning Ju and Shen Wu Yanju, and began to refine the unyielding beast in his body. Inside the body, Fenheho still wanted to struggle symbolically, but unfortunately, he was suppressed in an instant. After that, it was quickly refined using various methods. Fenheho was struggling painfully. The dragon body of the flame kept twitching at this moment, and finally turned back into a flame. Time passed by minute. The entire secret realm is in another time and space. At this time, I have no idea what is happening in the outside world. At this moment, what is happening in the outside world is terrible and cruel. During the war between the human race and the demon race also helped some, but the effect was very small. The army of evil spirits was accompanied by immortals, and they quickly destroyed many masters in the family. The remaining half immortals and the 3 earth immortals were beaten until they vomited blood one after another. Their bodies were crumbling, and they showed signs of death. At this time, the body began to become unruly. Everyone was retreating steadily, and there were countless casualties. All of a sudden, this area became a slaughterhouse. At this moment, over in the Zui Star territory, the celestial guardian envoy who was about to report the news about Huang Wei, when he returned here suddenly felt the bad news coming from there. His expression suddenly changed. No, the damn evil demon took advantage of my return and launched an attack. And there are 3 immortals. I want to announce this news immediately, and the clone will quickly help to resist. It can delay it for some time. In the blue star field dozens of light years away, at the place where he left, a shadow of light was his clone. After receiving the order, he immediately set off for the blue planet not far away. Death. On the blue planet, the evil war wreaked havoc, causing all life to be devastated. Stop. At this moment, a ray of light and shadow fell, carrying a terrifying immortal power. The strongest blow was to easily kill a large group of demons under the immortals. The 3 evil demon immortals who reacted did not look angry because their clan members were killed, because they had lost too many of the evil demon clan over the years, and they could regenerate within them even after they died, so they were not worried. You evil spirits, fade away quickly. Zui Star territory has sent people here. The light and shadow clones had a low voice and launched resistance against the horde of evil spirits at the same time. When he came back, he had already contacted the top power talkers on the planet and asked them to quickly take the living people away from the blue planet and take refuge in the Zui Star territory. It will take some time for Zui Starfield to arrange for people to come over at this time so they can protect themselves first. Everyone was obedient and fled immediately. In the Zhang family, the injured Zhang Kailing had a broken hand, but he and his ancestor survived by luck, as well as the other survivors of the Zhang family who were covered in blood and fought out of the demonic area. Quickly, let everyone prepare the spaceship, escape from the blue planet, and go to the Zui Star territory. The ancestor of the Zhang family stabilized his injuries and gave the order. Ancestor, Linga is gone. Linga is still in the burning sea fire secret realm. What will happen to her when we leave? I can't lose her. Zhang Kailing suppressed his injuries, took a pill, and suddenly remembered something very important. At this moment, the ancestors of the Zhang family also remembered that they had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to fighting the evil army, and had forgotten that Zhang Kingling was still in the secret realm. It's okay, you leave. I'll stay here to find her. No, ancestor, you go together and I stay. The Zhang family cannot live without you. After hearing this, Zhang Kailing left and shouted, fuck you, I'm old, and have already been laid to rest. You are still young, and now you have broken through to the realm of the earthly immortal. Although your hand is broken, you brought it back, and you can find an opportunity to reconnect it in the future. That's it. It's settled. I'll stay to find Linga, and you and the rest of the Zhang family will leave. We also have the chief immortal. As long as we find him, the chance of rescuing Linga will increase. Chapter 345 Zui Star territory. Over in the Zui Star territory, a meeting is currently being held with senior officials of the Zui Alliance. I propose to bring the battlefield closer to the starfield around the Zui starfield, so that our main force can perform better. If we go to the blue planet, the distance is too far. If the evil army appears here again, the dispersion of our military power will make us very passive. Let the people from the blue planet come over to our side, and we will arrange for people to meet you on the way. This time, our Huang Star territory serves as the main battlefield, and we will prevent the invading evil demon army from coming back. After the main force of the evil demons is eliminated this time, it will be faster to slowly recover other lost galaxies. All of a sudden, there was a heated discussion in this conference room. The front line had been beaten to death and blood flowed into rivers. But here, the quarrel was still going on and no one had come to a conclusion. As the guardian of the Blue Star territory, because he left the area midway, he did not perform the most direct duty of guarding, and had to bear a lot of problems. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.